Nearly 2 months away for the 2025 European Le Mans Series, but we now have 3 races to squeeze into a shorter period than a couple of months here at Spa, Silverstone next month, and then in October at Portimão. And already the entertainment has begun ahead of the 4 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. Interstellar, performed by Violin Phonics, with their nearly 50 million likes on TikTok. Great to have these influencers bringing some awesome film scores to Spa-Francorchamps and the grid. So that a chance to reflect ahead of what's going to be an action-packed affair. But you might be brand new to the European Le Mans Series, so here is Steph Wentworth to tell us all about it.
Series, you may ask. The ELMS is a premier endurance racing series featuring 6 races across the season, held at the top racetracks across Europe. Teamwork is a vital aspect of ELMS, as professional and amateur drivers work together in teams of 2 or 3 and share the driving duties of their car. There are 4 categories of racing cars in ELMS: LMP2, which is the top class, LMP2 Pro Am, LMP3 and LMGT3. These classes compete alongside one another for 4 hours at each event. Across all 4 of these classes, there is a record-breaking 44 entries this season and 10 different manufacturers. They are competing not just for the European crown, but also for the ultimate prize, an automatic invitation to the 2026 24 Hours of Le Mans, awarded to the top teams in each category. The absolute best part is that fans are at the forefront of the action, with affordable ticketing and incredible access across the weekend. And for those of you at home, you won't miss a thing, as you can catch all of the thrilling action live on our YouTube channel and FIAWEC.tv.
Thank you, Steph, for that. We'll be hearing much more from her during the race, with in-race interviews and post-race reaction as well. This is the 4th race of the season, as I mentioned. A first return to the UK in 6 years for the 12th, 13th and 14th of September, the Goodyear 4 hours of Silverstone, and then 4 hours of Portimão to end the season, which is a Saturday race, do not forget, in the 3rd weekend of October. Qualification happened yesterday, though, here at Spa, and the weather conditions were a lot different from what we have on Sunday. Spa in different weather, rather, hitting, and that affected the GTs. Clement Macteur, for a long time, had a front row starting spot, but in the end, he finished in 3rd position. Duncan Cameron is a co-championship leader. The Iron Lynx Mercedes getting a 3rd pole position of the season for Martin Berry. However, he won't hold on to that. He gets the point for the pole, but because of an incident at Imola, drops 5 places on today's grid. LMP3 qualified next. The conditions weren't really improving a great deal, but a cracking lap from the Euro International gang, and Ian Aguilera to go 3rd. It was the WTM by Rinaldi car 2nd, but Quickest, and again sealing yet another point for the crew at CLX Motorsport, the 17 crew, Theodor Jensen. They've won every single point on offer to date. LMP2 Pro-Am were next up. DKR Engineering, 3rd fastest for bronze driver Georgios Kolovos. PJ Hyatt in the purple Spike the Dragon, 2nd fastest, but a great lap time from Giorgio Roda. That's his 3rd pole of the year as well, a 2:19.6 for the Italian ace for Proton competition. He was thoroughly chuffed with that effort. Then LMP2, these are the key names with fabulous talent, in depth in the top class, descending on Spa. Charles Milesi, 3rd fastest, the leader in the championship. Iron Lynx with Proton, the number 9 car driven by Matteo Cairoli, but certainly the first in a long time, maybe a first ever Nielsen Racing pole position in the ELMS. Cembolok Bashi will start the car, but the time came from his teammate in the 24 car of Ferdinand Habsburg. So there we go. The scene is set. The grid is sorted. We have a total of 44 cars, all being well, to take the race start. And we can now, Graham Goodwin, settle in. By the way, my name's Johnny Palmer. I'm not sure I said that. We will pause in a moment for the national anthem of Spa, but a chance for you to say a few words before that.
I think you'll find it's the national anthem of Belgium, but we'll carry on from that.
You know what I mean.
You're Johnny Palmer.
I have. So the national anthem, coincidentally of Spa-Francorchamps, but you're right, it's the Belgian national anthem. And Kawari to perform this, as everybody now steps out of their cars and will, in the sunshine, stand by. You didn't say many words. I'm now padding quite heavily, as you can probably tell.
Well, you earn much more than I do.
Fair enough. The grandstand is fit to bursting, particularly that one down at Radion, which is still relatively new, but that's the more popular because the view of Eau Rouge and the really tricky ascent up the steep slope, that's what Radion means, steep slope, and we've seen so many cars run a little bit wide. Some of them in the Ligier European Series earlier on in the weekend, actually a big hit into the barriers, but amazingly in the wet qualifying yesterday, just about everyone who had a spin there got away with it. And everybody now assembled for the key moments on Sunday morning. We'll talk about qualifying within the LMGT3s because that has changed significantly. You needed to have a long memory, and thankfully all the officials do, about the incident that Martin Berry was involved with at Imola.
Yeah, four-car incident.
He kind of caused, and a 5-place grid drop. Here's the national anthem of Belgium. Expertly performed by Kawari with thanks to them. So keyboard, cello combination. We had violin phonics at the start of the afternoon as well. A real classical feel, it seems.
We're all about the culture here at the European Le Mans Series.
Well, unfortunately, you and I come in and then it's significantly lowered.
You can expect that banjo at Silverstone without a shadow of a doubt.
Absolutely. LMGT3 then. The story is that Martin Berry gets a third pole position of the year. He gets a point for that as well, but then he's dropped back behind 5 other cars, to promote Spirit of Race's Duncan Cameron to the top spot. And remember that Duncan Cameron, together with his teammates David Perel and Matt Griffin, are leaders in the championship. Heading for the second half of the season. It feels fairly late on in a motor racing season to have still 3 races to go, but they're all going to be crammed in.
It's super close, isn't it, in LMGT3 as we head to, well, the second half of the season really starts today.
It does.
Here at Spa, then Silverstone and Portimão, of course, to finish the season. One quick point about Silverstone before we get too much deeper into this. If you are coming to Silverstone, and there's a chance of coming on the Friday, keep an eye out on social media on the website for the European Le Mans Series. Come along on Friday evening. For £10, you can join a charity run or walk around the circuit. All proceeds from that walk are going to Chris Hoy's charity in support of stage 4 cancer victims. Not sure yet whether Chris is going to make it to that. But for 10 quid, you can walk or run the full Grand Prix circuit on Friday evening at Silverstone. What an excellent way to start up a fabulous weekend of racing at Silverstone Circuit, and a comeback there for the first time in 6 years. So just one to watch. I'm sure there'll be more publicity about that, but put that evening in your diary. 10 quid, come along and be part of the fun.
Another great reason to be in the UK in 3 weeks' time for round 5 of the championship, the Goodyear 4 Hours of Silverstone. So if you missed in Imola bulletin number or decision number 37, I'll read it out to you regarding Martin Berry, car 63, caused a collision with car 86, Mike Wainwright, at turn 2, which was a breach of an appendix chapter, blah, blah, sporting code. But the crucial thing is the ultimate decision, a drop of 5 grid positions in the next ELMS race that driver Martin Berry takes part in. So that's this race. He took pole position. They're not going to deny him a championship point, which could be crucial come the end. He's already got 2 extra points previously for 2 poles. So by far he is the best qualifying driver to this point, but he'll start behind Duncan Cameron, Clement Mature for Racing Spirit Le Mans, and Thierry Au, Shelia Martin and Andrew Gilbert. Lots of fans here today.
There are. I mean, the start-finish straight grandstand is filling nicely. As you said, the Radeon grandstand is pretty well filled. And also a good example of this is along the spectator banks and the fences, certainly down to turn 1 and out of turn 1, pretty well filled too. It's a beautiful day here. It's the nicest we've seen the weather since we arrived on Saturday morning. Late start to the weekend for both of us. And it's great to see, again, the Belgian fans supporting the European Le Mans Series in such good numbers.
Now, the dice on a Saturday between the qualifying drivers in LMP2 Pro-Am is always fascinating, because actually that little group that might get a pole feels like it's growing, and Georgios Kolovos is definitely one of those with a chance. He missed out on it yesterday, so we'll start from 3rd position for DKR Engineering. I think across the board, all the bronzes are going to start in 8 different LMP2 Pro-Ams. But Kolovos, therefore, for the Luxembourgish team, the Greek will begin and do probably the opening 2 stints. Then you look at PJ Hyatt, Inspite the Dragon, car number 99, 2nd fastest, and leading the championship by 3 points over, well, that's actually going to have come down, isn't it, to 2 points. I don't think that incorporates the pole position point. No, it does, beg your pardon, it does. So it's now a 3-point gap over Bent Viscal, Rene Binder, and the qualification specialist, possibly, so far, Giorgio Roda. I say that again because he got his 3rd of the season yesterday. Here he is in the white and silver Proton competition car. Giorgio very much the man to beat last year as far as qualifying was concerned, but the 77 crew didn't necessarily get the championship points in the races, and that again is something that needs to change continuing on into the second half of 2025. But they'll be very happy to have scored 1 podium to this point, 2 4th places to kick off their year. But because Dane Cameron, Louis Delatraz, together with their qualifying driver PJ Hyatt, took a win last time out at Imola, they are top of the shop. LMP2's next. These are the cars with the race numbers with the royal blue background as opposed to light blue for LMP2 Pro-Am. You can therefore tell the difference between the 2 classes, because otherwise the cars are identical. You can tell the difference between the colours of the backing of the race numbers from distance. None of these cars yet carrying the WEC style display panel, which is that square LED thing. And that, therefore they were able to be different at Le Mans, I suppose. Whether there is a future for a display panel in LMP2, we shall have to wait and see. 25 will start from 4th place for Matthias Kaiser, the driver from Liechtenstein. And then the championship leaders, who are Charles Milesi, who did the qualifying time yesterday to go 3rd, Esteban Masson and Ollie Gray. And to start this car, it will be Oliver Gray from the inside of the 2nd row. But again, really tight at the top of the championship in LMP2, and surely this one's going to run the distance.
I think it is, isn't it? This is 2nd place on the grid for the number 9 Iron Lynx Proton car, and Matteo Caroli gutted himself a little for not quite making it the pole position. watch this car and watch this group, because they're marching forward. We've seen a race win from them last season already, and their dander is most firmly up, Johnny.
So the gap was a point. It will remain a point. Milesi, Masson Gray back to Danny Juncadella, Jamie Chadwick and Matisse Jobert with their 2 wins so far. But the pole position going to a little bit of an outside bet.
It is indeed, by the way, the first ever overall pole position European Le Mans Series from Nielsen Racing. They have had pole positions in Asia, but not here in Europe.
Excellent. Thank you for confirming that. And Ferdinand Habsburg, it's been a bit of a while since he sat on pole position. He won't start the car. It'll be Turkish racer Cemboluk Bashi instead, with all of his sim racing experience as well as full metal racing. And Philippe Albuquerque waiting in the wings to do his bit as well, having not been featured in qualifying or for the starting stints. There's also something we have to bear in mind regarding drive time, because the majority of the field run with 3 drivers. We do have one car in LMP2 with just 2 drivers, CLX Motorsport, Enzo Fittipaldi and Manuel Espirito Santo.
That's with Pipo Derani stepping away to concentrate on his Genesis Magna Racing development and testing for their hypercar program for next year, and he's not been replaced in that car. We're inside the 1-minute board before we get going. One other quick stat to give to you as we watch the front of this grid, and it's PJ Hyatt. Since the 24 Hours of Le Mans, which they won in LMP2 Pro-Am, they then finished second at Watkins Glen in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, and since then he has not lost. Took the win in the last race we had in the European Le Mans Series, and 2 wins in IMSA. He is on a run of potentially a 4th win here and 5 out of 6. It's quite ridiculous, the turnaround in fortunes and in form for the AO Racing crew, and in particular PJ Hyatt and Dane Cameron. Away they all go.
So the drive minimum, fairly easy to remember, regardless of whether you're in LMP2 or LMP2 Pro-Am. It gets more complicated in P3 and LMGT3. But for the LMP2, the Le Mans Prototype 2 cars, as long as you do an hour, whether you're bronze, silver, gold or platinum, you have done your minimum. So 1 hour, 60 minutes is the minimum drive time. That doesn't fit in neatly into a stint length, which is more like 40 minutes. So we could well see the opening drivers do a couple of stints purely to get through the fuel window, get to the end of a natural fuel window, and then hand over to their silver/gold or platinum co-drivers. And it's always intriguing as to where the various different driver talents are utilised through the course of a race, particularly here at Spa, where it might be affected by some safety car, which closes the pit lane for the first 3 laps. Full course yellow, which closes the pit lane for its entirety. The only opportunity to pit whilst the race is neutralised is under a virtual safety car, where you normally ideally get 2 laps of a VSC before then we automatically go into a safety car period, and probably for 3 laps. It doesn't always have to be for more than 3 laps.
Just looking at the driver lineup, it is all bronze drivers by the look of things in LMGT3 for the start of this race. The mixture in LMP3. LMP2 Pro-Am is all bronze.
Yeah. Well, that makes entire sense, just to burn that time as quickly as possible. The interesting thing comes later on in LMGT3. Again, you can't do all of your drive time in one stint if you're the bronze, because you've got to do 90 minutes. And generally, a modern day LMGT3 car can just about get to an hour. But then the question is, do you take the bronze out for a bit and put them back in again? Cemboluk Bashi, though, will start from pole position for Nielsen Racing alongside Jonas Reed for Iron Links Proton. Then it's the VDS Panis Racing Championship leaders with Ollie Gray doing the opening stint and Matthias Kais of Algarve Pro Racing. Manuel Maldonado on the inside of the 3rd row for United Autosports, number 22, and Jamie Chadwick, a double winner already this year in the first of 2 EDEC Sport cars, because the second one is in 7th. Paul Lafargue to start the 28, and then it is Benjamin Pedersen for Duquesne team. Richard de Giras ended up in the gravel yesterday in qualifying. Sebastian Alvarez is in the CLX number 47 with Kuba Śmiechowski for company. Then it's Ryan Cullen for Vector Sport of the UK, car 10, and the 37 car of Alexander Malikin for CLX Pure Racing. The final car in a 13-car entry for LMP2 is Pedro Perino. A gap on the grid before Giorgio Roda with a third pole position of the season for 77 Proton competition. He's got AO by TF's PJ Hyatt on that front row in Pro-Am. Georgios Kolovos and Rodrigo Sales of DKR Engineering and TDS Racing. Then it is Francois Perrodo on the inside of the next row with John Falb, who's put in to the Nielsen racing car in Tony Wells' absence. It's Daniel Schneider for United Autosports on the back row of Pro-Am with Crichton Lentudis. Into the baby prototypes, LMP3, CLX Motorsport. Excellent effort again from Theodore Jensen to take pole in the 17 with Torsten Kratz alongside in a Duqueine. So it's Ligier and Duqueine on the front row. Fabian Michal and Antti Ramo Ramo's in the Ginetta, so that's Euro International and DKR Engineering. Tim Kresick for Inter-Europol competition and Jacques Wolf for the 31 Racing Spirit of Le Mans. Michael Jensen for RLRM Sport is 28th with Julien Gerby for Team Virage alongside. Stefan Tribordini for M Racing, another bright pink car in LMP3 with the Ultimate 35 family crew, Louis Stern, starting that. And then a total of 13 LMGT3s, led away by Duncan Cameron after the Iron Links grid drop, which will put Martin Berry 6th. It means that Clement Matter is lifted to the front row as well. Then Antares Au for Proton Competition and Celia Martin for Iron Dames. Andrew Gilbert is next for Kessel Racing, and then Martin Berry's Mercedes. He did get the point for pole as mentioned. It is Takeshi Kimura and Custodio Toledo for Kessel Racing and Richard Mille AF Corsa. That's an all Ferrari row therefore, ahead of Michael Birch for United Autosports and GR Racing's Mike Wainwright. So a McLaren and a Ferrari ahead of Charles Henri Samani and AF Corsa. Another Ferrari in the Zebra type livery. Hiroshi Koizumi's TF Sport Corvette. Winners at Imola, but only 12th in qualifying yesterday. And finally, the very recognisable J&W Motorsport Ferrari for Scott Noble. And I noticed that Scott's name is correctly on the graphic now. I think he's possibly reapplied for his licence, sometimes known as Anthony, which is his real name, but he likes to be going by his middle name, Scott Noble, when he's racing. There you go, there's the grid.
Same as you, Johnny. We know your real name's Algernon, but you do like that middle name, Johnny.
Don't let that slip so often.
But yeah, if you're not familiar with European Le Mans Series, is 4 hours of racing to come across these 4 classes with a variety of driver ability across those classes. 2 or 3 drivers, fuel stops involved, tyre stops involved, all sorts of strategy, but mainly, Johnny, what's differentiated the European Le Mans Series in this era is action. Fabulous action, great action through and into traffic. Anything can happen. If you've not got snacks and the beverages in front of you, it's too late. You're not moving now for the next 4 hours. You will not want to leave your seats. You will not want to take your eyes away from the screen. It's going to be mega. Looking forward to it, and this place in its pomp with a great number of spectators and in good weather. Double yellows out on the circuit somewhere for whatever reason. We'll look into that maybe a little later. Yellow at turn 4, Johnny.
Being the kink, well, the last bit of Radion just before the little right-hand kink onto the Camel Straight.
Maybe somebody's been across the gravel.
Yeah, maybe more for debris rather than anything else, although the double yellows are now at 5 and 6, I noticed. So are they?
It's yellow to warn the double yellows.
Ah, fine. And they've all now been cleared.
Good.
So whatever that is, whatever that was, perhaps a bit of debris dropped, but cleared very quickly. So the grid formation starting to take its usual look. That all had to begin and ideally be completed at Curve Paul Frere, which is the old Stavelot right-hander where the old track used to feed back in again, and that rapid approach to Blanchimont, where it is possible to overtake, but you need ultimate bravery for that. We were last racing in the European Le Mans Series at the start of July. That was at Emilia-Romagna at Imola. Another classic Grand Prix circuit, unforgiving. Spot the similarities with this place. It's a bit longer at 7 kilometres. Your chance therefore of an instant pit stop, if there's the chance to do it, is kind of at the mercy of where you may be around this lengthy racetrack, with constant gradient change as well. The second half of the European Le Mans Series for 2025 bursts into life in great sunshine here at Spa-Francorchamps, and it is a good getaway for the poleman Jem Bollock-Bashi, who charges his way into La Source. PJ Hyatt's been delayed, though, it looks like, in the AO by TF Sport car for LMP2 Pro-Am. He started second, don't forget, and that movement around in the order of the LMGT3s that put Duncan Cameron at the sharp end. It did look like he led Clement Matter, leaving La Source for the first time, but no doubt about it, the man from Turkey has got the jump on Jonas Reed, who in the yellow car is second ahead of Ollie Gray. Gray's not going to waste any time if he can attack and ideally overtake Jonas Reed in the first few corners. They're already through the first sector though. One or two have been delayed, no doubt about it. No huge drama at La Source, I say that tentatively. Now there's the contact though, and this is at Bruxelles, and that was for one of the CLX cars, 47 of Sebastian Alvarez, who loses places as a result. Graham Goodwin.
Yeah, actually it looked like there was far more delay to a PJ Hyatt than actually there was. He has got away, but second, he's lost the lead to the other Nielsen Racing car. So Nielsen Racing, in the hands of John Falb in the 27 car, 24 and 27 lead both the LMP2 classes on this first lap, yellows at turn 8. And that's for the number 3 car, trouble for T-Car Engineering. Georgios Kolovos struggling. PJ Hyatt, whatever happened at turn 1, I think it was his car, he's lost the lead.
But Roda was pole, wasn't he? Roda was pole, and he's dropped to 7th place. So did Roda and PJ Hyatt hook up with one another into the hairpin, which is always that startling first corner of Spa-Francorchamps. I say always, the 24-hour race doesn't actually start like that. They head downhill first of all, but yes, it's always that, you know, you rev up through the gears and then immediately onto the brakes and have to try and make space for one another.
Georgios Kolovas, by the way, is dropping to the back of this field. We've got 2 penalties to be added. This is for issues earlier in the weekend. Car 35, the ultimate LMP3 car 34, which is one of the 2 Inter-Europol cars, will have 5 seconds added to their first pit stop. We'll deal with that when it comes. Right now, plenty of action, and this is the A by TF car, and this is PJ Hyatt trying to get onto terms with Sebastian Alvarez, and it is Hyatt back to the lead in LMP2 Pro-Am.
He's got ahead of John Falb, so yeah, and Giorgio Roda is now at the back of the LMP2 Pro-Am car, so it becomes curiouser and curiouser precisely what the issue is for the Italian, and indeed whether he's managed to entirely shake that problem. I just wonder whether he got together with somebody and he's still really recovering from that moment. Francois Perrodo just ahead of him in 6th in the 83 AF Corsa car.
Storming start, by the way, from the Racing Spirit Le Mans. Aston Martin, the hands of Clement Letieux, and behind, this is the battle for second. Duncan Cameron, Celia Martin, and that is the 55 car, the Spirit of Race, the green, the racing, British Racing green and whites Ferrari, under pressure from Celia Martin for second.
Meanwhile, Michael Jensen is having a good tussle with Tim Kresick. So RLR M Sports number 15, 8th in LMP3, ahead of Tim's Inter-Europol competition car number 88 in 9th. But LMP3 is led by the Duquesne of Torsten Kratz, who hasn't wasted any time at all to get the Wochenspiegel Team Monschau car by Rinaldi Racing to the lead. So he's overtaken Paul Lancher, but CLX have so many points on the board and so much experience of scoring well in this championship, they will not be too bothered about that. They all know it's a long race. There's opportunity to get back ahead. Bearing in mind, in LMP3, you've got to do the 2 long stops as well. You
do, just to remind viewers, the number 17 car, to this point in the season, has got maximum points for the season. Won everything, including pole position at every race. And should they win here, I think we'll clinch the championship.
Even if those in second, so Doe de Decker and Rhys Gold and Tim Kresick, I already mentioned Tim's name, even if they finish second, it's likely not to be enough, because that's another 7 points of an advantage heading into just 2 more races and 52 points on the table.
It's going to be enough, so we'll keep an eye on that, but that's for 4 hours from now. Right now, and there's trouble there for one of the Inter-Europol cars, clattering over the curbs and losing 2, 3, 4 places as the number 77 car starts to recover back. Already passed Francois Perodo, Giorgio Roda, and now has gone by quite a Lentunas as well, who struggled out of La Source there.
So, Jem Bolok-Bashi leading by 1.3 seconds over Jonas Reed. A change for second position in LMGT3 at La Source, because that was shaped up almost at the previous bus stop chicane by Celia Martin, and the position of her pink and white Iron Dames Porsche was the way that actually worked out. Duncan Cameron not taking any risks in the opening phase of his stint. Remember, he is leading the championship with David Perel and Matt Griffin. Also a change in LMP3, Graham.
17 to the lead of the race, ahead of the Duquesne for WTM by Rinaldi Racing. Celia Martin to second, needs to get there. Also in that move, we saw Georgios Kolovos on his recovery drive after that spin, passing Celia's Porsche. She's now got, what is that, 5-6 seconds a gap that she needs to start to work on to Clément Mathieu, who's checked out in the Racing Spirit Le Mans Aston Martin.
Something he tried to do in qualifying yesterday, and we did think that maybe the Aston would be on pole position, but for late times from both Duncan Cameron and the Iron Lynx Mercedes, and Martin Berry, having to start from 6th place, is already up to 4th. I'm expecting that silver Mercedes AMG to be a quick car throughout the course of the race. Sadly, at Imola, his teammates didn't get a go because of the pile-up at turn 2. So Lorcan Hannafin and Fabian Schiller have not been in race action in the ELMS for quite some time.
Good opening stint here from Bolok-Bashi in the pole-sitting number 24 car. He's gapped Jonas Reed by 2 seconds. Jonas under pressure from Ollie Gray in the 48 VDS Panis Racing car. It's been a form car this season. I expect that to be quite the battle in the opening laps. So Ollie Gray will be looking to get by Jonas Reed and try to get further onto terms with the Turkish driver leading this race.
Second place starting to liven up now with Jonas Reed having Oliver Gray all over the back of him, and Gray got a good run up the Kemmel Straight. No opportunity to pass at Les Combes on this occasion, but certainly if he was in clear air, I think Gray might be able to start to reel in Jem Bolok-Bashi, but Jonas Reed stands in his way. Yeah,
we're seeing now on our screens, under review, incident involving car 29. That's the 29 Oreca TDS Racing, Rodrigo Salas, and the 99 PJ Hyatt's car at turn 1. And also the incident involving car 47. We saw that car off the road briefly to the inside, under review. Keep your eyes on those. So that's the first things in the in-tray. Incident involving car 3 and 17 at turn 8. So that is the Deco Engineering car, Georgios Kolovos, and the current race leading CLX car in LMP3.
Prior to focusing in on the second place battle in LMP2, we saw 3 cars nose to tail in LMP2 Pro-Am, they being Rodrigo Salas in 3rd in that category, along with Daniel Schneider for United and Giorgio Roda, a recovering Giorgio Roda who's made it back up to 5th. Gray thought about a dive down the inside of Jonas Reed into the bus stop chicane, but can just sit and wait for the time being. Esteban Masson and Charles Milesi watch their man Ollie Gray from the sidelines.
Quite the emerging trio, this VDS Panis Racing. Ollie Gray looking for a way by. Jonas Reed has no intention of making that easy. The lead of the Nielsen Racing car extending, not dramatically, but 2.4 seconds now, so further half second to the good on that lap. They're keeping in contact with the lead car. Jonas Reed trying to focus on his race, but needs to keep an eye on what's going on behind with Ollie Gray, who's found real pace here this season.
Now Gray goes for it, but still not close enough to make it a safe overtake. Jonas Reed braking that a little bit later. So Gray needs to be confident of a full-blooded manoeuvre, possibly needs a slightly better run as well. These cars do suffer from dirty air, a little bit like in single-seaters, because they're so reliant on the airflow running across the car cleanly. And you remember, well, just imagine how kind of out of shape it is, having gone over Jonas Reed's car. So Gray may opt to just ease back if this becomes a more frustrating run, just to cool everything down and then go for a second attempt. But he's close enough for the time being. Maybe stick with the second place car through Campus and Curve Paul Frere and attempt an overtake into the final chicane at 18.90.
as this is going on, I can tell you Celia Martin is beginning to just claw back some of the advantage gained by Clément Mathieu. The gap now under 4 seconds. So lead battle, 2.6 seconds between Bolibasi in the Nelson racing car and the chasing pair, the number 9 and the 48 in the unlinked Proton car and the VDS Panis car. LMP2 Pro Am, PJ Hyatt, still John Falb hanging on in there, but dropping back 10th by 10th, just about 2 seconds back. CLX Motorsports' Paul Lancher leads Torsten Krass by 3.7 seconds. So having taken that place, Johnny, he's now driving away. We've got 2 cars under investigation for disrespect of the race director's instructions, and that is both cars run by TDS. It's the third place car overall, the VDS Panis racing car, Ronnie Gray, and the third place car in LMP2 Pro Am, Rodrigo Sales.
But it's fine because there's no further action.
Oh, sorry, it says no further action. Apologies, I saw that investigation earlier.
It was looked at before the race started.
It was something about the grid.
Yeah. So when we were chilling in our green room, we noted that those cars were under some sort of inspection, but that has been waved away. PJ Hyatt to the lead, as you've mentioned, of LMP2 Pro Am. So he's ahead of John Falb and now going quicker than anybody else in LMP2 Pro Am. Falb second, Rodrigo Sales trying to shake the attentions of Giorgio Roda, but good luck with that because Roda's on a tear this weekend as well, having taken pole position yesterday. We're still looking for a precise answer as to why he lost all that ground in the opening lap, but he is now verging on being back on the podium positions provisionally.
Yeah, we'd love to see what happened at the front of the LMP2 Pro Am field in turn 1 and through turn 1. There were clearly more than one incident. Roda dropped to pretty much the back of the field. And we know there's an investigation between some kind of incident between the 29 and the number 99, but that's for later. For right now, we're racing, and in this phase of the race, Jonas Reed has gapped Ollie Gray here. Here comes Martin Berry. He takes another position, so that's him up to 3rd place now. Good recovery back through the field from Martin. His next target is going to be Celia Martin, and immediately under pressure, Duncan Cameron from the Proton competition car of our European Le Mans Series debutant, Antares Au.
Yeah, and Au needs to strike now, really, with Duncan Cameron a little bit on the back foot. So did Cameron fight this necessarily? He was aware of the Mercedes presence, but didn't jink across the line. You're going to lose more time than anything, to be honest, by doing that. Duncan will have been aware of the speed that the Mercedes carries this weekend. So didn't force the issue, knowing that the race will come back to him and his teammates potentially much later on in the afternoon.
Duncan will be working to a delta time set for him, agreed with him. Against their strategy, of course, he'll want to defend positions where he can, but quite often he's going to find that that delta time is going to suffer more from defending his position.
And it's always interesting when the silvers take over, when the golds take over, how each one fares, because they're not always put in at the same time either. There's the natural stagger. Here's Ollie Gray's opportunity though at Bruxelles. There was a little bit of a gap down the inside of Jonas Reed, but when Reed picks up the throttle, the GR Racing Ferrari preventing him from going fully into turn 9, but it did mean that he could take the inside line. Ollie Gray getting the better exit out of the Jackie X left-hander though. Again, good defensive driving from Jonas Reed, but as a result of him being in defensive mode, it's not the quickest approach into Pouon. Slight delay behind the 57 Kessel Racing Ferrari as well of Takeshi Kimura. But because it's so busy with all this GT traffic, Gray is struggling to find that extra bit of racetrack that he needs, even though he had good attempts at an overtake. Still in 3rd. Yeah,
I have to say, good stuff from Ollie Gray. Better stuff there from Jonas Reed. Heads up stuff throughout that little sequence. On the inside, Francois Perrodo on Daniel Schneider. That's a position going the way of, well, one of the most successful AM drivers in this or any other field, Francois Perrodo. Multiple titles pretty much everywhere in GT and LMP2. He moves up now into what is that 5th position in this LMP2 Pro Am class. And of course they've had an overall win this season.
Yes.
In race 1 in Barcelona.
Perrodo then with a chance now of picking off Rodrigo Sales, because he's got clear line of sight now of the American.
more traffic, and is this another opportunity for Ollie Gray? It's a good place to actually get the run, but again, Jonas Reed, neat and tidy, got the right line. He's going to be safe down to Rouge, up over Radion, but there is traffic at the peak there. Is that going to compromise Jonas Reed? It's a better run, but was he on track to get it from Ollie Gray? Tucks into the slipstream down the Camel Straight, goes to the inside. Is this the pass for the position? He's on the grass. I think he might have got it here, Johnny.
Reed couldn't do anything about it. He was trying to close the door, but it was far, far too late. We cut away to see the two co-drivers. I just wanted to be confident that Gray had made the second bit of Lecombe, which he did. He ran out a little bit wide, and actually Malaysia was, I think, in the same mindset as me, in that he thought, hang on, just make sure he goes through that corner, which is turn 6. And second place is now in the hands of Oliver Gray. Jonas Reed probably knew the game was up over the next few laps, because Gray, the more manoeuvrable of the two cars, and the championship leaders are up to second. They trail the race leader Jem Bollock-Bashley by 4.6 seconds.
Now we're going to see where the pace of Ollie Gray is. He's been bottled up behind Jonas Reed, who's done a brilliant job, by the way, in these first 7 laps of retaining that position. But that all started with the position of the LMGT3 traffic just as they came to the crest at Radion. It gave Ollie Gray an opportunity to keep his foot in just a microsecond or two longer for better speed down the Camel Straight.
Good exit out of Pouhon for Rodrigo Sales, but Francois Perraudot's properly with him now. Perraudot needs to be cautious though, because he's already gone over the track limits in this first sector. Remember, you get various chances before the first warning flag, but as soon as you're then flagged for a warning, the next time you breach track limits will result in a penalty. Round the, well, very, very wide, speaking of track limits, I was going to say round the outside, but that Mimo car not quite close enough to do that.
One quick marker of the potential pace that might be coming for the VDS Panis Racing team is in the very next sector. Ollie Gray, a purple third sector in pursuit of the leader. That gap is already under 4.2 seconds.
And in LMP3, Lancher breaking away from Torsten Kratz. Remember, he fell behind the WTM by Rinaldi Racing Duquesne early stages of this, but now he's back in front. There's an 8, possibly 9 second gap soon over Torsten Kratz. Fabien Michal, who is also in Ligier for Euro International, running in third place ahead of Julien Gerby's Team Virage car. But the fight we're focusing on is Jacques Wolf versus Stefan Tribordini, and Tribordini in the M Racing car is now ahead, isn't he, in the mono car? Yeah, 4-car battle here, and it's the 88 at the rear of this battle. That is Tim Kresik's Inter Europol car. Ahead of him, Antti Ramo in the Ginetta for DKR. Then Stefan Tribordini and Jacques Wolf working our way up to its 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. And Tribordini, as you quite rightly say, goes by Jacques Wolf and now heads that quartet. The incident on the first lap, which resulted in a little bit of contact at Bruxelles for Sebastian Alvarez and another car, which I've now instantly forgotten, but it's not a problem.
I think it was the 17. I think it might have been the team car.
Oh,
no, okay. No, that was Kolovos and 17.
Yes,
we didn't see another car being cited in that battle with that issue with the 47. It just
it was just a little bit of a pinch. There was some contact, but I forget which car sort of clashed up against. But it's been waved away as a racing incident, so it's not really a huge issue to be delving back into. Sebastian Alvarez suffered a few places deficit, but he has now rejoined very, very quickly and runs in 12th place.
Fastest lap of the race goes to, pause for effect, Ollie Gray. Gap down under 3 seconds. That was 4.5. He's absolutely storming along now, looking to close the gap. It's going to be another lap and we're going to be into a lead battle, Johnny, if this pace carries on like this.
That was why Ollie Gray was desperate to get ahead of Jonas Reed. He didn't want Jem Bollock-Bashley to disappear down the road too much. The gap was still within 5 seconds at any point. And the VDS Panis Racing crew need to keep this championship bubbling nicely. Now a good dice between Ben Pedersen and Kuba Śmiechowski for 7th and 8th in LMP2. They have ahead of them the red-roofed United Autosports car of Manuel Maldonado, the yellow-fronted Inter Europol competition car with no chance to dive bomb Pedersen. Kuba Śmiechowski, though, one of the quickest silvers in LMP2, and they'll be frustrated with their qualifying performance yesterday, particularly because in Le Castellet, remember, there was a headline event when Inter-Europol competition grabbed the first ever ELMS pole position for Nick Yellerly, who is going to be in that car later on.
So 3 hours and 40 minutes to go. It's been quite the first 20 minutes. Lots of great racing here. The great racing seems to be building for the lead of this race. That gap's still coming down. I'm sure we're going to see a response from the leader. But you know what? It's under a second coming into sector 3. So 2 seconds pulled back in the middle sector, but track limits in the first sector for Ollie Gray.
Shows how hard he's pushing, but he's got to be careful. Burning track limit chances this early on. Remember, they are per driver though, so if he's going to be doing these stints back to back, then as long as he neatens up his lines for the remainder of this stint and the next, got to assume that Gray's going to stay in for a stint and a half from this point. We are about halfway through an LMP2 stint now, expecting them to pit at about the 40-minute marker, even with 2 formation laps. Antares Au has just lost sight of Martin Berry. He did get ahead of Duncan Cameron though, and we said at the time he needed to strike to pick off the Spirit of Race Ferrari as quickly as possible, but now Martin Berry's opening up the distance between the Iron Lynx Mercedes and that chasing Porsche.
Battle here for what is that 4th position. LMP2 Pro and Francois Perrodo making himself known to Rodrigo Sales. He dives up the inside in classic form. I think he's going to make that pass pretty easily at this stage. Nice move from Perrodo, and he is up to 4th place.
And those down at AF Corsa enjoying that, including Mathieu Vaxivière. They'll be in the car a little later on. Rodrigo Sales, I don't think, will try and repay the favour into La Source, and he doesn't. Matthias Besch watching on. He'll be in the Dayglow yellow and blue car also, joining with Rodrigo Sales once again. And they're both able to skip ahead of Martin Berry's Mercedes on the run out of La Source down to Eau Rouge.
So, battle here for 2nd in LMP3. CLX Paul Lancher. It's almost 10 seconds ahead here. They're gunning for this one, aren't they? No shortage of pace from the race leader. I'll tell you that Ollie Gray is still in contact with, but not by, Ken Bullock-Basie, and it is just over a second, the gap now, to settled into a battling pair, with Jonas Reed just a further 3 seconds back.
So Sales thought about an overtake almost straight away.
Did it?
Got back past ahead of Francois Perrodo. Stayed within the track limits. I think he just about did as well.
Nicely done.
So 4th place in the hands again of the American, where the TDS racing car had been for some time. That's a gap. 1st place overall, back to 2nd, and the catching Oliver Gray.
And traffic coming as well, which could make this even more interesting. Traffic everywhere. 44 cars, even on a 7-kilometre track like Spa-Francorchamps. It's busy in sections, and it's busy here. LMP3 cars ahead. What happened here? That was what did it. It was a bit of a fumble from Francois Perrodo, and that gave the opportunity for Rodrigo Sales to get the better straight line speed along the Kemmel Straight.
But yes, Sales is ahead of Perrodo. He's now going to have to serve a drive-through penalty, though, for his part in what I assume was an incident at the first corner on the first lap.
With the AO racing car.
We mentioned that PJ Hyatt had been delayed and weren't entirely sure why. Is that a lead change with Gray now ahead of the silver car of Jem Bollock-Bashi? So that's all happened very swiftly as well. Bollock-Bashi,
Same place.
He slowed because he got cars ahead of him in LMP3. And then was a little bit indecisive. Gray wasn't, though, to the high side and picked him off well before the corner, and that was all because of Jem getting off the throttle in order to avoid, I think, the 11 car, the Euro International car of Fabien Michal.
Well, this is the 29, but this is not the penalty stop.
Indeed.
Because you're not allowed to take service at the penalty, and this is not a straightforward stop either. They may have a puncture.
So they fueled the car initially. That was mechanics waiting And I thought, are they waiting to, for a 5-second penalty to be? But that's not been the penalty given to car 29. It was a drive-through, and as you say, you're not allowed when you're performing a drive-through penalty to stop with the team. So I think that was fuel going in, and now they're going to work out what the problem is, maybe on the front of the car.
I wonder if they changed the front bodywork on that car.
As a result of the contact with PJ Hyatt.
Yeah. We didn't see it, I'm afraid, on camera, but I wonder if they have. Hearing from Step Wentworth, they did indeed change the front bodywork of that car, so some damage carried. What they'd have been looking at is whether there was any damage to the tyre.
Yeah.
Is the change for position. That is JMW's Scott Noble. He's making his way gradually up this field, started right at the back of this field, and that's the move on Mike Wainwright for 9th place. JMW and GR Racing, two of the longest standing teams in ACO Rules GT Racing. JMW been around for 2 decades now, Jim McWhirter and co. Scott Noble bringing this new look effort last year, staying on with the team this year, building something here. This though is Ollie Gray, and he's basically decided it's time for Tubby bye-byes. Off he goes.
Yeah, well, he played the traffic beautifully, forced Jem Bollock-Bashi to the right-hand side of the track and forced Jem to make a decision. Now, looking at, we witnessed the start of the race,
now.
And that's how Giorgio Roda got delayed as well. So what it did was push PJ Hyatt's car across the bows of the 77, and it meant that Roda could go nowhere. He started from pole, but all of a sudden the track was blocked to him because PJ Hyatt had been pushed by Rodrigo Sales into his path.
It also explains, by the way, why PJ, despite the fact we saw him crawling out of La Source, lost so little time, because he was hit so hard, he actually passed LMP2 class cars to the apex.
Yep. And that was the incident of Sebastian Alvarez.
That was the EDEC car, wasn't it? I think that
could
was the
well
EDEC
have been
car.
with the 2 EDEC cars. So it was the red and black car, which is 28. Yeah, okay. So 28 versus 47 was a no further action. There was another no further action between the 3 DKR LMP2 Pro-Am car and the 17 CLX LMP3 car.
Well, that's good news for the LMP3 race and championship leaders.
Indeed.
Meantime, it's busy here in traffic. Duquesne defending from into Europol. So that is Benji Pedersen with Kubish Bukowski. And Kuba has got the better line here, takes that position. Can he hold it? Yes, he can. Through he goes into that lead. Now the 29 comes through for what will be, I'm sure, the drive-through penalty.
So an out lap for Rodrigo Sales becomes an in lap for Rodrigo Sales, and a run through the pit lane which will take about 25 seconds or so. It's a complex pit entry road though, and remember the pit stop's not actually timed until you cross the white line, so that snaky bit off the bus stop chicane is also very, very costly. And we'll wait to see where he emerges, but that's a real shame because it's going to drop the American probably to the back of the field in LMP2 Pro-Am.
We're seeing here, and that's a big run through the gravel again from the 28 car.
So confirmation that we were getting livery right at Bruxelles on the opening lap, and Paul Lafargue has visited the extremities of the Spa-Francorchamps circuit down at Curve Paul Frere.
Ollie Gray then leads this race.
Chmielowski's back behind.
He is indeed, so that's changed again. We'll see whether or not we get a shot of how and when that happened. But Ollie Gray 5 seconds now ahead of the Nielsen Racing car that started from pole and led for much of the first half hour here. But VDS Panis Racing taking the opportunity to open a gap. Almost 4 seconds back to Jonas Reed, who's still in contact there with Matthias Kaiser aboard the 25 Algarve Pro Racing car in 4th. In LMP2 Pro-Am, it is PJ Hyatt, as it's been for some little while. He's got 5.5 seconds on John Falb in the other Nielsen Racing car, the 27. Giorgio Roda right with John Falb, and having made his way back up from the back of the LMP2 Pro-Am field, now back up into 3rd. In LMP3, CLX Motorsport, the hands of Paul Loncher, the championship leaders, lead this race in the 17 car and lead it by 16 seconds after just under half an hour's passed from the WTM by Rinaldi Racing, Duquesne of Torsten Kratz. Fabien Michel sits 3rd for Euro International in their 11 Ligier. LMGT3, Clement Mathieu is fending off what's been a spirited attack by Celia Martin, but that gap is opening up again now. 4.4 seconds to the good, with Martin Berry in the Iron Lynx AMG number 63 about the same distance back. So big gaps beginning to open up in LMGT3. Aston Martin from the Iron Dames Porsche from the Iron Lynx AMG.
If you're unfamiliar with the name of Benjamin Pedersen, by the way, this is his first ELMS race of the season, although he did do 3 races last year with Nielsen.
Did some IndyCar, didn't he?
Yes, but last year's Spa ELMS race Pedersen was part of, so good to bring somebody in who knows this track behind the wheel of an LMP2. But you're right, IndyCar in 2023 with AJ Foyt Enterprises, so bringing some rapid single-seater knowledge to the 2-seater sports cars that we have here.
A couple of pit stoppers, including Francois Perraudot in the 83 and the 47 CLX car for Sebastian Alvarez. So they're both on the pit lane at the moment. A little early, I'd have thought. We'll see. Pedersen, by the way, under investigation of off-track and lasting advantage for car 30. So that retake, which we didn't see, is being taken a look at.
And the difficulty now is that Pedersen's also overtaken Manuel Maldonado, so he can't easily give that place back again to Kuba Śmiechowski, because Śmiechowski is behind the dark blue United Autosports car. So Pedersen in the black and green car, now turning right at campus, is into 6th place, 7th and 8th snapping at his heels though, and then more of a gap back to Ryan Cullen's Vector Sport car. Still quite early to be doing a stop if you're in LMP2, but Sebastian Alvarez might have been suffering from a bit of damage as well after that slight clash with Paul Lafargue, and late on the brakes, Kuba Śmiechowski into the bus stop to pick off Manuel Maldonado. So Kuba says, anything you can do, Benjamin Pedersen, I can do slightly later and arguably better.
Oh, now, big wiggle there for the 47 car.
Top of the rise, that was an outlap, that's why, for Sebastian Alvarez. So if they did tyres on that car, might have been struggling for grip at the very top of Radion.
Vector Sports, number 10 car in the hands of Ryan Cullen from 10th place on pit lane now.
Half an hour done then of the 4 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, and now another incident being looked at. Well, that's the one we spoke about on the opening lap between Alvarez and Paul Lafargue, so that is under review. I thought that had been waved away already. Clearly they've spotted something more.
I think that's a different one, that turn 15.
Yeah, yes, you're right, because it was turn 8 when they clashed on the first lap.
A bit of afters maybe.
Well, turn 15, does that explain why Paul Lafargue was way off in the gravel at Stavelot, the old, what used to be called Stavelot?
On board
right
now
position
with PJ Hyatt, and he's closing on Alex Malikin, who's 11th place in the LMP2 class. So this is the LMP2 Pro-Am leader, bronze rank PJ Hyatt catching the silver, new silver this year, Alex Malikin in the number 37 CLX Pure Racing car. United Autosports 21 in the hands of Daniel Schneider, Brazilian racer, is on pit lane. So some wide varieties here in strategy, pit lane strategy. Some opting to stop early. This will all be around, I'm sure, Johnny, what they're trying to do with burning the driver time.
True, yeah. Everyone got to do an hour, so are some teams electing to effectively split either the silver or the bronze time in half, do a 30-minute stint followed by another 30-minute stint, and then you can worry about all the rest of your drivers after that. I suppose 2 formation laps as well, so that's going to eat in a little bit into the fuel mileage, and a lot of this place is full throttle, certainly the first and the third sectors.
Leader in the pits, Ollie Gray, in the 48 car, also into the pits, the car that was second, the 24 Nielsen Racing car. So Jonas Reed takes the lead at this stage. Decane's number 30 in the hands of Benji Pedersen, also on pit lane, as is the 22 from United in the hands of Manuel Maldonado. So it'll be a little confusing till we get everybody through this pit stop cycle, which is spread over so far 3 laps, and it's going to be more. Jonas
Reed then, for a brief spell, is the leader of the 4 hours of Spa-Francorchamps by virtue of not pitting. Matthias Kaiser up as high as second place for Algarve Pro Racing. Now PJ Hyatt is into the pit lane for his first pit stop, Spike the Dragon's first pit stop for car 99.
Remember, the first stint in these races is always shorter. It's always shorter as we're watching Watt here. That is a bit of an off-track moment for Giorgio Roda.
Oh, and then he wanted the pit lane.
That might well be a penalty. Got to be the right side of that. So that will, I'm sure, be looked at. Why is it shorter? Because they've used the fuel to get to the grid, and we have 2 formation laps.
Evidence on the back of PJ Hyatt's car of the clash between he and Rodrigo Sales, or rather Sales into the back of Spike, and it means that the whole of the rear deck is going to be changed.
Well, he hit him square on, which was the good news. Anything in the middle there would have been far more serious, I'm sure.
True.
That was a very brief delay for the number 99 car. We'll take a look at how long that pit stop took.
That will allay any concern that the legality panel has been compromised. Bang. But what you don't see is Giorgio Roda now stopped. He was in pole and he couldn't get through La Source.
Oh, trouble for the 31 car.
That's Jacques Wolf, unless we've had a driver change. No, none of the LMP3s have stopped yet. So car 31 and starting driver Jacques Wolf in the gravel at Le Com corner, right at the end of the first sector.
That might need some intervention. In comes Jonas Reed, also in Matthias Kaiser. Now, let's see what they do to intervene here. There's potential advantage for people on a pit stop. And what happened here? By himself?
Difficult to tell, because the pink car of, was that Trobodini?
I think that was...
Was it the second of the pink cars, Tim Kresick? Either
way, I saw it, I thought that was the M Racing car.
Well, Trobodini should have been ahead. Of course, they've not... Yeah, now Kresick's gone through the next split, and that's where we see Jacques Wolf drop down the order. But the order of the LMP3 cars as they reached the end of the Camel Straight was Tribodini ahead of Jacques Wolf. So I think you're right that that was likely to be Tim Kresick. Was Tim too far back for there to have been any contact between the two? As more pit stops in LMP2. Oh, virtual safety car.
Virtual safety car is coming in 40 seconds.
Automatically means we'll get a safety car after it. Therefore...
Standby for a virtual safety car in 30 seconds. On standby for a virtual safety car in 25 seconds.
That's a massive foot up for Jem Bollock-Bashi.
And also for the teams that haven't so far stopped.
True. Because everybody else is going to be doing 80 kilometres per hour, and if you've not made a stop yet, you are allowed to do that under a VSC.
That includes Georgios Kolovos, who currently leads, just pits now, and the CLX Pure Racing car.
Virtual safety car, virtual safety car.
So at the moment, courtesy of not having stopped, Georgios Kolovos led LMP2 Pro-Am, pitted just before the virtual safety car came out, which, by the way, he can do, pit stay open. Leading the race is Alex Maliki, by dint of the fact that he has not stopped yet. He will now stop, while the rest of the field who have just stopped may decide to come in and top up with fuel if they want to. There's one or two that might well decide to do that, but he will do his full pit stop under virtual safety car conditions and will lose less track time than anybody else.
He'll lose a lot of positions, but you're right in that he'll be within touching distance of what will be the race leader when it all unwinds, Ollie Gray. But prior to us going into 80 km/h speed limit, there was a 12-second deficit between Gray and Bollock-Bashi, and that'll be zero, well, close to zero, when we restart.
We normally would do at least 2 laps under virtual safety car. The idea is that everybody is given an opportunity to pit. Now, if you're an LMP3 car, you're not really in the fueling window, but it's a great opportunity to burn a long stop.
True.
So it's all about where they think they all are on their strategy. So lots going on here at the moment, and the big brains on the strategy laptops will be, well, you'll be able to see which ones they are. They're the ones with the smoke coming out their ears, because the brain will be going into overdrive. Where's the opportunity and the risk?
At T5, T6 and T7, bear totally left. T5, T6 and T7, bear totally left. We're sending a tractor on track to get rid of the gravel.
Because as Jacques Wolf rejoined, he couldn't really help but drop a bit of gravel onto the racing line, although most of the shaking the car around to loosen those stones was done on the runoff area to the outside of the circuit, so effectively the inside of turn 6, and he was doing quite a good job of trying to deposit most of that gravel not on the road surface. May well have driven off the track between turns 7 and 8 to do exactly the same thing too.
Malikin in the final sector. A good pit stop routine here from CLX Pure Racing could be a massive boost to their chances. Alex Malikin not really on the pace in his stint on track, was pretty much last of the LMP2 cars, but he's been elevated to the lead because everybody else has pitted, and now will get the opportunity to do his routine pit stop under these virtual safety car conditions.
Antares Owl is back with the Mercedes of Martin Berry, so these cars now second and third. That's because some of the pit stops
has pitted.
Yeah, but Owl was dropping time from Berry, so I don't know how he's gathered some of that time back up again, because everyone's going the same speed right now. But it could just be down on pure pace, and maybe Berry made a slight error. But it did look like, as soon as Berry got ahead of the Porsche, well, was ahead anyway, but as soon as they both overtook Duncan Cameron, Berry built something like an 8-second lead.
These two guys will know each other very well. Raced together all around the place. Martin Berry, Australian based in Singapore, and Terrace Out, based in Hong Kong. Most lovely guys, by the way, exactly the kind of characters we love to have in the paddock amongst our non-pro driver squads.
So they're going to be nose to tail. Well, everyone's going to be nose to tail. They are nose to tail currently in the virtual safety car. But then remember, everybody will be bunched up behind an actual safety car, and there will be a pass around to make sure that none of these lower categories are interrupted by where the overall leader currently sits. So
Malikin on pit lane and out again now, and I think has maybe dropped 3 or 4 places. He's not dropped back to 13th where he was before this. That's what's happened, and on the safety car, he's going to be right with the leader.
Exactly.
Having burned that time, that's a massive plus for CLX Pure Racing. They've had precious little luck so far this year. That's a big dose of it right now.
Remember that one's driver time it's fine to use or burn your drive time under a virtual safety car and a safety car. The only bit that doesn't count towards your total drive time is the time spent in the pits. So that last 1 minute and 17 seconds for Alex Malikin will not count, but otherwise he is using up the hour that he's got to do in the number 37 CLX Pure Racing car.
So Kubikovsky has stopped a second time under this virtual safety car. So I'm guessing that's a simple top up with fuel to just extend the window for him. To see Cyril Bitterbull, who's the team principal for the Genesis Magma Racing effort we've got coming for the FIA World Endurance Championship. Now that is the M Racing car, and that was a replacement of the front bodywork. That was the car we thought might have been involved.
Yeah, possibly.
The issue with which car was it we saw off?
Well, Jacques Wolf was in the gravel, but I don't think it was Tribadini. I think Tribadini was ahead of him. I think it was more likely to have been Tim Crescent if there was contact at all. That looked more like a setup change, actually, because there's a little hatch you can take off the front of an LMP3 car, do some adjustment to suspension, and then put it back on again. And again, if you're going to do that, better to do it under a virtual safety car. Ivan Muller was watching on as the number 99 car of PJ Hyatt works its way out of La Source. Running now in 4th position. John Falb cycled back to the front of LMP2 Pro Am.
Well, the other change, by the way, is Jonas Reed is up in 2nd ahead of the Nielsen Racing car now. So that's another change through that pit stop cycle. So
car
Nielsen
63,
Racing.
car 63, can you please correct your speed? Car 63, can you please correct your speed?
Oh, that's Martin Berry.
Correct your speed. I don't think he's going at 80 kilometres per hour. That might explain why Antares Au is right on the boot lid of the Mercedes. I told you that was something like an 8-second gap before we then went into virtual safety car.
So they've got an incorrectly set speed limiter.
And remember, you need one for the pit lane in this series, which is 60 kph.
Is he on the wrong limiter?
You need one for a virtual safety car or a full course yellow, which is 80 kph. So is he actually circulating at 60, which will in turn be slowing down Antares Au, who is doing totally the right thing. You're not allowed to overtake, and you can only go at 60 kph potentially if that is the problem. It does explain why Berry has dropped so far back. Well, everyone will be bunched up again behind the safety car, so it will be corrected ultimately.
And now we're getting the LMGT3s on pit lane, in fact the top three, and that is Clement Mathieu. We can see the Aston Martin from Racing Spirit Le Mans right here, the 59 car that's led pretty much from the start. Then Martin Berry, then Antares Au. A little bit of slow-mo action for the number 17 car. They have not stopped under this safety car, the virtual safety car, and they lead by 35. Okay, it's 35 seconds at this speed. It's a little misleading.
I'm intrigued by the progress potentially of Duncan Cameron as well. Duncan's just come in too, so the potential, of course, was that Duncan Cameron might have been delayed by the antics or unintentional antics of Martin Berry, and maybe a mix-up between the two speed limiters. But Berry's pitted, Antares Au has pitted, Duncan Cameron now in as well for his first stop of the race, and away we go again. So Clement Mathieu very much in the clear, Celia Martin to second, and that could be a change as well. Duncan Cameron came in. I thought Duncan Cameron came in from fourth place, so Celia Martin feeding back into the mix. Martin Berry remaining third. Antares Au, though, will be saying, if we'd only got the hurry up, I might be in a slightly better position than this. I know they're all going to be bunched up, but the fact that Berry got to the pit lane a lot later than planned has potentially changed the order of LMGT3.
Here. This is not a camera angle I'm used to.
It's the exit of Radion.
Sure why.
Good view of, maybe just because it was a good view.
This virtual safety car regime, it's given a whole other range of potential strategies that the teams can throw at it. There are few better to explain the difference between how a good and a bad strategy can affect your racing than a man who has won 5 times at Le Mans but lost 14 times at Le Mans. Usually I think a bad strategy. Ollie Gavin, welcome to the show.
What a great intro. Thank you, Graham, so much for that teeing up so nicely. Great to see you. Good afternoon, everybody.
I do wonder sometimes why you keep coming back with an intro like that. You know, you could make the option of, do you know what, I just don't need this guy in my life anymore.
Get that a lot.
Slowly dawning on me. I think it's, you know, I'm a bit dim sometimes, and you know, it is slowly but surely dawning on me that I'm working with half wit, would you call it?
I'd question,
I
question
in fact,
the
a full wit at times.
Ollie, it's a beautiful day here. Nice crowd as well. Great grid. And some good racing at the start of that race. Anybody that stood out for you?
Well, I was marvelling in the robust defence of Jonas Reed with Ollie Gray trying to get by him coming up the Kemmel Straight. That was pretty spectacular, and Ollie certainly laid down a bit of a marker here today. And that VDS Panis car is certainly very, very quick. I think that the grids and the orders got a little bit sort of mixed up. We had that wet weather for qualifying, didn't we? And I think it's put a slightly different spin on how this first part of the race is going to go. But yeah, it's a beautiful day here, and I think that the change today from yesterday, I think, has sort of caught a few teams on the hop a little bit, because the sun is out, as we can see right now, and that track temp has really gone up, and I think a few people are hunting for balance, and I think that's what we're seeing certainly all throughout the order.
Nowadays, your career, it's a mixed bag, isn't it? It includes looking after a number of drivers at various stages of their careers. We see you here in the European Le Mans Series paddock. Just give us an impression of...
Safety car deployed. Safety car deployed. We are under safety car.
We'll explain that in just a moment.
Car 48, keep your speed. Car 48, keep your speed. All the others pick up the pace to queue up behind car 48.
It's always great to get those instructions.
Car 48, keep your speed. It's not going at 100 kilometers an hour. It was asked to be at 80.
I love how direct he is.
Car 48, can you please drop to 80 kilometers an hour?
This is about positioning the 48s for the introduction of ex-child pianist and vocalist Pedro Cachero, as I was telling to Ollie a little earlier.
I still think you're setting me up for something. There's going to be some gag in there somewhere.
Let's fill the gap. Genuinely keen to hear what you think about the position. The racing is excellent, the European Le Mans Series, but in terms of the sport and the industry behind the sport, its position right now in what is a blossoming period for endurance racing, for the various levels of drivers, established pros, emerging pros, gentlemen drivers.
Well, we were just seeing some pictures here of the Genesis Magma Sport, the IDEC entry, and down there in that garage.
T15. Let's try and queue up behind the leader, please. All cars to try and queue up as soon as possible behind the leader.
You're seeing, a manufacturer really sort of get that sort of foundation in and that bedding in so that they can then use this P2 operation in ELMS to then leapfrog into the World Endurance Championship and their hypercar entry. So, that's just one example of how this championship is being seen as like that springboard, and that also that sort of learning area, that sort of
Okay.
But no, it's just kind of like a springboard for so many drivers, teams, manufacturers who are just trying to understand the sport a little bit more. And I think that is, the real value here of the ELMS.
The phrase shop window occurs in terms of driving talent, in terms of the racecraft, and at pretty much every level, whether it's drivers, whether or not it's the teams themselves as a unit, or for that matter, some of the personnel in those teams.
Yep.
Because there's clearly the ladder in sports car racing is going higher and it's
Car
wider.
59. Could you please pick up the pace? Car 59, can I kindly ask you to pick up the pace?
Eduardo's still giving out the instructions, and
Well,
there's an awful lot here to sort of keep up with, and certain teams are better at it than others.
Well, to explain why you're hearing that tone from Eduardo, the track is clear. He wants to get this race underway. He doesn't want any more laps on the safety car than he has to, and what he's trying to do here is gives everybody a chance to be on the back of that train.
The other thing that we've got to get to eventually is the pass around, mind you, and the pass around's got to be organised by your individual team manager engineer. They've got to work out whether you're eligible to overtake, and that will be done in a short period of time to make sure that all of the categories are in the correct order once we are racing again. So no shortage of action, not least in LMP2 Pro-Am at the first corner of the race, because although getting away well, Jem Bolokbashi, there was a collision further back which forced PJ Hyatt ahead of Giorgio Roda, who was the pole sitter in LMP2 Pro-Am. So all of a sudden the white car, silver car, couldn't go anywhere. The road was blocked after that collision when Sales ran into the back of Spike the Dragon, and it meant that PJ Hyatt was slow away from La Source as well. GTs, thankfully, as they arrived on the scene was relatively clear. Side-by-side action early doors between Ben Pedersen and Kubish Michalski. Didn't spot that the first time around, but they were continually at it, actually, about half an hour later when they were jostling for position on several occasions. There was a little bit of a touch for Sebastian Alvarez versus Paul Lafargue at Bruxelles, but that was judged as a racing incident as the EDEC Sport car scampered away down the hill. Good overtake from Celia Martin early on to dive down the inside of Duncan Cameron for second position. And Duncan most likely driving to his delta time, not too flustered by those early overtakes. Francois Perrodo getting ahead of Daniel Schneider at the first corner as well. And this great opportunistic driving from Ollie Gray, who was all over the back of Jonas Reed, but eventually got a cracking run up the Kemmel Straight, used a bit of the grass, used a bit of that white line, and despite the dust clearing, Esteban Masson would have preferred to have been in the car, I think, rather than observing that. He put a hand on the shoulder of Charles Milesi, but their man was through into the lead of the race. Meantime, a slight off-track manoeuvre for Francois Perrodo meant that he then was fighting with Rodrigo Sales and those places would be reversed again. Here was the chance for Ollie Gray then around the outside of Cem Bolokbashi, who was delayed behind one of the LMP3s. Just a slight bit of indecisiveness from the Turkish racer, and the lead change happened there. Pedersen back in the European Le Mans Series about a year on since he last sampled action with Nielsen Racing. He's now with Duquesne, and a stonking fight between he and Kuba Śmiechowski in the yellow-fronted Inter Europol competition car, because Pedersen then took him back again. There were elements, or possible elements, of needing to give a position back, because Pedersen might have done one of them whilst he was outside the track limits. The pit stops began slightly earlier than Graham and I had expected because of those 2 formation laps. So LMP2 cars barely reaching 30 minutes before heading into the pit lane. Jacques Wolf, we reckon, going off on his own in the number 31 car. That was at Les Combes, into the gravel, tried to get it out immediately, but straight into the stones, even deeper, which caused a virtual safety car and a chance for those that hadn't pitted yet to do so whilst everyone else was doing 80 kph, including Alexander Malikin for CLX Pure Racing. So that's a big win for car 37. And as all virtual safety cars are ended with a proper safety car period, we're now under that with information about the start of the pass-around. So this is to equalise the rest of the categories, and we will restart shortly.
If this is the overall classification, VDS Panis Racing lead, forget the gaps, that's immaterial beyond the safety car, from Einlich's Proton the 9, and the 24 car that started from the pole position. LMP2 Pro-Am, Nielsen Racing 27 leads the way from AF Corsa and Proton competition. So AO by TF has lost out there, likely to do with that rear bodywork delaying them on pit lane. CLX Motorsport Championship leaders lead LMP3 in their Ligier, ahead of the Duquesne number 12 from WTM by Rinaldi, with the 11 Euro International Ligier in third. And then in LMGT3, Racing Spirit Le Mans and their Aston Martin still lead from the Iron Dames 85 Porsche and the 63 Iron Lynx AMG. Pass around has begun. That's principally pretty much all, bar the first 2 cars of the LMGT3 field, are allowed to pass the safety car and rejoin the safety car queue to taking a full lap at increased speed. The one outlier, by the way, is Rodrigo Sales, who is a bit of a winner here because all the ground he lost with that drive-through he's now going to pretty much regain by rejoining the back of the queue. So it's effectively a reset if they were caught ahead of their class leader in the train.
Yeah, if you're trapped behind the safety car and in front of your class leader, you are eligible for a pass around. But remember, it's the team that's got to be on top of that. They send the message to the driver to say, you can pass. You're not told as such by Eduardo or any of the rest of his team.
Ollie, again, I mean, you've been part of numerous championships in all sorts of different cars. There's been all sorts of ways in which you manage caution periods. Virtual safety car is a relatively new one. How do you think it's slotting into the endurance racing
I think it works well. I mean, it is quite a long process and a long period, but I think it has to be that long to be fair for everybody and to give everybody the chance, and then also for everybody to have this possibility of the pass around to kind of get everybody back to an equal footing, because I think otherwise it would swing it one way then the other. So I think that it's a necessary thing, but everybody wants to be racing all of the time, but you recognise somewhere like here, long lap, it can be, slightly longer than necessarily would like.
And clear instructions, vitally important.
It is, and just touching on Johnny's point, the instructions and the regulations are there for every team to read, and it is upon the team to read those and get that message to the driver. Now, the drivers also need to understand the situation and understand the regulations, and not all of them do. And so you can't babysit the driver all the time. And so it is within the team's interest to keep relaying those messages and that information to the drivers, because the driver, once he puts his helmet on, puts the visor down, he might not be quite as smart as when he has the helmet off.
We'll investigate over a beer which drivers you're talking about later.
He's talking about himself.
Exactly. I know from personal experience.
I'm pretty sure we're talking about Tommy Miller, almost certainly.
It's a fair shot.
It's a long list.
Afternoon, Tommy.
Yeah, going to say, there's no right to reply from poor old Tommy.
Yeah, how mean.
Car 77, sorry, Tommy. Car 77, Giorgio Roda, under investigation, driving standards.
Was that as he came into the pit lane? I saw
Yes, you're right. You're right, it'll be
shot
that.
up the inside of the P3 car and then decided, oh, I need to go into the pit lane.
And he took out
knocked
the
off the
bollard.
pylon.
Yeah, which I'm pretty sure that, I think you're right.
But there's also a blend line at pit in.
Yes.
So therefore you've got to be the right side of that. Not only the bollard, but if you can then clean the bollard out. I suppose you're removing a bit of the evidence along the way through, aren't you? There wasn't a bollard there.
Honest Your Honour.
It wasn't the worst entry to the pit lane I've seen in Spa. We did a Bond race some years ago, ended up with a Lamborghini on its roof at exactly that point.
Oh.
That was what you might call a bit of a fumble.
Race control, 120, 140.
So Pedro is being given the instruction to
120, 140.
increase his speed and get these racing beasts that are behind him here, back up to that sort of temperature in the operating windows that all of these P2 cars need to operate in and function in. So that gives all these drivers an opportunity to get that tyre up to temperature, the brakes up to temperature, and so that when we do restart, that we're not starting on stone cold equipment, and turn one is another safety car period.
Safety car on, yes.
I wonder whether Pedro Cusero is after a bit more exposure. Do you remember what happened at Imola, where he was going round and round, testing whether the session could continue in the very, very wet? And those in our TV truck put that conversation to air.
Thank you. Shall I go full speed now?
Which sort of...
I would keep that speed, because apparently it's the full speed movement that ends up causing then the big gaps, which have to do with tire temperature and all that. So I'm curious in keeping you between 120 and 140 to understand how the behavior is. Okay, copy. Safety car 120, 140.
It's great to hear them talking about this and going backwards and forwards on it, because they're all the time, they recognise that this is a fluid situation, and they're wanting to make sure that the drivers are finding the sweet spot and the right, point to get everything back up to temp, but not have this massive concertina effect where you've got huge gaps in between the groups of cars.
Well, it also shows, by the way, we heard that from Eduardo, apparently that's what causes, he's listening to what the teams are telling him.
Safety car to race control.
Yep.
Go ahead, safety car. Okay, just to confirm, EMG's left? Yeah, we're fed up of having you on track, yeah, do come in.
Firm friends,
Okay,
long-time colleagues.
Left. And lights off, lights off.
Just-
car in this lap, safety car in this lap.
It made me laugh in the Imola paddock, because I think you and I, Graham, were the first to inform Pedro, our safety car driver, that he was actually going to air. And he said, was I?
Please remind drivers,
because this is a new
safety
thing,
car
but
is
it's great.
coming in. You need to cross the line before you start overtaking. Pit entry is still closed. Pit entry is still closed.
Ollie Gray's backed them up pretty early here.
Well, Ollie did prove able to pull away from the field, having cleared Jonas Reed, and then Kim Bullock-Basie earlier. He's going to be, I should think, reasonably confident he can do it again. We're under 3 hours to go, and we're about to get the go juice again.
But once you've decided to go this slow, the next speed change is the only one you can make.
Completely.
So as soon as Gray gets on the loud pedal, he's got to go and go for good towards the bus stop chicane.
Full commit.
Yeah, because otherwise all confusion behind, and that's against the rules anyway if you start to brake test fellow drivers. So Gray now does up the pace, and actually reacting pretty well to that. Jonas Reed in second position in the number 9 Iron Lynx Proton car. Jem Bullock-Bashi's in that queue, and everybody else, that ripple effect all the way down the field now, picking up the speed. No overtaking before the line. Bullock-Bashi actually thought about an overtake and then remembered he couldn't do it into the bus stop chicane.
Maybe someone was just reminding him.
Quite possibly so. So this is a second opportunity now for Bullock-Bashi to be involved in this lead fight. Huge gain for the 37 car, though, of Alexander Malikin. We touched on that during the pit stop phase. Down the inside will go the Vector Sport Ryan Cullen car on Malikin, so wasting no time there. The 37 car needs to, having had a difficult start to the season, need to try and get a good result after this huge advantage in the opening safety car phase, Graham.
It's a massive opportunity, isn't it, for the team, having really failed to get going this season. Next under pressure from the team car, the 47 car of Sebastian Alvarez. But the time they've saved with this and the positions they've gained up the inside.
That was robust on Jonas. A little bit of contact there.
That was quite late.
It was very late, but he was very direct with his move. And that was very, very late. I'm not sure what they're going to say there. Because Jonas had to take to the escape road.
Well, that's going to help Ollie Gray ahead of this pair, isn't it? That's delayed them by a few more tenths. You can see the gap that's built up. Ollie Gray got the loud pedal at the optimum moment, past us 8 tenths ahead, and this is going to be a wider gap by the time we get to the next timing.
Nielsen have certainly seen an upturn in speed and form this weekend, and having both of their Pro and Pro-Am cars at the front. Admittedly, it was a wet qualifying, but they seem to be running there at the front on merit now, which is good to see. Also closed back up, of course, but sticking with the leader this time. Celia Martin, having tried to work back from what was a 6-second gap at one point, got it back to about 2.7, then drew back out to about 4.5. This time sticking with it. Also Martin Berry. Remember, Martin was the first driver in the pass-around, so he'd effectively lost a lap before the pass-around process. That's why we have it. And there he is in a battle for second position.
United. 22, possibly. I think it's the red-roofed LMP2 car.
Dragged off.
And
just wiggled, lost it, and all the way through. And then it had a big snap, and then he's a passenger all the way through.
That's a big hit.
Straight into the tyre barrier there, but you could see the car snap as he came off of the apex.
It's Manuel Maldonado.
So safety car. The 22 car.
Safety car immediately scrambled, correctly so.
And no need for a virtual safety car.
The trouble as well.
So was that as things slowed down coming out of Blanchimont, or no, the car losing it again?
Is it DKR?
I thought it was Roda.
No, it's Roda, you're right.
I'm not sure who's dropping down the order.
The 77 car of Roda's reached the line, so it can't be Giorgio Roda.
Is it the Nielsen car?
Is it John Falb in 27? It looked a little bit like a Nielsen car.
So those two accidents were very, very similar.
It's Falb.
John Falb in the 27, who had led previously in this race, the LMP2 Pro-Am field. We were already into a safety car before that happened, or maybe both occurred, and then the decision to go in a safety car. To be honest, either one of those incidents would have caused this intervention. But unlike the earlier stoppage, we're not going to go virtual safety car. Good to see Manuel Maldonado out of a very battered 22 car. The tyre wall sort of doing its job. The danger is you go in with such energy, it actually pings you back out and almost back to the racetrack again. But the gravel trap stopped any further progress.
He lost it on the rear, he's in on the curb, he's gone through the gravel, then it's a snap that he goes back on the tarmac, and then he's a passenger all the way into the tyre barrier. Huge, huge accident. That's most probably pinged the sensor that's in the car that he's going to need to go off and be assessed.
Yeah, looks to me what's happened there. I think it's a little bit of backing up and maybe a bit of a fumble by... What's happened here? That's the 57 car.
San is just backing up, and then it's everybody's come over the crest there.
That's it. It's backing up.
So completely unsighted at this point. Our camera angle is showing it very clearly, but as you're coming over that crest, you can see nothing at this point. And those guys have done brilliantly to avoid running into the back of one another, but that's really another spot that's so dangerous on this track.
Well, the other thing to say here, we talk a little bit, but probably not enough, about the improved safety standards in motor racing. That car, large impact that it was, behaved exactly as it should.
It did, and it's gone into that row of tyres there, but they're only too deep there, and then it's into a concrete wall, and that's the reason why it's ripped off this left front tyre. So it is just due to the way that the accident happened and the way that the car walked across the track. Then it got onto that curb, then it dragged through that little bit of gravel, then back onto the tarmac, which then grabbed it again and then spat it left, and then through the gravel, and then he was a passenger. But John's
out the car.
Yeah, it's John. He looked a little bit sort of ginger the way that he was getting out the car, but again, this one, he just starts to lose the rear, just here. And then he's chasing it and he's lost it. And he was kind of shallow on his exit. And he's already, the front axle was loaded and the rear was gone.
If you were here with the World Endurance Championship, it's a not dissimilar shunt we saw from Michael Christensen in the factory Porsche. The only difference there is Michael actually bobbled over the curb to the inside. John lost that in the middle of the track.
Yeah, that's low pressures and low temperatures.
So it's as a result of running for a few laps behind the safety car.
Absolutely. And that's what we were talking about. It links back to the pace car, safety car, and how fast that's going, and how people prepare the car back into the race, and how they get the car back to the green flag. And there's just still some work there, most probably for John and also for Mr. Maldonado to work on that preparation of getting the car back to racing.
If you missed the last few moments, 2 different incidents as we went back to green flag racing. The first for Manuel Maldonado, losing the car through the gravel and then into the tyre barrier to the outside heavily. That car out of the race with serious front end damage. He stepped away from the car, and we don't ever say looks to be fine, but he stepped out the car under his own steam and will go to the medical centre, I'm sure. And then moments later, coming out of Stavolo, the incident that you've just heard Ollie Gavin describing from John Falb into the wall on the outside of the run down to the bus stop, front and rear impacts for the 27 Nielsen Racing LMP2 Pro-Am car. That car too out of the race, but John Falb stepping away from the car.
Yeah, I just hope he's okay. He just looked to have a bit of a limp and a bit of a... He didn't look to be moving that freely, but it was quite the impact. And yeah, Nielsen Racing are going to be desperately disappointed.
Yeah.
They were running so well, particularly in the Pro-Am class, and I think they really thought that it was going to be their day.
The problem with losing it to the inside of Blanchimont is that that's exposed concrete, because in the design of a racetrack, it's much more likely for a car to go out wide coming through the double left at 16 and 17. So you've got quite a wide tyre wall and a gravel trap there, but the concrete wall is probably, I don't know, 10 metres away from the edge of the track, so you're going to hit that pretty hard and pretty quickly.
And there's no forgiveness there at all, and that's just part of the makeup of Spa. And I've seen a number of drivers go off there and have some really terrible accidents, but it is, everybody knows it, and like you just said there, Johnny, you know, you're looking to, any of those incidents, you're looking to go to the outside, and John just lost it and then was chasing it, and then by the time he'd caught it, the car was already pointing across the track, and then it just arrowed in and he was a passenger.
So 2 very badly damaged cars, sadly. They can be fixed, with much more of a concern for the 2 drivers, but as we said, they will go to the on-track medical centre for checks. Manuel Maldonado and John Falb now retirements, and it means that neither one of their 2 co-drivers in each case are going to get any race action today. That's the real disappointment as well in sports car racing, if there's an incident in the opening few stints.
Those two corners there, they're both high speed and they're both very close to being flat out, and they should be flat out in a P2 car. And it's just, as you've got the temperature back into the tyre, you're being given confidence, you've got the platform back in the tyre, you're feeling like you're fully able to load and commit the car to the corner. But if you just grab a bit of curb, or if you just put too much steering input in, or if you just are just that tick too aggressive, you know, with any of the controls, it can unload that outside corner, and all of a sudden the car starts to slide, and then you're chasing it, and it's that terrible sort of situation where you've got all of a sudden a big slide on, and then you've got a lot of grip. And both of those accidents were caused by having a slide and then all of a sudden a lot of grip from the rest of the corners of the car.
Is it more difficult to judge tyre temp and tyre pressure after a safety car when you're still moving, compared to stone cold tyres from a pit stop, where you kind of, you know, you've got a reference point of absolutely no grip, whereas that's a sort of bit in the middle?
It is, and you just saw there, he's kind of chasing the car across the gravel. In that first part, he's gone across the curb, he's chasing it through the gravel, and then when the car gets reintroduced onto the tarmac, all of a sudden the 4 wheels aren't going in the same direction. They're all going slightly different directions, and all of a sudden it bites, and then it spits him across the track, and then he's a passenger.
He's trying to deal with one problem. He's going off track. He's dealing with that problem through the gravel. That's a second input, and then it grips, and he's in all the wrong places.
In that spot, it's better actually for it to be all gravel all the way.
Yeah.
You know, just reintroducing that piece of tarmac has actually caused that huge accident.
You know, we saw 2 different accidents with some common factors, of course. It's where TV sometimes doesn't tell the whole story of the forces that you're dealing with in a race car. These cars are quicker than they look on TV.
They are.
The grip, you cannot translate it to TV. and when that grip isn't there when you expect it to be there, you're going quicker than probably most people realise.
You're going unbelievably quick, and these cars have so much aerodynamical downforce, but also the Michelin tyres are working so well, and they're designed to operate in that particular window, and that when they're not quite in that window, the car can become very, very snappy and very unpredictable. And you introduce then the curb and then gravel, and then going off the gravel back onto the tarmac, and all four wheels not pointing quite in the right direction, and then it's almost impossible to chase the car from that point. So it's a really tough one for both of those drivers.
Just want to catch up with another investigation for race control and the stewards to look at. Incident involving car 9, that's Jonas Reed, under review. Off-track lasting advantage at turn 5, that's Les Combes, the exit of Les Combes.
Well, yeah, but he got hit by Bollock Bashi, so he'll say, well, I got driven in that part.
It's under investigation.
Because I did think it was in the realms of needing to give the position back had there not been contact. But because Jem threw one up the inside and they made side-to-side contact, he will argue, I only went off track because I got a whack from the inside. So
I'm sure Christian is
reviewed.
Yeah, definitely arguing the case.
Yes.
Robustly,
I would say very robustly.
Christian's his dad, by the way. If you've not heard of Christian Reed, where on earth have you been?
He recently retired several times, Christian Reed.
He's had quite a few goes at it. Retirement, that is.
So, cars coming by the incident scene for John Falb, as obviously retirement for the 27. Well, while we got the cars under control of the safety car, let's go down to Steph Wentworth, who's in the pit lane, and she's got with her James Allen from Nielsen Racing.
I'm joined down here in the pit lane by James Allen, driver of the number 24 Nielsen Racing, and it's such a shame we won't get to see you in the car today, but it looks as though it's got a lot of pace and you guys are running really well.
Yeah, I mean, we've had pretty good pace all weekend, both between us and the 24 car, so it was really honestly quite exciting, especially the fantastic start that John had. It's just unfortunate we don't know what happened, whether he had a puncture or something like that, but it's a very uncharacteristic thing for John to do, so we'll have to look into it. So yeah, disappointing way to end the day, but that's how racing goes sometimes, unfortunately.
And on to stronger at the next race in Silverstone. Of course, what are you learning to take into that track? Because it's the first time ELMS is going to be there in 6 years, so there's a lot of new characteristics to explore.
Yeah, I mean, Silverstone is probably in terms of average speed, probably the fastest track on the calendar, so it'll be a lot for a lot of new people to come and learn it. It's definitely not an easy track to get your head around. The team are all preparing and getting ready for that in 3 weeks' time, and we're all really excited because every driver in a P2 loves high-speed corners, so they're really looking forward to Silverstone, and so am I. It should be good.
All right, best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, some repair work for Nielsen Racing to do on one side of the garage in the, 3 weeks or so between now and the visit to the UK. But it might be not until they get that car back before they realise precisely what has happened there. It could have been a mistake from John Falb after the safety car phase, but we can't rule out something breaking or a tyre, even just a slow puncture, which caused that. It's tough to say from this distance.
May well be that Steph gets an opportunity to catch up with John. He will be going to the medical centre. That's the way the rules work. But I'm sure he'll make his way back to the garage. John, of course, a late replacement for Tony Wells. In fact, we've got both of the cars passing us on the flatbeds at the moment. I can tell you right front of the Nielsen car is where most of the damage is. We can see there. We'd already seen the damage to the United number 22, and that looked to me, gentlemen, to be pretty significant damage. Both corners of the front of the 22 car.
Yeah, the 22, I would say, is the one that is sicker of the two, but I think it's just going to come by us now, actually.
Somewhat shorter Orica than it was.
But the safety cell around the race driver entirely uninterrupted.
It's
it's
remarkable.
Rock solid.
In the days of carbon, full carbon survival cells, it is remarkable what these cars the punishment will take. I mean, Ollie, your time goes back to, well, I think most of the cars.
It wasn't Chariot. Before we start on that, it was definitely automotive. It wasn't black and white.
But joking aside, and we shouldn't joke about safety, amongst the areas of this sport where the biggest steps forward have been taken is safety.
It is, and it's great to see. I mean, you just see those 2 accidents, and it's quite remarkable how this Oreca chassis withstands the impact and takes care of the driver, and that's something that every driver gets confidence from. I know from my days of competing in the American Le Mans Series and the IMSA Championship with Corvette Racing that I took a great amount of confidence for the team that I was driving with in Corvette Racing, and how seriously they took the safety of their drivers and the crash structures and all of the different nets and all of the different
side impact.
The side impact, and also the rear view cameras and the radar systems and all kinds of things that trying to stop the incident happening before it even starts, you know.
Coming into the sport at about the same time as we were moving to the States, so that's where our kind of courses coincided. What impressed me was that you were seeing teams like Corvette Racing operating at the cutting edge of this with the GT1 era, coming up with safety solutions that were then adopted with no complaint whatsoever from Corvette, because it took that part of it forward. The rear facing is a Bosch system, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
That's now pretty much standard across
every single GT3 car, and even in some of the P cars as well, P2 cars. So yeah, you're seeing that, and it's amazing to see that advance of safety and the different materials that are being used and the science and the knowledge being applied, and not stopping in that process of safety and understanding of how they can look after, whether it's the seat or whether it's the head impact, the side impact with the head and neck restraint systems, or whether it's the nets that are inside the cars. And then they're thinking about, okay, how can drivers, when they've had an incident, how do they extract the driver from the car? All those sorts of things are super important.
One of the things that is going to happen relatively soon, apologies, don't know how many laps we've had of this.
I was just working that out. I think this might be the end of the 3rd lap.
In which case pits will be open next time around, which is good news for anybody that's got to get a driver out of the car, because we're well within the point now where the drivers that need to have done an hour have done so.
Yep.
And this is, if we stay on the safety car, an opportunity for that driver change to be made. A lot of these cars will not need fuel, but it will give them the opportunity to execute a driver change and top up with fuel with relatively little delay.
And it really mixes up that strategy. Some guys will go for it, some guys won't, and you'll see this real difference that won't play out all the way through to the end of the race. And so that kind of keeps everybody watching and keeps it exciting, and it keeps those guys behind the laptops really working as well, trying to cover off every scenario and situation.
It's more awkward for GT though, because you've got to do 90 minutes as a bronze.
There you go,
and we're not quite there yet.
We're not right there. That is trickier. One final question in this kind of phase for you, Ollie. Amongst all joking aside, your massive achievements in the sport and your multifaceted role in the sport to this day, you got into this and remain in this because you're a massive enthusiast. Silverstone's coming. You've seen some massive success back there when you were a lad.
When I was a lad.
But if just a message for anybody out there that's wondering, should I come?
Oh, I mean, Silverstone is an amazing facility that has really put on a brilliant show, and they are embracing the European Le Mans Series coming to that track, and I believe ticket sales are really, really strong, and I'm sure that the European Le Mans Series will put on an amazing weekend, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to be there myself, and certainly really looking forward to being back sort of at the home of racing.
How's your fitness at the moment? Keen runner?
My fitness with running is not so good. My fitness on the bicycle is better, but I think all of the years of driving and competing has played some havoc with my feet.
We've got an opportunity on the safety cars. I'm going to give it a massive plug for reasons that will become obvious. Something I wasn't aware of until about 10 minutes before this race. In support of Chris Hoy's charity to assist stage 4 cancer sufferers, there is a run on the Silverstone, full Silverstone Grand Prix circuit on Friday evening, £10, and all of that is going to aid Sir Chris Hoy's charity. That's some place to go for a run.
It is an amazing place, and actually, one of the things I've actually done a number of running races around there, and one of the things you don't realise is how much elevation there is in the track, and that you see it as just a flat airfield. But it's not. There is quite a lot of elevation change there, and through myself running there, I've actually fallen foul of it and gone off way too fast, thinking, oh, it's going to be lovely and flat and easy, and then you get into the sort of back section of the racetrack, sort of coming up to Abbey and that sort of area, and it's like, my word, it's uphill.
I'm going to put my hand up right now and
You're going to do it?
I will do it.
Oh, wow.
I'll do it for two reasons. I think Chris Hoy is just a fantastic dude and such an inspiration. ELMS champion, let's not forget, back in 2015. I'll be walking it, not running it, because I'm not fit enough and I'll probably hurt myself if I do. But I do actively encourage, if you're coming, please come and do that. It's a great cause. We had Chris in the booth for the 24 Hours of Le Mans this year, and we wanted to talk to him about racing, about whatever else is going on. And we didn't ask him about his current predicament. If you're not aware, Sir Chris is a stage 4 cancer patient right now, and it was him that raised it. He did it in such a classy way. There was not a dry eye in that booth. And come and support this, because
he's a wonderful man.
He's a fantastic guy. Come and support it. Come and see us at the European Le Mans Series. If you can get there for Friday evening.
I'll come and do it with you, GG.
There you go. We'll have a walk around. I'll bring the ice cream. Oh, sorry, not supposed to do that.
Well, I thought that was the third reason you might be doing it, because there was a bowl of ice cream that we would all supply you at the end. That's sort of at the flag point, you know, to call you round.
That's what motivates GG.
Yeah, there's just a beer at the end there. But it's a nice walk on a Friday evening. Come along and do it for a tenner, and it's all going to an absolutely fantastic cause. So safety car coming round for. We'd normally be told that this is the third lap. It's definitely not coming in. So Pedro Gutierrez still at the head of this field, but at some point we'll be told whether or not the pit lane is going to be open at the end of the next lap.
We've just seen some pictures there inside the Kessel garage, and the drivers who are going in second. I think
ready?
James Collado was not. Yeah, he's not ready, not yet.
Well, that's because, as Johnny quite rightly says, well, here now it will be 90 minutes.
James is just getting ready now, like we're seeing on another screen. Yep. So it is going to be very, very close here, I think, to this 90 minutes.
It doesn't look right, does it? James Collado in anything other than a red overall. He's there in full car guy setup. There he is.
Interesting that James is going to go in next, and Ben Tuck will be taking the finish.
Wow.
Yes.
Well, that shows huge confidence in Ben.
Yeah, it does, and it's something that Kessel have been working on, and you know, Ben has developed brilliantly into, you know, this very, very fast young professional in the sport, and he's got a very bright future, I believe. And Kessel are huge advocates of his, and you know, it's a wonderful team down there.
Yeah. So James Collado getting in, and he'll be in action again in a couple of weeks' time at the FIA World Endurance Championship, leading the championship for RAF Corsa, of course.
I was just looking at the safety car laps according to Ollie Gray's lap time. So, for instance, his 26th lap was a 5 minutes 29 second lap. He then did a 5:05, a 4:55, and a 4:33. So you can tell that the speed of the safety car is slowly picking up. But I just wonder whether the first of those wasn't a complete safety car lap. Therefore, it requires 3 complete safety car laps. We've definitely had 3 of those now. So I'm expecting a message on the bottom of our screen at the end of this lap to say you can legitimately pit.
It is open.
And I think you're right, in the 90 minutes will be up at that stage. Bear in mind, of course, when you cross the white line at the start of the pit lane, it has to be 90 minutes because it's drive time out on the racetrack.
You know what? It's going to be tight. I'm not sure it is quite going to be open.
And it's going to be safety car in this lap.
Safety car is going to be in this lap, so the pits are obviously then open.
Yes.
But I don't know that we're quite going to be at 90 minutes.
No.
Well, those further back in LMGT3 will be okay, I think. But if you're the leader, i.e. Clement Matter, you might not want to run it quite as close as this.
It's a minute and 40 seconds pretty much now until 90 minutes is up, and they are now at turn 15.
The back of the field is just going through 12, isn't it?
Yes.
So Ollie Gray is backing them all up again.
Again, none of them should need fuel, but it's a question of dictating or allowing the dictation of the pit stop more so from a driver minimum time rather than how much fuel is on board. Ollie Gray's tried this once before, this pretty slow restart. And obviously he's given Jem Bollock-Bashi and Jonas Reed an indication of where he might go, but it was at about this point last time.
It was.
He's deliberately leaving it a little bit later this time around, just to put the element of doubt in the chasers. So still the left to right, which is probably doing absolutely nothing for tyre temperature.
Zero. Does zero for it at that point. He's just keeping everybody else on their toes.
The mind games.
A couple of quick penalties to add before we get back to the green flag. Car 30, Duquesne team, 10 seconds added to next pit stop, overtaking off track at turn 4. And car 31, that's Jacques Wolf, isn't it? In the Racing Spirit Le Mans car, drive-through penalty for track limits. That's already the car that's been off into the gravel earlier. We're about to go back to green flag running. Johnny Palmer.
So how many are going to peel off to the right and potentially cause confusion? I think it's the better bet for the leaders in LMP2 to stay out for at least one lap, but there's plenty of LMP2 Pro-Am wheeling runners into the pit lane. It's arguably a bit more costly to keep your bronze behind the wheel of a Pro-Am car, so get them out. They've done nearly an hour and a half. Now the 1 hour 30 ticks over, so if you're in an LMGT3 car, you could theoretically get in with that drive time completed. And Clement Matter's lost the lead, hasn't he, already to Celia Martin?
Yep.
But we had Michael Jensen in from LMP3. All the GTs are staying out for the time being.
All of the LMP2 Pro-Ams have come in, as has lead export number 28 of Paul Lafargue, who was at the back of that field. But you're right, all of the LMGT3s stay out. That might just be just to anticipate a little bit of congestion in the pit lane, but we'll see first next time around. Celia Martin leads the race. It's gone around in second place, Martin Berry in third. Away they start to go for the LMP2 Pro-Am. Bit of a delay there for 99, needed to be pulled back with the car blocking his way out of the pits. Joop van Uite is aboard the 28 car. He rejoins the race, and it's going to be a big mix-up in the order for the LMP2 Pro-Ams. I can tell you, it looks to me like the 21 of United Autosports has made it out at the lead in the hands of Ollie Jarvis. Then it's the 3 from DKR, then Proton's Rennie Binder, then Algarve Pro's 20. It's disastrous here for ARBITF. Dane Cameron comes out and has dropped all the way back to 5th with that pushback. Then TDS's Clem Novalak, and Alessia Rivera rejoins at the back of that group in 7th place.
There are clearly cars between Paul Lancher and Torsten Kratz as the LMP3 circulated behind the safety car, because Lancher's now got a 4 and a bit second lead over Torsten Kratz, who might have been a bit bogged down by other traffic that he wasn't allowed to overtake until they crossed the control line. Where did Celia Martin get ahead of Clement Matter is the next question. I hope she didn't do it before the line.
Trouble for the 23 car, I think, around at turn 11.
That's a GT McLaren of Michael Birch, who's potentially had a moment coming out of Pouhon.
Now let's hope that he's not in the gravel, because that could be another intervention. Side by side here.
So Pedro Perino and teammate Kuba Śmiechowski. Yes, it's still Kuba in the 43 car.
I think we're going to see a big race here in the pit lane between all of the GT3 runners.
Well, we've seen what's going to happen in one field. LMP2 Pro-Am thrown up in the air by that, and that's because the time in pit lane for the LMP2 Pro-Am cars ranged from 53 seconds to 1 minute and 16.
Wow.
Now some of that might be, we almost, by the way, went to a virtual safety car there, but that's been cancelled. 23 though is still off track, or still stationary.
Not being shown as moving. I just wonder whether that has changed as soon as the prepare for VSC information came through, although on the GPS
now we're preparing again for it.
Right,
I wonder if he's trying to get going.
It's the virtual safety car.
So they gave him a moment. I'm sure in race control, count to 10, give it a beat.
We are deploying virtual safety car in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Virtual safety car, virtual safety.
Good lunch.
Possibly caught Eduardo in the middle of his lunch there. Yes. Yeah. Wanted a bit of a quiet time to munch on the sandwich.
Deep in there, and immediately, by the way, 57 and everybody behind the 57 are already on pit lane.
So that's good for them.
Yeah,
it is good, but it's not quite as good as it might be for 85, for instance, who's going to get in and do all of her pit stop, Celia Martin's pit stop, under a virtual safety car, because this VSC will be 2 laps worth.
Yeah.
So the slight gain is going to be for the top 7 cars that haven't yet made it in. But everybody else is going to be restricted to 80 kilometres per hour, or if you're Martin Berry's Mercedes, possibly 60 kilometres per hour. And he got the 2, well, we think he got the 2 speed limiters the wrong way round.
It's easy to do. It is easy to do, and you know, that's part of the thing of staying in the car that you're in. If you could be in it the whole season and understand it and work through the driver manual and get all of that knowledge in your head, so that when you're under pressure, it's second nature. It's when you're under pressure that's when the mistakes start to be made, and you start grabbing at things, wondering which car am I in again.
Yeah.
If you're switching around between different
Is
machines.
it best to have a 1 speed on the left and 1 speed on the right in terms of buttons on the steering wheel?
Yeah, but it's very, very different, you know, for different cars, different manufacturers, and it's been laid out by that particular electronics engineer that's decided, okay, we're going to do it this way, and there'll be reasons for that.
Yep. Michael Birch in the McLaren is out of the gravel trap. More news about an LMP2 car that's going to get an extra 5 seconds in its next pit stop, which is the Kuba Śmiechowski driven 43. And well, we are in the next pit stop now for Kuba.
We are. They also had the reminder there's going to be a stop plus 10, or the 10-second addition to the stop for Proto Competitions 77. That's the driving standards one that we think was Giorgio Roda's entry into the pits, which cost us a bollard.
Yeah.
I suppose, you know, if Kuba's come in to the pits, then they get the assessment of the penalty. I bet you can't swallow it up there and then in the pit stop you've already started. It's got to be the next one
time
around.
Yes.
So that's a bit more of a headache and something to be scribbled down onto the notepad for engineer at 43. But they were having a good dice within into Europole competition with Śmiechowski and Perino side by side, both now pitting at the same time.
Again, you know, this 2-3 driver formula that we have in LMP2, LMP3 and LMGT3. Great part about this, when we get back to some sustained green flag running, is the rhythm of this race is going to change. We've got various teams putting various drivers in at various points of the race. All the bronze time is pretty much burned at this point.
85's not pitted.
Now, do they opt not to? Do they opt not to at this stage?
It's a very Iron Dames thing not to pit, I've found,
But
through the races.
Iron Lynx haven't done it either, and Proton.
No, okay,
It's all of the cars are kind of like linked together.
Yeah. Stick to the strategy, stick to the fuel mileage
They've
above
got
anything else.
They've got good fuel load already.
Yeah.
These are the cars that are going to go longest. There is more likelihood that if you're going to get future interventions, they could profit from that.
Yeah.
They could feel as if this compromises their strategy more than they need
They
to.
can just do it the next lap.
Yeah.
Well, there is the option to do it the second time around because virtual safety cars are generally or automatically
But
2
we like
laps,
to speculate.
Of course, because it's something to talk about. Yeah.
Absolutely. You know
But I
the
think
drill.
the Iron Dames will say, actually, that in the selection of their bronze says it's fine, just keep Celia Martin out. She's got good speed, she knows how the car is, just get to the end of the fuel mileage, which might even be half distance in the race by that stage, and then worry about the pit stops after that. And you're already thinking about the route to the end of the race. Because
That's exactly.
if it
All of
stays
these
green,
teams will be doing that. They start at the start of the race, was working from that point. How do we get to the end of the race from here with the least amount of stops? And, you know, so all of those teams are sitting there working through, okay, what do we have to do to get to the finish?
So virtual safety car, my recollection of the rules, at least 2 laps with a virtual safety car.
Yeah.
Then the safety car will be deployed, so we will block the field back together.
Absolutely.
And then there's the opportunity for the pass around. Why? To give everybody an opportunity to pit.
Yes.
It keeps it as fair as possible. If you want to pit, you can. You don't have to, but you can. So everybody gets that opportunity to pit no matter where they are on track during this incident.
which is an IMSA way
Catching
of
up from the
kind of
penalties
doing
which were posted on the monitors, we have car 77, which has a 10-second stop and go plus 1 penalty point for dangerous driving at pit entry and not respecting the pit entry and throwing the bollard and dangerously rejoining. So car 77 has 10 seconds stop and go penalty plus 1 penalty point. Car 43 will have 5 seconds. Car 43 will have 5 seconds added to the next pit stop for a pit stop infringement. Car 55 will have has a reprimand for a pit stop infringement. Car 47 will have a drive-through plus 1 penalty point for causing a collision with car 28 at T15. Car 47 has a drive-through plus 1 penalty point for causing a collision with car 28 at T15.
Quite a list of the various interventions that Eduardo and his team have had to do. The key one potentially was the first one, which was the 77 car of then Giorgio Roda. He's now handed it over to René Binder, but that went from pole, remember? And I said they've got to get the results in the race, and it's spiralling out of their control once again, Graham.
I'll have a look at the regs. I think I'm right that they can serve the added time in these pit stops, but they can't do the drive-through. So I think the 10 seconds can be served. I think they can, and the 5 seconds, because everybody can stop. So the difference is the same.
Yes.
But you can't do the drive-through because that's effectively an advantage.
But a 5 second or a 10 second penalty at this point is less because you're going slower.
You are, but everybody's stopping or potentially stopping.
I don't think it's as big a penalty.
No,
we'll see.
It's a virtual safety car, which will be followed by a safety car. So the 5 or 10 seconds just then gets negated because the bunch up afterwards.
Yeah, sure, you do bunch up, but you're going to be in your pack, and that could change your position in track position. I don't think it's as big. I don't think it's as big a penalty.
It would be the first time that Graham gets something wrong, or is all I'll say.
First time this afternoon.
Maybe.
That I'm going to admit to.
That he's got something right. First time. I usually keep a score here.
Yeah.
And it's pretty low usually for you, Gigi.
I'm going to put this down to banter rather than,
rather than a genuine claim.
Bullying. I'll say it out loud. I've said it now, bullying.
But the race leader's in, by the way, Ollie Gray, as is Matthias Kaiser, second place for Algarve Pro Racing, Ben Pedersen for the black and green Duquesne team, number 30, and Jamie Chadwick in the EDEX Sport, number 18 car is in. So
just seeing the 17 car there come in, and it didn't come in straight into its box, and so then it had to go up on the skates, get turned, so it's completely parallel, and then they could start fueling. And that's one of the things that all of these teams are working so hard on with their drivers, to make sure that they do deliver the car into the box in the right spot, in the right way. But it's good to see or to hear Eduardo go through all that detail and the reasons why, and you know what teams and drivers we're going to get. So I think that's good, just to educate everybody that's listening and to understand what's happening in the race.
We talked a little bit about safety standards. Let's talk a little bit about the difficulties and the different styles of managing a race as complex as this. When I talk to people in the paddock, as we obviously constantly do as part of the job, yes, sometimes there's frustration when a penalties come, but the word you always get when talking about Eduardo Freitas and his team, or the two words, are consistency and clarity.
Yeah, and that is super important for drivers and for teams. You know, they want to know where they stand, and they don't want any real grey areas. They want it to be very clear, black and white, the reasons why. And that's sometimes when it's left too loose and it's just sort of a big grey sort of area that you can operate in, that people are just charging into it, and that's the big frustration, I think, for everybody who competes in series around the world, when it's not clear and concise.
Iron Dames have pitted now, and in fact lost the lead in the process, because the Iron Lynx Mercedes also made a stop, but and despite driver changes for both cars, the Iron Dames Porsche wasn't able to get away quite as quickly as Lorcan Hannafin. So it's Sarah Bovey now in the pink and white Porsche. British driver Lorcan Hannafin taking over from Martin Berry. Yeah,
I think that with Sarah getting in, I think it was some confusion there with the driver change, and there was sort of like the inserts on the top of the roof, and there was a bit of running backwards and forwards trying to get it finally fixed and done, and so it wasn't clean. It was a short stop. And so that's when the pressure's on, because you do this driver change practice and you're always practicing, let's say, with your allotted window or the amount of fuel that's going to go in. So drivers get used to having a certain amount of time and a certain cadence that you do your belts and all the other bits and pieces and the connections of the radio and the drinks tube So that, I think, might have just hurried them up in that process and maybe caught them out a little.
Well, it's been a topsy-turvy race in all sorts of ways. No more for the Inter-Europol competition squad. 3 cars in the effort, and Steph Wentworth is with one of them right now.
I'm joined now by Pedro Perino, driver of the number 34 Inter-Europol competition. Now, we've seen you in this series for quite a while, starting in LMP3 and now all the way up in LMP2. How has that transition been for you, and how have you been finding it?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a bit, hasn't been the easiest, but every race we get in better, which is what we want. Haven't had much time in the car yet.
Safety car.
But every round I get to go in the car, which is pretty cool. And I get more comfortable every round. So I think that from now onwards, it will be better until we win at some point.
Well, we saw that confidence come out to play today with you battling with the sister car. How was that battle for you? Are you enjoying yourself on the track?
I mean, that battle wasn't really for me because they were in a different strategy. So, so it was easier for them to overtake now in the last lap. I mean, quali didn't go as planned yesterday, so we kind of started in the back. It was a bit tough because to go around here behind another cars and fast corners, not easy. But I think pace is there. I think if the 3 of us do our job, we should gain a lot of places.
Best of luck. We'll see you in Silverstone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good to catch up with 1 or 2 drivers that we've not spoken to already this season. So thank you, Steph, for that. We're just trying to work out precisely how that jump happened with the Iron Lynx Mercedes in the pit stop, because it was a 54-second pit stop for Martin Berry coming in, Lorcan Hannafin going out, whereas north of 60 seconds for the Iron Dames Porsche and the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin. And the Mercedes has managed to jump both of those cars. With it being a 10-second difference, it could be a fumble. I think it's more likely that either the Mercedes hasn't changed tyres at all, or they've maybe just done left side tyres, rear tyres, rather than the full set.
Yeah, I mean, 54 seconds in normal running would be a fuel-only stop, but they've not done that because the car was almost full of fuel anyway.
Yeah.
So they've managed to do the driver change within that time. Ollie spotted that fumble for the Iron Dames. What we don't know is what happened with the Aston Martin.
That definitely took 4 tyres, the Aston did, I saw that.
So maybe, whilst it's advantage on track at the moment for Iron Lynx, we didn't see what happened with tyres.
Yeah.
With 2 seconds difference, my guess is both cars took 4 tyres.
Yeah, I would agree. And one's had a slight fumble, but in order to save 10 seconds, that's got to be a lack of... Right, we're hearing that Iron Lynx Mercedes definitely changed all 4 tyres on their AMG. You can, there's no restriction on tyres. It's just about the only category in ACO rules racing where you can just keep chucking tyres at these cars as long as your budget allows for it, I suppose. Whereas in the World Endurance Championship, when you're racing GTs there, they are heavily restricted.
Start checking if eventually you're eligible for a pass-around procedure, because we are thinking of it.
So pass around has to happen again because the field will have been jumbled somewhat with pit stops happening in different spots and some teams electing not to pit at all, although I think generally everyone will have taken the opportunity of this virtual safety car. We are now hearing, in fact, Steph's checked with the mechanics of Iron Lynx. They didn't do any tyres on that Mercedes of Iron Lynx, so that is how they've got the road position. And now they're having faith of Lorcan Hannafin dealing with that set of tyres that will have been used a little by Martin Berry, but he had a stop in the middle of his stint.
I haven't seen that. Had he taken tyres then?
I think he did. Now, what I need to check is whether...
surely he must have, because otherwise...
Well, otherwise we're into a triple stint, and poor old Lorcan is on very second-hand tyres.
Around Spa.
And he won't have known the rate of wear either, because Martin can only pass on a certain bit of information, but that's a very, very quick conversation. I'll see if I can work out how long that pit stop took the first time the Mercedes came in. Meanwhile, Graham, you look like you've got something to say.
I'm still checking on these rules. I'm finding it difficult to see whether or not it is forbidden that you can't serve those penalties during virtual safety car. And I'm struggling. I'm at the moment on page 95 of the regulations.
Right. Are you reading the French or the English?
Both.
Okay.
Because you defer to the French in case of any confusion.
Remember, Graham, it's what the rules don't say and not what they do say, according to the Adrian Newey
You said that
approach.
now. I've got to read those 95 pages again with that in mind.
and work out precisely what they're not saying, which is an awful lot.
No pressure. Meanwhile, have we
Good job you're sitting down, isn't
mentioned the fact that Vector Sport lead the race?
I'm not sure I did mention that, no.
Vlad Lomko leads the race, and that, I think...
was a tireless pit stop as well.
Indeed. 52 seconds.
As was Nick Yellerly in the Inter-Europol competition cars. He did 47
So that
seconds.
would be Gary Holland and the crew just deciding we can nick a bit of an advantage here, and there's every possibility that that might be offset by potentially another intervention later in the race. So Vlad Lomko leads the race from Esteban Masson from Nick Yellerly in the 43 car. So 10 from 48 from 43. And then every time...
To all the teams, please check if you're eligible for the pass around or not, because we're going to work on that.
And again, Eduardo is putting that responsibility on the teams.
Absolutely right. You make a mess up, it's on you. Yep. And believe me, the penalties for messing up in that regard are extreme.
Yep.
Okay, all cars to were totally left. Let's prepare for the pass around. Let's prepare for the pass around.
So the cars that won't get the pass around, they stay to the left, and the cars that are eligible for the pass around, they move to the right.
Let's start the pass around. Start the pass around.
I don't think there's going to be many here.
No.
There was a choice of either doing this on the Kemmel Straight or this run through Blanchimont, but you try and avoid the twisty-turny bits of Spa, of which there are many.
And at this point, if your team have not communicated that you can need to take the pass around and they call it late, cars can pass you and you can't get those spots back. Once you've been overtaken and you haven't slotted into the right spot and taken the pass around, that's on you, completely on you and your team.
The other team, by the way, that have taken advantage and gained track position.
Car 66, do you have a problem? Car 60, do you have a problem?
Matteo Cressoni.
That's the 60 car that was started by Antares Au. And
66.
Car 66. Your gaps are not at all interesting. Car 66, let's minimize those gaps.
Gianmaria Bruni.
Pass around has been concluded. Safety car will increase his pace.
Nobody has gone for the pass around. The other car is going to note, by the way, gentlemen, that it's taken the advantage of not pitting and gained track advantage by doing so is the number 11 Euro International car, which leads LMP3 now for the first time in the hands of Fabien Michel. They've only had one pit stop, and we're almost 2 hours into this race.
Yeah. So what Eduardo is wanting is for everybody to be in one long line and there be no big gaps between the cars, and that's what he was just calling the 66 car out on. You know, that you can't be all of a sudden generating a gap for yourself and then you can manage your own speed inside that gap, because that just creates a massive concertina effect.
Asking for blue flags during a safety car procedure, I think it's a little bit not polite. Asking for blue flags during a safety car procedure, I do not find it correct.
That will be some banter, I'm sure, or some exchange on the Discord channel.
Yeah.
So, again, he's making it pretty clear where the discipline is going to be. The discipline, in this regard, starts and finishes at the desk of Eduardo Freitas.
You have to have this very strong tone and strong way, and also sometimes a little bit of sarcasm there from Eduardo, but you have to sort of control this race in this way. It's sometimes the only way that people will respond and actually learn with certain situations and scenarios.
You talked about Euro International only doing one stop. I reckon, though, pretty much everybody else in the offing for a race win in LMP3 have done 2 stops, and 2 of the longer stops, as in 1 minute and 45 seconds or 105 seconds. The only car that's questionable is the one at the back, which is 31. Is that running again? That's the one that ended up in the gravel. Yes, it is, but it's a couple of laps down. And obviously sitting in the gravel has had less of an opportunity to do those longer stops. But you're right that Euro International leads LMP3, but it is at a disadvantage because it's going to have to do one of its stops now as the safety car lights go out, and one of its longer stops compared to everybody else who've ticked them both off.
At this stage, I don't understand why they've done that, because whilst they've gained a place or two, they're going to lose heavily if they have to do that under green.
Yeah.
Heavily.
Yeah. And everybody will be hoping that the second half of this race, of which we've still got 2 hours and 6 minutes to go, remains as green as possible.
Well, the other question, by the way, Johnny, is just how much fuel can be left on board that car.
Indeed, yeah. So how early after this safety car phase will it have to stop anyway, just to ensure that it can complete the next stint? Plenty's been changing, not least in LMGT3, with that could-be expert call by the Iron Lynx Mercedes gang to not take tyres for Lorcan Hannafin. But this is the acid test now for the British driver. Can he work out precisely the wear on those tyres on this crucial speeding up lap, where we know that tyre temp and pressures will have dropped? Away goes Vlad Lomko for Vector Sports, who now leads then from Esteban Masson, who's been plugged into the 48 VDS Panis racing car after a couple of cracking opening stints from Oliver Gray, when he led after overtaking Jem Bolak-Bashi in race. The safety car has had far too many laps in this 4 hours of Spa-Francorchamps to date. It's good to see the back of it, but for how long, I wonder? Racing again as they cross the control line. Nick Yellowly is going to surely make waves as well now, as he is in the yellow-fronted and third-placed into Europol competition car. Lorenzo Fluxer for Algarve Pro Racing running fourth, ahead of Ferdinand Habsburg after that pole position yesterday. Good dicing as well in LMGT3 with the new drivers, and Erwin Bastard has wasted no time in getting ahead of Sarah Bovey. This is a place that she knows very well, of course.
There's the black pass going in the background here, comes down in the run down to La Source, grabs the ground that Sarah would have been looking to take. Two quick pieces of updates. We watch this action unfolding. Black and orange flag for the car that brought out that virtual safety car, the United Autosports McLaren. It is the mechanical intervention. That car must come in for repair. The other one is to confirm that those penalties cannot be taken on a virtual safety car. So the two time additions, that was for the 43 and for the 77, will still need to be served, as will the drive-through.
Masson pulling out, this was a few moments ago, of the wheel tracks of Vlad Lomko, and will now go back to the lead of the race. We've not seen Masson lead it, but we have seen the 48 car in front of everybody else when it was in the hands of Oliver Gray.
They are very, very pacey today. Got turned around there. So that was the 60 car being turned around by the DKR.
Yeah, and
just got in a bit too deep.
Which, by the way, the same car under investigation for an unsafe release. So that's the latest addition to the workload for a hard-working race control this afternoon.
Vlad Lomko just struggling to get going here, and Esteban Masson is getting away. He's got Nick Yellowly, who is in an absolute rich vein of form at the moment, and I think it's not going to be long before he's going to be challenging him. Maybe that spot at the source he'll be eyeing up as a potential overtaking opportunity here. As he gets good drive off, is he going to be able to challenge? But maybe not so good.
2.2 seconds clear as they cross the line, so is getting away, and Nick Yellowly will be looking to do what he can to get ahead of Vlad Lomko, who's not on the leader's pace at the moment.
No, and Nick, I think, might be sizing him up as he comes down here into Eau Rouge and looking to get that draft up the hill, up the Camel Straight.
77 is now coming in to take that pit stop by the look of it, but that was a plus 10, or did he have a drive-through plus 10?
It was more than just a plus 10. No, having said that, no, I think that the awkward pit lane entry was just a plus 10.
It's the over and the under here. He's just trying to go round the outside, and nicely done by Nick Yellowly there. Beautifully done, well executed.
Spot on. Started to actually size it up at La Source. Ended up at the exit at
He's getting dive bomb now. Ferdy Habsburg going round the outside of Vlad Lomko, and Vlad's just trying to fend him off, but he's got everybody queuing up here. Vector's just not switched on.
And how much of that is down to Vlad and how much of that is down to the car, it's also about how you treat the in-lap for the safety car and that first racing lap, but everybody else with slightly more LMP2 experience, arguably.
It could be that Vlad's just a little bit backed up here, just hasn't quite got the confidence from the car, hasn't managed to get the Goodyears sort of switched on.
There's a bundle of these guys, isn't there? Lorenzo Fluxer is in this queue, Ferdy Habsburg, Danny Ugadela as well is right there.
God, this is the move here where Yellowly's looking to go up the inside and then round the outside at turn 6 and gets it done before they head down the hill into Brussels.
Drama potentially here for the championship leading car 17 in LMP3. Remember, a car that has maximum points for this season and could get the championship here this afternoon. A drive-through penalty start infringement. Also, car 82, 10 seconds added to next pit stop for a jump start for the 82 car.
So are these from the original start of the race? You wouldn't be pinged necessarily for a jump start after a safety car restart.
That, by the way, is the Corvette.
Yeah, that's CF Sport.
These are things being checked back upon from 1 o'clock this afternoon. It just shows you how deep the in-tray has been in race control potentially, and then the run through the stewards. Very good speed out on the racetrack. At what time are we? Nearly 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Clearly the warmth of the asphalt is helping Esteban Masson. He's just set the fastest lap of the race with a 2:02.5, and also Ollie Jarvis in LMP2 Pro Am does the fastest lap within category for that race-leading 21 United Autosports car. To the outside goes the 29 within LMP2 Pro Am of a couple of battling LMP3s, and included in amongst that the 17 car that hasn't yet taken its drive-through penalty. However, Paul Lancher now leads that class, having got ahead of the 11 Euro International.
So Lancher, having made that move, then attempting to go by the lapped Racing Spirit Le Mans car, got a bit clattered. It was actually an outlap for Racing Spirit Le Mans. They've just cleared the start-finish line in the hands of Jean-Ludwig Foubert. It was, can't see, move around the outside from the 17. So I think it was just a little bit wayward and no harm done. But that 17 car will have to serve a drive-through penalty.
Yeah, these two boys pushing hard, Owen and Lorcan, to the front of the pack here in LMGT3, and just Owen just dropped a wheel off there as he was coming out of turn 7. But it seems that this is going to be raging for the next hour or so.
It does. We'd point out, by the way, of course, 17 car has to take that within 3 laps.
Yeah.
The drive-through penalty, and that's going to cost them, because we've just come out of that safety car period and the field is backed up. There's going to be a number of positions lost. It's not just time here, it's positions.
The difficulty now for Iron Lynx is that are they starting to regret their decision to not change tyres for the Mercedes, because fresher rubber for the chasing car, the Aston Martin of Erwin Bastard. Very good run, however, on Vlad Lomko for Ferdinand Habsburg. He almost tried it at Eau Rouge. That would have been brave. They both stay on the racetrack. Nick Yellerly's gone even faster than Esteban Masson. So Yellerly now the fastest car on the racetrack, trying to eat into that 3.7 second advantage.
Flux is going to have a look here.
Yeah, Flux is taking a look, but Vlad Lomko, remember, Vector Sport were the other team that opted to stay out, therefore he's not on the freshest rubber, and is he in similar trouble to Iron Lynx for making the same decision?
Yeah. Verdi needs to get by here. He's getting backed up into the traffic behind, and it's just run wide there, Vlad has, and can that open the door? And Erwan just having a look up the here of Lorcan Hannafin, and it looks like he's got the deal done. And yes, it could be that Lorcan's having to just drive to a lap time, drive to a pace, look after these tyres, understand that these are not fresh, and he's got to do a full stint here. So thinking about the long game, not fighting him too hard. Smart driving.
At best, they won stint holes. At worst case scenario, his teammate Martin Berry had already done a stint and a bit on them before handing them over, but I'm pretty confident that Martin will have had a fresh set after an hour or so of racing. It might not have been quite an hour because of where the safety cars fell. Lomko, Habsburg, Fluxer, 3rd, 4th and 5th all together, and possibly the most likely for an overtake is the Spaniard in the third of these cars, 5th on the road for Algarve Pro Racing.
I'd say Ferdy's just backing up a little bit just to let the front of the car just recover a little. That front axle is going to be raging. High tyre temp, I'm sure, on that front axle, and he's just looking to try and get him in his sights again to get a good run, possibly use this traffic here as a bit of a pick to get by. He can see it coming, and can he get the car placed nicely so he can get a good run off La Source down into Eau Rouge, and then get the toe up the Kemmel Straight and get it done into turn 4.
It's been traffic, hasn't it, at this stage of the track that's made the difference in a number of really important battles. There's nothing there that's stopping Dani Yugadera from heading over Radion at top speed.
Flat out.
Vlad Lomko's drop-off is less concerning now, so it's almost as if he's got into the sort of area. Having said that,
right
Habsburg's all over the back of him, but he still can't get by. He's now down to the outside of the second bit of Les Combes, which gives him the inside line for turn 6.
Ballsy move, great
and
stuff there.
Through goes the Austrian.
Yeah, brilliant. You know, he'd learned from Nick Yellerly and what he could do, so he thought, right, I can do that and do it even better.
So the interesting thing now is, what is Ferdy Habsburg pace going to be? 204s for the two leading cars at the moment. They've been down to the 202s outside of traffic, 205s for the pack behind, bottled up with Vlad Lomko. Lorenzo Fluxer now looking to do the same as Ferdy Habsburg did.
Looks to be a little bit uncorking the bottle here. I think Vlad is going to start dropping.
There's some great moves in this race. Really, really good, clean overtaking.
It's good, great to see. You know, they've got respect for one another, and they're giving each other room, and they're allowing each other that little bit of racetrack that each other needs. That's what you want to see.
Yeah. Back in the day, you know, under the hatchet, Gavin wasn't like this.
That's hacking and slashing,
yeah.
Knife and forking it around.
Flux is in the middle stint, clearly, for today, and often he's been put in as the starting driver, so maybe a rethink in how they're utilising the driver talent there in the Portuguese squad.
He's a beauty,
it should have been and wasn't. Into the bus stop chicane.
Nice pronunciation of the middle U there, I thought.
Thanks very much. I knew there was a Q coming up, but I got it in the wrong word. Out of the bus stop, though, look at this lot of cars. It could be the opening lap of the race once again. So a very busy spell. You never quite know around the next corner at Spa. Many of them blind. What is going to be preventing your progress?
This is the battle for fourth in LMGT3, led at the moment, this battle, by David Perel from Franreda in the 74 Kessel car, then Jimmy Bruni in the JMW 66, and where is James Collado in that order?
Back, I think, isn't he? James is just behind Jimmy.
So there's clearly been cars behind us. They came out of that safety car. So James, there he is.
Yep.
It's the 9 car. Matteo Caroli pits that car. It's odd timing.
Yeah, I was just trying to compute exactly
what
they're doing.
Here is Flux's opportunity, and we'll get underneath, and potentially the 18 car is going to get involved as well.
He had to gamble there that the 10 car, the Vector car, was going to run wide like it had done all the previous laps. So Fluxer was really relying on that car running wide.
I'll tell you exactly what they've done, because they've done the same with the 77. They've pitted, they've served their time penalty and topped it up with fuel while the field is together. That's what they've done. They've got a full tank of fuel now, and they've served their penalties. Both the 77, which had that additional time penalty, and the 9, which did as well, pitted for 39 seconds.
So you're saying you're right?
I think so. It's a first.
I'm just going to mark that down.
Yeah, you should.
I'll just call Trudy and, yeah.
She's listening.
Always. Can't miss a race. Massive enthusiast.
That's the sound of your voice.
The inside of one of the Virage, or the Virage LMP3s, tries to go another scrap within LMP2. So Fluxer had to almost have 2 stabs at that.
He kind of gambled. He gambled and it paid off. Danny tried to follow him through but didn't quite make it stick, and so he's now the next one up behind the Vector car.
Vlad Lomko saying to himself, I didn't expect the Spanish Inquisition, because Fluxer and Juncadella arriving on the scene.
Hang on, we're going to. I'm just on
I'm
this.
just going to turn your mic off here for a second.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I thought it was quite good.
Yeah, it's. I'm here with the European court. That is indeed an offence.
VDS lead. They're not from Spain. Esteban Masson with a 4-second advantage over Nick Yellerly. I wonder whether Yellerly might be able to eat into that gap, actually, but despite a fastest lap, can't close on a rampant Esteban Masson with that Toyota Gazoo Racing backing. He is very much on the factory programme.
Full course yellow.
Full course yellow, which closes the pits. So there isn't no longer an opportunity to capitalise on this neutralising of the race. That's because of a lot of debris at the top end of the Camel Straight.
Yeah, a bit of contact with somebody. Great to see the young fans here in the garages. Been great to see so many young fans around the racetrack.
Loads. It's great to see
the grid
families.
was full of them. It's brilliant to see the families here.
So we're under 2 hours to go. In fact, almost 9 minutes into the third hour of this 4-hour race, and boy, have we had some intervention this afternoon.
Hopefully this will be the last one.
Nick
Manassian and Gabriele Tarquini.
Yep.
They're on the right.
Now the sporting director of Genesis Magma Racing, the touring car legend. So sports car and touring car legends together there. The combined racing intellect, something like the size of a small planet.
Two great guys, very talented. A lot of speed there.
And much fun as well.
Oh,
great,
absolutely.
both great mentors, by the way, for the programs that are in place and happening in the near future.
In their
as well.
day, you didn't want to mess with them on track.
No.
Fierce competitors, both of them.
You still got the bruises.
The scars.
For a moment, I thought it was Oliver Gavin. No, it's not. It can't be. He's sitting here.
Never waste an opportunity, Gigi.
Ever.
Ever.
It's a difficult situation here for marshals at the end of the Camel Straight, and Les Combes is judging the gaps to be brave and go into the, not quite the middle of the track, but the edge of it to retrieve those two bits of those shards of bodywork. But a full course yellow, yes, it does.
Everybody's down to that 80 Ks, aren't they?
Well, yeah, but 80 Ks is still like 50 mile an hour. I know they're still going at a fair rate on the approach to the corner, so got to make sure that those gaps are suitable. We got underway, though, at 1 o'clock, slightly later than the rest of the races this year, but it means that we're going to be racing deeper into the day, of course, and the LMP2 Pro-Am fight was an intense one, with the PJ Hyatt car getting punted by Rodrigo Sales and right into the path of the white and silver car of Giorgio Roda, I should say, from the pole position. So Roda in car 77 delayed heavily at La Source. The GT cars were able to go through there without too much of a problem after all of that had cleared, though, at the head of the order. And in the early stages, Turkish racer, who has had loads of experience behind a virtual rig, racing in virtual reality, but also in real time as well, took part in Le Mans earlier on in the year, Jem Bolokbashi, and from the pole position did a good job. At times, though, being caught by this pair, who were ganging up on one another, Jonas Reed and Oliver Gray. But Gray down the inside, much to the joy of both his teammates, Charles Milesi and Esteban Masson. Also good tussling in LMP2 Pro-Am with Francois Perrodo scrapping away with his arch rival, Rodrigo Sales. They've had some good tussles through the years, as Sales has become more and more experienced behind the wheel of an LMP2 car, making the move from GTs a couple of seasons ago. Ollie Gray then getting a cracking run through the traffic on Jem Bolokbashi and just reacting that little more readily to the incident. Now, this was a huge off for Manuel Maldonado in the number 22 United Autosports car. That in isolation would have caused a safety car, but then there was this off on the same lap for John Falb, who lost the rear. But bear in mind, both cars, as everybody else was doing, was getting back up the speed after an initial safety car, and there were concerns as to whether the tyre temp, the tyre pressures were quite there for both drivers. Admittedly, something may have broken, of course, but two big hits. Thankfully, drivers were able to walk away to the medical centre for further assessment. Michael Birch dropping his McLaren into the Pouon gravel, and that meant that another intervention was necessary, and consequently the first 2 hours of this race has never really found its rhythm. Excellent overtake from another restart from Esteban Masson, now at the wheel of the 48 VDS Panis racing car in those Mark VDS colours, the maroon and yellow, and Vlad Lomko was not exactly a sitting duck. It took some work from Nick Yelady to estimate a way by, and he did that at Les Combes. Door handle to door handle for the two front-engine GT cars, and from the recent pit stops, Owen Bastard outbraking Lorcan Hannafin, who's on older tyres after Iron Lynx and the Mercedes crew decided not to change tyres for the British driver to get in. So, in this phase of the race, we're, 15 minutes into the third hour, Esteban Masson for VDS Panis leading the way. And now we're under a first full course yellow, unbelievably the first full course yellow of the race, but it is. We've had virtual safety cars, we've had actual safety cars, but everybody restricted to 80 kilometres per hour. Everyone locked out of the pits as well, and we're focusing on what is this fight, the fifth place battle between Vlad Lomko, Danny Juncadella and Roy Nissani for Duquesne.
Which includes the CLX Motorsport 17 that's not taken its drive-through penalty yet. And that must be imminent when we go back to green flag racing. Now, looking at that order, Johnny, I think I remember you saying that you're reasonably clear that just about everybody, with the exception of your international, has taken both their long stops.
Yeah.
So your international are at a disadvantage here, despite the fact they would inherit the lead as and when CLX pit. If they pit immediately after we go back to green, they're going to lose positions, but principally to LMGT3 cars. The car I'm looking at here,
You'll be removing full course yellow at 15:00 in 20 seconds.
is the number 4 Ginetta, which sits third at the moment. Has that definitely done both long stops?
We will be removing full course yellow in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed. Thank you.
Back to green flag running as Johnny just checks the data, and away we go. If they have, they are looking very good in this race indeed.
I'm slightly compromised with certain areas of strategy, but I'm pretty confident they've done 2 stops and they are both either exactly 105 seconds or slightly longer than 105 seconds, and therefore they're fine. I mean, they will have to pit again, as will everybody in LMP3.
But they can do their next and last routine stop if it's within the window at whatever speed they can.
Yeah,
the point I'm making is they're sitting third. We've got your international that need to stop twice again, one of which has got to be a minute and 45 seconds, and you've got the 17 car, which is how many seconds ahead of them? 25 seconds ahead of them. That's 28 seconds ahead of them, that needs a drive-through. They're looking very good for a podium at least.
For sure, their last pit stop was 1:47, and I have indication that the previous stop to that, which may well have been under a safety car at the time, was the right length too.
Confirmed, by the way, by one of the guys on the Discord channel. Thank you very much, boys and girls. Following this race, as they always do, with enthusiasm and good cheer. That the number 4 car has indeed completed both of its pit stops with the times required. So Anti-Ramo at the moment is racing for a proper result in forward number 4.
And off the back of a class victory at the Le Mans weekend, when a Ginetta in the Road to Le Mans race, that was the second race I seem to recall, took victory in LMP3 Pro-Am.
That's right.
The AO by TF bright purple number 99 car, which is now in the hands of Dane Cameron, making swift work of a couple of LMP3s on the approach to the Com sequence.
Best result so far, by the way, from Ginetta in the European Le Mans Series is a 5th place at Paul Ricard. So CLX Motorsport now are taking that. I'm sure this is the drive-through. Just where are they going to re-emerge?
Yeah. Well, 25 seconds or so will be spent from point to point on the pit lane, but you've then got to rejoin. It's an awkward approach as well. Just ask Giorgio Roda about that so he can get into pit lane. And yes, back into the action. 23 seconds actually. Paul Lancher managed to do it in.
Let's see where the key here is the first time he's been, because remember you've got that beyond the pit blend line. There's still time at a lower speed to rejoin the track. Decar Engineering, by the way, Anti-Ramo has just pitted as well. But that will be for a regular pit stop. How has the number 11 car only stopped once?
In terms of how it's doing on the fumes that it's surely down to by this point is a very good question. But you can drive, in a fuel-saving manner, and maybe your international have been doing that. Every credit to Fabien Michal, if that is the case, who have made it to 2 hours and 18 minutes, but because of all the caution.
Well, infamously here at this circuit, it's all its previous configuration, 2003, as we watch the
Nissani, not Roy Nissani, alongside Danny Juncadella, wasn't able to get ahead of the Spaniard on that occasion, however.
A rainy day, or 2 days, and that's Chequered going around the outside of the 51, Ferrari on the inside.
Well, got Vlad Lomko in the process though.
Yeah.
So the orange and black E-Deck sport car, and E-Deck absolutely ecstatic at that, finally get the cork out of the bottle and wriggle free of Vladislav Lomko.
Duquesne running a little bit through the gravel. That's allowed the 37 car to get alongside, and we'll get the inside line for Pouon. That move has come about by the 30 car in the hands of Roy Nissany, just running wide, 2 wheels of the gravel, losing a bit of momentum and losing a place in as a result. He's gone off track there towards the inside, or the outside of the 86, and has not retained that position, or regained that position. I'll come back to that point about 2003 and fuel saving here in a moment.
I'm sure it was a good one, but
it's a really good one.
The
but it's
action
not the right
rather
moment.
overtook it, yeah. And this was a couple of moments ago. Door banging incident in the LMP2 Pro-Ams with Cameron on the inside. He was fighting with Clement Novalak in the TDS racing car, and Novalak had to run off the road as a result, really. Now, failing serving the penalty for car 17.
I think he was late. And he's back in.
Motorsport.
He's back in the pits.
My concern was he was a bit too fast on the pit road, because I'd seen drive-through penalties earlier in the weekend being 25 seconds, but it's not any indication that he was breaching the speed limit, which is 60 k's in the pit lane.
And Fabien Michel is on pit lane as well in the Euro International car for only their second pit stop. DKR, by the way, just taken a pit stop and have done that in 59 seconds. So did the 17 car get it in time?
Well, when a penalty is assessed, the rule is generally 3 laps, isn't it, to be able to serve that, with the exception of a full course yellow or a safety car that might get in the way. So it's every lap that is you're able to take the penalty counts.
Theo Jensen is now aboard the 17 car. They've re-emerged from, we'll wait again until they clear the pit in. LMP2 Sport at the moment lead the race. It's topsy-turvy at this stage. We're going to wait and see what happens from race control and the stewards about that investigation. But could this be the moment that CLX stumble?
It has taken a good while in order to do that. It was only a drive-through rather than a stop and go, so it wasn't the fact of a result of the car not stopping with the team. But I think that can be the only reason why it was wrong now, that it was outside of the 3 laps or around a safety car, full course yellow, total 3 laps.
Question.
It was completed.
The one thing you were saying about 23 and 25, remember the in-race stops we've seen, drive-through penalties are the other pit lane.
Well, yeah, true, which is a longer pit lane.
Team manager, car 17th, the race director. Well, these are important moments in terms of the destination of this championship to remind anybody watching. The 17 car from CLX Motorsport has led this race, is currently in 2nd place in this race, has maximum scored in both qualifying and every race so far this season, and a race win here would clinch the championship with 2 races to go. But that hangs on what looks like a rather frayed Fred at the moment.
I am encouraged by another drive-through penalty that has just been served by Sebastian Alvarez, or as its last pit stop, car 47. That was also 23 seconds. So clearly, when you use the Grand Prix pit lane, that is correct.
Now, we said a little earlier about the cost it was going to be for your International grabbing that track position, but not serving their long stop earlier in the race. Well, your International have just left the pits from their 2nd pit stop. There's going to be another one required, and they've dropped from the lead of the race to 9th place. Ian Aguilera now aboard that car. Nick Adcock leads the race for LMP2 Sports. He's 8.5 seconds ahead of Theo Jensen. CLX Motorsport having made both the drive-through and a regular pit stop, but are now under active investigation. Did they serve the penalty in time?
Yeah. That's going to be checked. It's got a strange situation where all the LMGT3s rather are, those meaningful ones, are actually ahead of the LMP3s in terms of road position. That's probably because of all the safety car we've had and the longer pit stops that the LMP3s must take. But it's been a while since we've heard from Steph Wentworth, so let's head to the pits.
I'm joined by Fabien Michel, driver of the number 11 Euro International, who has just come off a really long stint, over 2 hours in the car. How was that for you?
Yes, I am happy to finish my stint. I took a safely start because it's a long race. After that, I try to keep the rhythm of the lead. And after that, we have a long time with Francorchamps and safety car. What is the race? And now we are P2. It's a good. I think it's a good position for the end of the race.
Yes, there is a good potential for a podium today. Yes.
Sorry?
Good potential for a podium.
Yeah. I hope to. It's important for us to win the race because Celix is one of the championship. It's important to win today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Fabien Michel with Steph. He's handed over to his only teammate, Ian Aguilera. That is one of 2 cars in LMP3 that runs with just the 2 drivers, and that means I've got to look at a different sheet in terms of minimum drive time. There's no question that Fabien Michel has done enough, but I was just interested in how much extra he ended up doing. They're a bronze-silver combination. That means Fabien has to do 1 hour and 45 minutes. And then there's no restriction on Ian Aguilera's drive time, either minimum or maximum, so he just tops up the rest. But the problem is, because the LMP3s haven't really had a chance to get away from one another, and all the other teams had done their long stops, was the number 11 car, that was the second long one, wasn't it?
The second one.
So they've dropped to 9th.
Yeah, but can now pit quickly for their final stop, and everybody else is still going to stop. We've just seen RLRM Sport pit from the lead, and they still will have another stop. It's all a bit of a mix-up because stops have been taken outside the fuel window. So we're actually effectively counting back now, not counting forward.
Yeah.
We're counting to the point where they need to fuel.
Yes. So they'll be running out of fuel, and then kind of regardless of how much time is left on the clock, whereas ideally the LMP3s will be pitting with about 1 hour to go, because they can do roughly that sort of time even on a fuel-hungry racetrack as Spa-Francorchamps.
Yeah. Anybody that gets within that window is in a good place. The moment RLRM Sport, that's not ideal. It will be a slightly longer pit stop for the 15 because of the amount of fuel they need to put in the car. Hour and 34 minutes to go. VDS Panis Racing lead with the 48 Oreca in the hands of Esteban Masson. 7 seconds clear of Nick Yellerly, whose charge seems to have just been blunted at this stage. He's chasing on in the 43 into Europol car. Nielsen Racing still having a very good day here. Started from pole position. Ferdy Habsburg is further 7.5 seconds back with Lorenzo Fluxa for Algar Pro Racing and Danny Juncadella for EDEX Sports. Their number 18 car. That's your top 5. LMP2 Pro-Am. United Autosports lead the race with Ollie Jarvis in the 21 car, running 11th place overall and 1.7 seconds ahead of a charging Ollie Caldwell in the second Algar Pro car. That's the 20 LMP2 Pro-Am car. TDS Racing's number 29 in the hands of Clem Novalak, and Dane Cameron in the 99 AO by TF Oreca. That's your top 4 with the 3rd and 4th place cars having exchanged a bit of paint just a few laps ago. We get down to the top 20 before we get the next class, and it's not LMP3, it's LMGT3, and that lead battle, Erwin Bastard in the number 59 Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin. He leads by 3.1 seconds from the 63 Iron Lynx Mercedes AMG with Lorcan Hannafin at the wheel of that car. And he has a 7-second advantage of Asara Bovey in the 85 Iron Dames Porsche. The 55 Spirit of Race car, which led the championship coming into today in the hands of David Perel, is in close proximity, as is the Castle Racing 74 in the hands of Fran Rueda. Jimmy Bruni is in that queue as well, as is James Gallardo, and young Tom Fleming is catching too. So that's 3rd place is very actively being contested by a group of 5, nay 6 cars with just over 90 minutes to go, Johnny.
Plenty of opportunity for things to chop and change, but what the teams will be so eager for now is some sustained green flag running, because the first 2 and a bit hours have been stop-start in nature. We've gone through virtually every possible option to Eduardo Freitas and his team to neutralise the race. And now that has given it a little bit of a look that is not necessarily representative to the quickest cars in some categories. However, VDS Panis Racing, leading the championship, coming here to Belgium for the second half of the season, are leading the race as well. They are actually, just check their notes, how many race wins they've secured to this point.
VDS?
Indeed, it's one, isn't it? So 1 win, 1 second place. Their worst result was at Le Castellet, outside of the top 6, but still scored a meaty 8 points. So
it's 2 race wins in the class for the Genesis Magma Racing crew, the first 2 races, and then VDS Panis Racing.
Yeah, which gave them the championship lead, but their other results have been pretty decent as well. It could be, of course, back-to-back wins, but we've still got 90 minutes to go. Esteban Masson will eventually hand over to Charmy Lacey, and although Nick Yellerly looked like he might be able to catch Esteban Masson in the early stages of his stint, he did a fastest lap as well, not long out of the pits on fresh tyres, fastest lap of the race. And I think that still stands, yes it does, on lap 38 with a 2:02.4. Gaps come down very slightly on this, the 50th lap, but that's probably more so to do with the traffic that they are catching. Ferdinand Habsburg with a personal best time for his number 24 car of Nielsen Racing. LMP3 car way off the road at Radion, but gathered that up as lots of GT cars now are on the Kemmel Straight, including the Iron Dames Sarah Bovey Porsche, who is 3rd.
And trouble there for the Team Virage car. That's Daniel Nogales. Needs to get that back on and running, because that's a car in a very good position in this race, running second to a car under investigation at the moment, CLX Motorsport. An opportunity here for Team Virage. Incident between 29 and 99 under investigation. We saw that. It's actually turn 5 has been another one.
Well, Nogales was ahead of the 17 as he spun, so the lead had changed very, very briefly. And yes, through the split, no, Nogales, because they've gone through the next split now as well, but Nogales was ahead. He was pushing really like crazy, and then too much, so spun himself out of the LMP3 lead. And as you say, got to get back into the rhythm as hurriedly as possible, because the 8 car is on course potentially for a really good result today.
Topsy-turvy stuff in LMP2 Pro-Am. Yoli Jarvis from the lead of the class brings the car down pit lane and back out and rejoins 7th at the foot of the class. The 20 from Algarve Pro inherited the lead. They're now on pit lane, as is AO by TF, landed Dane Cameron and Thomas Laurent in the number 3 D-Car engineering car. So 4 of the undelayed 7 either have just been or are now on pit lane. We'll see how this all pans out in terms of how efficient the teams can be in turning these cars around. New leader for the moment, TDS Racing, Clem Novalak, and he's about to come in. There goes Dane Cameron, for the 99, hammer down.
It does feel like the LMP2 Pro-Ams versus the LMP2s are on a completely different pit stop strategy now. That's just kind of the way that it has panned out, even though the bronze is in the Pro-Ams and the silvers in the normal P2s only had to do an hour.
There's definitely some strategy underway there, because just as we saw the wider shot with Dane Cameron, we saw Ollie Jarvis blasting by. The difference in the pit stop times, Ollie Jarvis on pit lane for 67 seconds, 11 seconds quicker for the 99. I think that's all about track position, but it didn't pay off entirely, because AO by TF have rejoined behind United Autosports car, which will cycle back to the lead as the others pit. 43 Vince Europol competition pits, as does the 2018 Export with Jan van Utrecht at the wheel. TDS pit now with Clem Novalak.
So 43 in from 2nd position, 28 also in, as you mentioned, for Joop van Uite and Edex Sport. This is after 51 laps completed in LMP2. And the 9 car of Matteo Cairoli, who started on the front row, also going to stop at this point. So 40 minutes roughly from this point on will take them to just shy of there being another 40 minutes left in the race.
It's doable.
You think?
This is a place where you can save fuel. What you need to consider here, this brings us back round to the 2003. It's not the same. It's not the same cars. It's not the same tech, but it's pretty much the same track. That 2003 race in pouring rain was won by a lower class GT2 Porsche, principally in the hands of Stefano Ortelli. And Ortelli, many years later, gave the secret to I think Gary Watkins at Autosports. And what he told Gary was that coming down the hill on every lap, because there was a lot of safety car, he switched the engine off.
Wow, really?
So coasting down the hill. Now you're not going to do that here, but there is an opportunity to lift and coast, and there's been a massive opportunity to do that while we've been under the safety car and the virtual safety car conditions. A huge amount of fuel will have been saved. I think we're going to see some extraordinary mileage here.
Well, I'm desperate for this race to stay green to the finish now, because I think it's going to be nip and tuck for those that want to brave it to the finish. Bearing in mind, of course, when you're in the pit lane, that is burning a bit of race time, so it's not 40 minutes plus 40 minutes, but if it were as simple as that, you'd still have 5 more minutes to go, 5 more minutes of fuel that not necessarily all these cars are going to have. But if you can just creep and eke a little bit of mileage here and there, it will help if you're in traffic, because you can almost use a bit of a tow as well to ease back on the throttle.
It can work, and it can work against you really badly. We saw 2 cars late in the Michelin Le Mans Cup race yesterday stopping on the final lap, pretty convinced that one, if not both of them, were out of fuel. And that can just be just the point at which the leader crosses the line. You could be forced into another lap, and that might be pushing it too far. We have seen, again in the modern era here, these extraordinary cars capable of amazing fuel mileage in race conditions. They've surprised us pretty constantly about what, with a professional driver at the wheel, you can squeeze out of the package. I wouldn't count anything out here.
Well, the later you can leave this pit stop, the more valuable it's going to be, because less fuel save is necessary. So Tristan Vautier, he's in the number 37 CLX Pure Racing car. Remember, that was the one to massively benefit from the first virtual safety car phase, and it meant that 37 could pit entirely with the rest of the field doing 80 kilometres per hour. They've definitely still profited from that that opportunity that was gifted to them. The big change in that latest pit stop cycle is this time it's Nielsen Racing that have actually come through the pit stop with a very quick stop and presumably no tyres, and that has put Ferdi Habsburg ahead of Esteban Masson. So they've done the jump, and that is to the next race lead, just as soon as the 4 ahead of them make their... Well, actually, Yelali's already come in, so Yelali's made a jump as well. 56 seconds, you're quite correct. Will actually lead the race, I think, once the 2 CLX cars and the Inter Europol car that's sandwiched between those two make their stops. But that could be, again, a great shout from the 43 crew. 43 had a penalty, but it wasn't a drive-through, was it? It was a 10-second addition to not the stop we've had, but the earlier one. But 43 was penalised, wasn't it? Yeah, but it surely has had to have served that already. So Yelali and the 56 seconds, we know that was a fuel stop, and only fuel. The reason I asked the question is, we're looking at the number of pit stops. Yes. I just want to be sure that he has actually made that pit stop. I'm a little restricted on data, I have to say, this afternoon, so I can't guarantee it, but the indication that we might get that 5 seconds hasn't been served. It was 5 seconds. Thank you again, Discord channel. So do we think the 5 seconds was soaked up in that last pit stop? Because 56, 51, therefore, you could still do a reasonable pit stop of fuel, 51 seconds, plus the 5 when maybe they didn't touch the car. I think Nick Yelali is good to go, and if you look at the 56 seconds, that would accord with the change in position on track between Habsburg and Masson. They're effectively in the order of the shortness of their stops. Yep. Nick Yelali came through the pits in 56 seconds, Ferdi Habsburg in 58, a minute and 7 for Esteban Masson, but that likely means that Masson and VDS Panis Racing have got a tyre advantage at this stage of the race. So the final few LMP2s pitted at the end of lap 53. A great slew of them pitted on 52, including the 24 car of Ferdinand Habsburg. Masson pitted on the same lap, whereas Yellerly had pitted after 51 laps, and he now has the firm advantage. However, he doesn't have the advantage of that extra bit of fuel that I think everyone's going to have to need. You know, yes, you can fuel save around this place, but ordinarily it uses quite a lot of fuel, the Spa-Francorchamps, that run up through Eau Rouge and Raidillon and the Kemmel Straight. And okay, Nick Yellerly's been cycled through to the front now, but he's the one that's going to be most desperate for fuel come the end of the race.
Here comes Nick Yellerly, crosses the line, 2:04.026 onto his 55th lap of this race, an hour and 20 minutes to go. Ferdy Habsburg is 12 seconds back, for the 2 seconds back to a charging Esteban Masson, and also in the fight Danny Uncadella, 3 seconds further back before we get to the first of the bigger gaps, and that's 16 seconds back to Lorenzo Fluxa in this 25 Algarve Pro racing car. Tom Blomqvist trying to get onto terms with the Algarve Pro car. He's just on the way out of the pits in that CLX Pure racing car. So LMP2 Pro-Am, they cycle through now to 7th overall. It's Ollie Caldwell and Ollie Jarvis in a bit of a battle here. 2 seconds between the two of them, with Dane Cameron just 2.3, 2.4 seconds back. And in the last pit stop exchange, that way it was Dane Cameron was through the pit stop quicker and has taken advantage over what is now Matthias Besch in the 29 car. We've not yet seen Louis Delatraz in the 99, have we?
No,
I
correct.
think he's going to do a single stint.
Yeah. Well, he's got to do an hour. That is the minimum of everybody, regardless of rating.
Well, in which case, we're going to see the 99 car back down pit lane shortly.
But surely that's the case for Tom Dillman in 43 as well.
Well, hang on a minute. An hour would only apply in terms of points, correct? If he does less than an hour, the result still stands, he just won't score points.
I think that is true. There's another figure that floats around in the driver in the sporting regulations, which might be something like 40 minutes, and that's the points one. I'm going to have to check now, because the last thing all of these teams want is to compromise their final driver and his or her time, thinking it's all right, that third driver just won't score points, and in the end the car is just taken out of the results because each driver has not done the required 1 hour. But I will check on the wording within the sporting regulations. Meantime, WTM by Rinaldi.
It's the 12 car, that's the one Duquesne in the race. Down in 8th place, they've not had a good race. It's been quiet for them. It's not like WTM by Rinaldi. Got the way through the gravel trap and have regained the circuit. Interpol lead, their 43 car. 24 from Nielsen Racing, still a strong run from them. And that last lap with a bit of traffic with Nick Yellerly, Ferdy Habsburg closed in by 4 seconds.
For all the categories, any driver having driven less than 40 minutes in total will not score points in the series, in addition to the penalties applicable under these regulations. I think the penalty's more severe if you don't do the minimum of 1 hour. It's not just about not scoring points.
So they've absolutely got a pit.
And Dillman's got his suit on, his helmet on, the hands device is there. He's ready to take the car over from Nick Yellerly. It fits nowhere close to the fuel window. And the problem is that even if they fueled the car at 1 hour to go, it's going to have to come in again.
Yeah, there's a lot of compromise here and a lot of jeopardy involved in this.
But I think everybody's in the same boat, because the 24 car's only had 2 drivers in it so far. So Ferdinand Habsburg took that over in the last pit stop. We haven't had Philippe Albuquerque in the 24 car that is second. So in that respect, everybody's got to take the medicine of the 1 hour that each driver's got to do. This is, again, really as a result of so much intervention in the first 2 hours.
The thing is, it's not just the amount of intervention, it's the fact it was constant. You're almost forced into the position where you're going to compromise, because if you get the wrong side of that, the cost is so enormous. The reality is, with 1 or 2 exceptions, everybody called it at the same time, and the two exceptions were the 37 car and the 10.
Yes.
So the 37 car of CLX Pure Racing were on a different strategy and did not pit, and neither did Vector Sports. What might happen here? In the middle of some more stops, by the way, in LMGT3. That is still led by the Aston Martin, the hands of Uri Bastard, and Lorcan Hannafin is still within 3 seconds of that. Still third of the Iron Dames, Sarah Bovey, in the 85 car. Sarah seems to me, have done a fine job with what we think was a compromise on tyres for that effort. And a further message to do with the 17 car at turn 4, overtaking off-track and lasting advantage under investigation, as is the 25 car from Algar Pro Racing, currently running 5th in the hands of Lorenzo Fluxa, a full course yellow infringement. Under investigation, neither of those are penalty at this point, but adding to the workload in race control. We're still waiting, by the way, for any decision out of race control for what we saw about what they suspected at least was the 17 not taking its drive-through in time.
If a driver does not drive at all during a race, the car will be disqualified.
Yes.
The next paragraph, though, is interesting. If a driver does not achieve his or her minimum drive time, which is the 60 minutes, a penalty will be imposed by the stewards up to disqualification.
Fine. Okay, so they've got to stop.
So they have to stop in the next 15 minutes, or ideally before, because remember, the car's got to be back in the race for 1 hour. So that's the pit stop done and dusted before we're into that final 60 minutes.
There's another, just looking now, with the last lot of stops. I don't think Matt Griffin's been in the 55, has he yet?
I think that's correct as well.
So David Perel is shown as being aboard the car. That might be a driver indicator problem.
Yes.
Ben Tuck is now aboard the 57 car with 1 hour and 15 minutes to go. We were told by Ollie Gavin that was likely the case. And Jason Hart is the third driver aboard the JMW car. So car 3, 5 seconds added to the next pit stop for an unsafe release. That is the DKR LMP2 Pro-Am car, currently in the hands of Lawrence Hurr in 6th place. And car 3, 10 seconds added to the next pit stop for causing a collision. So that's 15 seconds to be added for DKR Engineering. That was the one with the brush with, I want to say, was that the 31 or the 17? It was an LMP3 car. They turned the 3 around.
Yes.
Up at the exit of Les Combes, I think.
Okay. Okay. Yes, the 3, and it was an LMP3 car involved in that incident. I need to think about something else for a moment, and then it will come flooding back to me.
That's okay.
Keep mentioning 60 minutes. 60 minutes. That is only in LMP2. LMP2 and LMP2 Pro-Am. Different numbers are in the mix-up for LMGT3, for instance. And the reason why that surely can only be Matt Griffin taking over the Spirit of Race 55 is that his maximum drive time is 1 hour and 15 minutes. And they've pitted it almost perfectly for that, to give Matt the maximum time available to him for the closing stages, assuming, of course, that David Perel did 45 minutes, but I'm pretty confident that he did.
I'm pretty certain he did. Either way, pit lane is going to get busy with LMP2 cars within the next 13 minutes, because multiple of these cars require their third driver to do a stint of 60 minutes. And that is problematic, because it means they'll all need to pit again. Well, it's not problematic as long as they all need to do it, but it is problematic if someone has guessed right and is going to leapfrog the lot of them. The one I'm looking at here that I'm not sure of is the 37.
Yeah. Well, certainly they've had 3 drivers in that car to this point. Did Tristan Vautier do the full hour, or why take him out if he hadn't done 60 minutes? Blomqvist now drives. The car was definitely started by Alexander Malikin. Nick Yellowly due on pit road, surely within the next, well, probably 7 or 8 minutes, in order to make sure that the third and final driver, Tom Dillman, is in the 43 for the full 60. Here comes the 63 Iron Lynx Mercedes of Lorcan Hannafin on very old tyres, making his stop. And Lorcan to hand over to Fabian Schiller for the closing stages.
Further LMGT3 stops, including the 63 car. Lorcan Hannafin from second place, also in the 50 car. They've had a quiet race. Riccardo Agostini in the Richard Mille of Corsa car, the blue and white Ferrari. The Proton competitions, Matteo Grissoni, the 60, the orange and black car, is on pit lane 2. Still Nick Yelly leads for Inter-Europol competition. The gap is 12.2 seconds, Ferdy Habsburg and Nielsen Racing. VDS Panis Racing with Esteban Masson in touch with the Nielsen Racing car, the 48. Danny Yucadella just dropping off a little at this point, 6 seconds back from Masson, with Lorenzo Fluxa a good way behind him. After the exchange of those pit stops, by the way, we have another drama just appearing on the screens. Alga Pro Racing lead in LMP2 Pro and Hans Volley Colwell from Dane Cameron. And then Matthias Besch. What has happened to United Autosports? Ah, right, they've pitted for Marino Sato to climb aboard the car. So that's the first compromise.
Yeah.
We have under investigation for full course yellow infringements. Car 12, which is
WTM
Rinaldi. Car 37,
yes,
which is the CLX Pure Racing car. Could this
that
be
was the
another
one
twist?
just a few minutes ago that you were saying couldn't possibly be in the best situation, considering these number of driver changes that still have to happen. But the 37 car, the gang there might have shot themselves in the foot if they've been judged to be going too fast at the start or the end of a full course yellow. I'm sure it wasn't overtaking within it, but it's so crucial to get the speed down at the right time and not accelerate too quickly out of a full course yellow.
Reminded by James Newbold, thanks James, watching at home. The penalty for number 3 was contact when Thomas Laurent ran into the back of Matteo Grissoni at Le Camp. So it was the 60 car.
In the orange and black Porsche.
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks to James.
I do remember that now. Thank you for the reminder, James.
And by the way, if you're a fan, and why wouldn't you be, of the good old days of Formula 3000, James Newbold, a fabulous book on that history. It's out there right now. There is no better historical record of that series. I heartily recommend it.
Owen Bastard into the pit lane from the lead of LMGT3 and brings with him Sarah Bovey, Fran Rueda, Rui Andrade. Fabian Schiller had already made a stop, but we have slightly over an hour still to go.
Well, it's an hour and 9 minutes as they came onto pit lane. Is that doable?
In terms of fuel,
that's
not bothered
what I mean.
about driver restrictions there.
Forget that for this one.
We're inside the window of an hour and 15, which is the maximum for the final driver. But yes, can you get to the flag is the next crucial question.
There's two questions, aren't there? Can you get to the flag? Can you do that at pace? And will the final lap be critical? And again, this is, remember, you could cross the line with 5 seconds to go. It's about when the overall race leader crosses the line. You could have a full lap beyond that.
Well, it wasn't that long ago, I think only last year, when in the World Endurance Championship an LMGT3 car could barely do 40 minutes, 45 minutes. I know there was some adjustment over the winter period to take them closer to an hour, but 67, 68 minutes at Spa?
It's going to be interesting. A lot of full throttle here. I think there's going to be an awful lot of soft shoe shuffling over the next 67.5 minutes for that car. Nielsen Racing, by the way, on pit lane, the hands of Ferdy Habsburg. Great stint from him. He'll cycle back into this order.
But in the process of that, driving in your slippers, you might actually need to give up some positions and just have the faith that the car that's just overtaken you is going to run out of fuel more quickly than you do.
Here. Oh, that's it. That is Esteban Masson trying to keep in the hunt. He's 18 seconds back from Nick Yellerly, and that is the GR Racing car, the 86 Ferrari. Cracking livery on that car, the black and orange highlights.
There wasn't a lot of wiggle room there for Masson, who surely must be thinking about an in-lap fairly shortly.
That, by the way, is the battle for second place. That's Ricky Perra, who's a young driver in his pomp at the moment and showing that he's got pace here. This is a battle for second place. He will need to pit, but Perhaps a little bit of the gravel there as Danny Ucadella, I think it is still aboard. It is in third place in the EDEX Sport number 18. It's looking to do what he can about the two LMGT3 cars. Just looking to make sure that Ricky Perez seen that he's there. He has. Now it's him through to the inside and away they go. On pit lane now, Nick Yellerly from the lead. Stellar stint from him.
Masson, who's 20 seconds further back down the road, surely he's going to come in as well now to hand over to Charmy Lacey. If not on the next lap, but the next lap leaves it pretty tight. So Dillman in, he had been sitting in the garage for a little while, waiting patiently for the call. 61 laps just completed by his British teammate.
Felipe Albuquerque, minute and 15 on pit lane. That will be, I'm sure, a full 4-tyre stop to release Felipe Albuquerque to attack. But that's the balance, isn't it? It's taking the time, giving him the tools, but the clock is ticking down. Where is that car? Started from pole, has been running either in the lead or second or third throughout this race. Where is that car going to end up with the choices that have been made, not just on track but on pit lane?
So Masson does stay out. We've got a spinning car, which is
the 60 car and the 74. The 60 car has stopped on the outside, the exit, driver's left of the final turn.
So presumably they've clashed.
There you see it.
The bumper of the 60 car is well out of alignment.
What happened here?
So it's 60 into the back of the 74. Oh, not quite, side to side. And then there was the hit to the front of the board, and even more of a hit then as well. So a bit of afters as the 60 Porsche pulled out of the chicane. That's Alessio Picariello in the Proton competition car and Miguel Molina. Now, was Molina wanting the pit lane?
I thought I'd just seen him go down the pit lane.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Was he trying to also get across to the pits but being steered left?
He's not in the... He's completed the lap.
But not in the pits. Right, OK. So he went actually the other side of the bollard.
Oh, someone else in trouble. That is a P3 car.
Yeah.
I think that's the Ultimate car, the 35.
And Ultimate has just made the end of that first sector with Jean-Baptiste Lahaye at the wheel.
By the way, we still have not heard any outcome for the 17 car.
Indeed, that's still hovering, isn't it?
That is still a penalty looming. At the moment, they sit there in a position that will earn them the championship in 64 minutes' time. But it could be very different for them today. It's all going to depend, not what's happening on track right now, but what did and didn't happen on track about half an hour ago.
Esteban Masson, as expected, pitting at the end of lap 62, had to prepare for full course yellow. Blimey, do you imagine if the full course yellow had been announced moments before, but I reckon Masson made it in just before.
He did. He did. We're not into full course yellow yet. We are now.
No, but the prepare for full course yellow is when the pit lane closes, not when the full course yellow starts.
I think he was on pit lane. And by the way, Algarve Pro Racing are also on pit lane, and that may well have been after the prepare for full course yellow.
That is close, Graham. Prepare for full course yellow at 3:56 and 12 seconds. Esteban Masson entered pit lane. I have it 6 seconds later. This could be really costly. We can't call it because the time values are too small for everything to be accurate.
Well, I could just see the Algarve Pro Racing car disappear behind the wall of the pit-in. Well, let's take a look back at event so far before we get back to that, Johnny.
Yeah, discussions are going to be being had for sure at VDS Panis Racing. We got underway at 1 o'clock this afternoon and didn't have to wait too long at all for the carnage to begin at La Source after collision between Rodrigo Sales into the back of PJ Hyatt's Spike the Dragon LMP2 Pro-Am car that speared the American right and really compromised the pole sitter in Pro-Am, Giorgio Roda, who had to get off more so on the brakes and couldn't apply the throttle to leave that corner, and it meant that Roda eventually would drop to the back of the LMP2 Pro-Am field. It was a good getaway though for Jem Bollock-Bashi in the number 24 Nielsen Racing car that led from pole position after great work from Ferdinand Habsburg yesterday in qualifying, a wet qualifying for pretty much all categories. the dicing onto the Kemmel Straight that sometimes the VDS guys couldn't watch, but it didn't matter for Ollie Gray. His eyes were wide open as he scythed his way by Jonas Reed at the top end of the Kemmel Straight, and an even better overtake, arguably, through traffic, you will see in a moment or two. That was a good dice between Francois Perrodo and Rodrigo Sales, although Perrodo then made a mistake at the top of Radion, which allowed the American to swoop by around the outside of Les Combes corner. Then, pinching his way into the traffic, Ollie Gray gave Jembol Akbashi no option but to jink left of one of the LMP3 cars, because Gray had got the road position and he took the race lead early in that first stint. A frightening moment for Manuel Maldonado. He was able to walk away from this big crash for the 22 United Autosports car, and on the same lap John Fowle then lost the back of his Nielsen car coming out of Blanchimont, one of the most daunting parts of this epic Spa-Francorchamps circuit, but hard into the concrete and hard into the tyres for Manuel Maldonado. But good to see initially both drivers stepping away. They would both go to the medical centre for checks. So at this phase of the race, Ollie Gray was able to build a bit of a lead. Unfortunately, though, we had safety car, we had virtual safety car, followed by a second safety car phase. We had full course yellows as well. And after the restart, Vlad Lomko in the leading Vector Sport car did struggle and was eventually swamped. Two front-engine GT cars going hammer and tong as Erwin Bastard down the inside of Lorcan Hannafin, who was on older tyres, to take the category lead. Vlad Lomko thrown the dummy by Ferdinand Habsburg, who pulled off a stellar overtake at Les Combes, and down the inside of Danny Juncadella would attempt to go Roy Nissani in the Duquesne black and green machine. Dicing, of course, up and down the order in LMP3 as well, and these cars needing to be mindful of the longer 1 minute and 45 pit stops, two of them that needed to be done. A spin actually from the lead for Nogales, Daniel Nogales in the number 8 car. He'd just taken the lead from Paul Lanchet and then immediately rotated at Les Combes corner. So almost too many highlights to fit into that short segment, because we are now back to live action, and this is inside the final hour of a enthralling Spa-Francorchamps 4 hours, with hopefully all of the LMP2s having made their final stops, bearing in mind their last drivers have to do a minimum of 60 minutes drive time. So these cars on an outlap now: Charles Lacey in 48, Mathis Jobert in the 18 car second, and Theo Pourchaire in the 25 car, who will fit back into third in LMP2, fourth overall.
I think they're all okay. The one note to the 2 points to make there was the itchy trigger finger there, or trigger foot, of Matteo Capietto. Seemed to get on the throttle before Tom Blomqvist, has taken 10th position in LMP2. That's down in 15th and 16th place. But also, we're talking about this business around whether or not the prepare for full course yellow timing suited the cars that came onto pit lane. The one that's in doubt appears to be the 25 car, under investigation, full course yellow infringement.
But 48 wasn't in that list.
48, there's only one car listed, so I think the other two look to be okay. On pit lane now, Vector Sport. Now that is a car. I don't think we've seen the third driver. That is in trouble.
Yeah, Vlad Lomko's been in that for some time, because we were talking about him pulling out of the
Pietro
restart.
Fittipaldi's not done an hour.
And Fittipaldi's, well, not been in the car, let alone not done an hour. And he's now got only 57 minutes in order to do that.
That's
and
the
as
problem.
we've said, it's not just about not scoring points. It will be about a penalty now, because as a compliment, they haven't done the minimum of 60 minutes each.
Well, here's the thing, that it will be taken into account with any penalty, what that will be, because they were locked out of the pits, but a penalty nonetheless will be coming.
Yeah.
Out of the race, by the way, as a result of that clash, is the number 60 Porsche. That's behind the wall on the exits on the outside of the bus stop. So that came off substantially the worst. The 74 car, though, is continuing in the hands of Miguel Molina.
The only thing that Vector can hope for now is that the checkered flag is slightly delayed according to where the race leader is, and they're a bit further back.
And he does an hour.
Remember, the drive time
he can still do it.
Completes at the control line as your car crosses the control line. So that's the reason why you can eke out a little bit more beyond the hour of 5 o'clock.
Well, if you're smart, what you do is that you find the leader and you overtake them if you're capable of doing that, because you'll then have a full lap at whatever pace you determine it to be to complete your hour. That's the only way you can manage it. By the way, significant change through that pit stop cycle in LMGT3. Iron Lynx, the AMG, leads the race in the hands of Fab Schiller. The 63 car ahead of Valentina Haase-Clos by 2.7 seconds, and that came with a 1 minute 27 second stop for the Aston Martin. Team manager, car 25 to the race director, please. That will be that investigation into whether or not, or what happened there. The only extenuating factor could be, did they have to pit? They were on pit lane for 1 minute and 10 seconds. Unless the pit exit light was on, that's not an emergency service with 5 seconds of fuel.
No, true. And that of course, still does remain an option in a full course yellow, as long as you don't put more than 5 seconds of fuel, or you change one tyre, but it doesn't help you for a driver change.
But you still have to come in straight away when it goes back to green, which they haven't done anyway. So it's not an emergency stop. I think they made the call, and it's about whether or not they made it in time.
Yeah. But also, I mean, did Porsche take over at that point? Yes, he did. So that's not an emergency stop either. You're not allowed to do a driver change in an emergency stop. But Porsche got in to replace Lorenzo Fruxa.
Little doubt, this has been a topsy-turvy race, and it's caught a few people out here. Not more so, I'm afraid, than Vector Sports. So that, I think, is their only option. Find the leader, stay with the leader, last lap, overtake the leader.
Yeah. The other thing, of course, the grey area between a full course yellow being prepared for and when you arrive on pit road. You've already committed to the pit lane before you then cross the white line, which is designated the start of the pit lane. But as long as you are the right side of the bollard and making meaningful approach to pit lane before the prepare for full course yellow symbol appears, that's all right. So that's why I think 48 is in the clear. There was that difference in time, but the car was already long in the pit lane before it had crossed the white line. Same necessarily can't be said for 25 though.
There is one other option for Vector Sport, and that is to pit on the last lap. Wait on pit lane and leave just as the race leader completes the race.
Yes, okay. But remember that any time spent in the pits doesn't count to your driving time.
That's a very good point.
You could have an entirely coincidental spin on the final lap, for instance.
That's an outrageous
You could go via the escape road at Le Combe and just, stall the car and then, it's fired back into life, look. There are lots of ways of elongating that final
lap. Here's the battle for the lead in LMGT3. Still, by the way, waiting for any response to the potential controversy for CLX Motorsport. Does that indicate they're considering a penalty? Does it indicate an appeal? Does it indicate it's gone away?
Yep.
That might be one for Steph Wentworth to just follow up in the lead up to the end of this race, deep into the final hour. And remember, why are we so concerned about the 17 car? Because if that car wins this race, and at the moment it is winning this race, they will win the championship. Currently second place, by the way, is the Ginetta.
Yes.
48 seconds behind. And by the way, it depends at this stage, what is the penalty? They've got a 48-second lead.
True. So yeah, even if it's a drive-through penalty, they might be able to get away with that, bearing in mind it takes you 23 seconds to go from point to point, but it's more damaging than that. But I don't think quite to the extent of 48 seconds. So, and with Theodor Jensen, the young talent from Denmark, now at the wheel, taking nothing away from Mikkel Pedersen for DKR Engineering in his Ginetta, but generally I would have thought Jensen could lap a little faster than Pedersen and potentially open that gap up to a larger margin than 48 seconds. Bearing in mind that Pedersen himself is under pressure from Ian Aguilera.
Yep, and so that, by the way, is some recovery from your International. Remember, that outer sequence stop that put Aguilera in the car dropped him to the back of that field. and he has forced his way back up on pace.
So they're going to be very mindful of one another and potentially slowing each other down, which will help Theodor Jensen to build an even larger gap to Mercedes ahead of Aston Martin, which is Fabian Schiller in the 63 car leading Valentin Hasclau's Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston.
Oh, that was just a touch, I think, side to side with the AF Corsa car, and then the yellow at turn 1. That's the Ginetta.
Second place. Was there a touch between he and Ian Aguilera? Mikkel Pedersen now facing the wrong way and trying to loop it around as quickly but as safely
Probably as he
as
can't
possible.
see from the position in spun. Now he can.
Yeah.
That's going to be costly though.
But he's lost third to Julien Henrion. Ian Aguilera got through. It was an Aguilera move and he went late dive bombing and there was contact.
Oh no, which way are they going to look at that?
So Aguilera does get away first into second, but now is he culpable for causing that incident? And has the Ginetta actually left the scene is the next question.
Just looking, has not cleared the first timing.
Henrion hasn't either, but we know Henrion is now ahead.
Henrion has.
He has now, yes.
Looking for what happens. Where is the little Ginetta?
And Pedersen's gone through as well.
He has. He's lost a lot of time, but yes. It doesn't quit this one. Mathis Chobert, by the way, all of a sudden we can get excited about. He's just done the fastest lap of the EDEC Sport car, the 18 cars race so far. He's 5.5 seconds back from race leader Charles Milesi, who's also, by the way, in the 203s. Take a look at this. Goodyear's Wingfoot Award, relaunched this year in the ELMS and in the WC. To choose your most valuable driver of the race, look on the ELMS_official Instagram story to place your vote. Your vote counts. The voice, or the voices, that will determine who will be on the podium later this afternoon to receive the increasingly prestigious Goodyear Wingfoot Award. There will be nominations from LMP2, LMP2 Pro-Am and LMGT3, because of course they are the classes shod by our friends at Goodyear with their Goodyear Eagle tyres. 49 minutes to go, battles everywhere, battles for the overall lead, battles in LMP2 Pro-Am, battles for all of the podium places. LMP3, no idea what's going to happen there. There's going to be drama, whether or not that's drama on track or drama off track in LMP3, and we've got a fully lit battle for the lead in LMGT3 as well. You've been sticking with us this afternoon. It's taken a bit of grit. Endurance racing fans are known for that. Thanks for it. It's been a bit frustrating from time to time, but we've got a sustained period here of green flag running, and we've got battles aplenty underway. Here's one of them, AO by TF on board here, the 99 car with Louis Delatraz. And he's trying to catch, of all people, Tom Blomqvist. They know each other through adventures not just here in the European Le Mans Series, but in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. It's a battle for position, but not class position. Car 29, meanwhile, will be getting 10 seconds added to the next pit stop for overtaking off track with elastic advantage. They sit at the moment in the lead of LMP2 Pro-Am, and it's a drive-through penalty for car 17, our race and championship leader. Now, as things stand, that should mean they retain the lead in this race. So we know a drive-through penalty, 25 seconds, did we think, Johnny?
23 point to point, but it takes you a bit longer to get into pits and then obviously out again.
It's Dane Cameron. Oof, nose chopped off there, Tom Blomqvist and Dane Cameron. Oh, sorry, it's not Dane Cameron, it's Louis Delatraz.
Yeah.
And a further 10-second penalty for the 17. That's disappeared from my screen, but it was certainly there. So it's a drive-through penalty, and the 17 will need 10 seconds either added to its final pit stop,
yes,
or added afterwards.
Yeah, so it's a drive-through penalty for disrespect of a drive-through procedure, and then plus 10 seconds to the next pit stop, and that was because of overtaking off track.
Wow. Well, I think they're still okay.
Really? Okay.
because they're 53 seconds ahead.
Yes, and that is testament to Theodor Jensen's brilliant driving. The problem is now there's a different car in second place.
The key is, Euro International are another of these teams that can pull a blinder with strategy. What's going to happen? Who needs what stop? They can do whatever they need as quickly as they like.
Yeah. All the long stops are now already done. They've been served.
It's all about what do they need? What do they have to have? It's all down to the wire for this. DK Engineering's Mikkel Garda Pettersson is on pit lane. There's an investigation into that clash, which, by the way, included the Euro International car. Could that play a part here? That could mean the difference between this championship being awarded this afternoon and not.
Yep.
Whatever is decided in the steward's office in the next few minutes. Debris at turn 1, left-hand side we're seeing now. We'll see whether or not that is, so that will be, I'm sure, part of the outturn of that incident between the Ligier and the Ginetta. Ginetta on pit lane for their final stop.
But you're right, that well, we know the 17's got to serve a drive-through penalty and have 10 seconds probably added to, well, it will have one more pit stop.
Yes.
So they can do that for real rather than have 10 seconds added to their race time.
There goes
Delatraz.
Yeah, it is Delatraz. My apologies. I'm struggling here.
I make a mistake and then I always make the same mistake again. But it's definitely Delatraz who took the 99 car over last time in. Unfortunately for them, I mean, they're down in 6th place, and that's a testament to a difficult race for AO by TF.
Théo Pourchaire is with Matthias Pesch for the overall 3rd place. The LMP2 Pro-Am leaders, though, will have 10 seconds to add to their next stop, their final stop, they would hope. We're getting close to the point where there is a full fuel stint left.
Tom Dillman's just gone through the first sector faster than anybody else has managed in the opening 3 hours and 15 minutes. The pace of the track, therefore, seems to be very, very good. The problem is Dillman's down in 7th position. Here he is.
And by the way, great to see Tom back on form after suffering a nasty injury in a race in the IMSA Championship. Car 12, 5 seconds added to the next pit stop. They're catching up on the to-do list. Car 37, 5 seconds added to the next pit stop. That's a car we thought might cycle back into things, but they've not had a good spell. They're 1 minute and 30 seconds back in this pack. The top, what is that? 17 cars separated by 90 seconds.
So a whole slew of messages that I'll try and keep track of by just scribbling them down, and then we can tick them off as they are served.
17 has served the drive-through penalty now, Theo Jensen, and has cleared the next timing sector, so the gap is 36.8 seconds. They'll lose 10 of those in their next pit stop. So it's under 30 seconds for the championship, but with the car that's chasing them under investigation for on-track clash with the number 4 Ginetta. White Bricacek is aboard the number 4 car. It's Bricacek with the car.
I don't remember mentioning his name, but there are different rules, remember, in LMP3. It's not about 1 hour.
It's 40, isn't it? I think it's 40 minutes.
Again, it depends on the makeup. So we're talking about car 4.
Yes.
Bronze, silver, silver. Bronze, silver, silver. It's really all about the bronze.
Right, so no problem.
There's no max or minimum for silver drivers as long as the bronze has done 1 hour and 45 minutes.
29 in the pits from the lead of LMP2 Pro-Am. Cedes that lead at the moment to Marino Sartre on the 21 United Autosports car. Remember, the 29 will be on pit lane for a further 10 seconds in the hands of Matthias Pesch for a previous infringement by the crew. Also on pit lane, the 28 car, Paul-Loup Chatin aboard that TDEC Sport car, and the 83 AF Corsa car for Mathieu Vazevière. Other cars cycling through, but they will too need to stop, and soon. Charles Milesi leads, under 4 seconds for Mathis Jobert, 10 seconds back to Théo Pourchaire, 12 seconds back to Luca Chiotto, Tom Dillman 4 seconds back from that, then Enzo Fittipaldi, then cycling up this field, Felipe Albuquerque. United Autosports and Algarve Pro Racing on the 1-2 LMP2 Pro-Am, and AO by TF cycled back to 3rd.
Right side tyres for Theodor Jensen. They're going to do the lefts as well, so an opportunity for the Dane to have fresh rubber. Remember, the rubber for an LMP3 car is actually tracked. It's actually tracked from the start of the weekend. Adrian Clomanil, we're hearing, though, takes charge of that car.
Did they do the 10 seconds before? And hearing from Steph Wentworth that they did. Thank you very much, Steph. Your international lead, they're under investigation. RLR M Sport, the hands of Guillaume Henrion. He is 9.7 seconds back. Our defending champions. They don't look like they're going to defend it this year, but Guillaume Henrion and his co-drivers will be pushing hard to close the points gap. Adrien Clomanil rejoins in 4th place in this race.
But with a brand new set of tyres, or virtually brand new, it looks like they were virtually untouched actually, and it's tough to do in LMP3 to keep one set of tyres back when you only get 4 sets for the whole weekend. So they're always at a premium, but that could be a crucial bit of just saving rubber for this crucial final stint, which is only going to be just less than 45 minutes rather than probably what they expected to be 60 odd minutes. So Clomanil can now just go hell for leather to the finish, but he has still, that car's still got to do a drive-through, hasn't it?
No, it's done its drive-through.
It did do the drive-through.
Completed that drive-through. You're away from the screen for a moment or two.
Fine.
Done that, and they've served the 10 seconds. They're good to go to the end now. They've got tyres to the end, fuel to the end, and no penalties in the inbox. They come back in 4th place, and we'll start crunching numbers depending on where they are, because a win absolutely nailed them in, a championship win here today. But other possibilities are still there that could make that happen. We'll look at that when we see when and for how long the cars ahead of them have to stop. 40 minutes to go.
So Jensen, Theodore Jensen did, I think I was back actually, but I missed it. He did the drive-through penalty.
Yes.
Out lap.
And then back
in lap.
Yes.
Same lap.
Yes.
Changed to driver. 10 seconds served in that pit stop and away again.
Yes.
You've got to be on the ball here if you want to win a championship, and they could do it today.
But it has got to be said, on reflection, whatever happens here, they will say, we made heavy weather of that.
Yeah.
And that, I suspect, remarkably, for a team that's been so fast and so sure-footed and so clean, it's big match nerves.
Maybe, because all of a sudden there's an awful lot more riding on this race rather than just 25 points on offer.
First the lead group to make their final stop. It's Luca Giotto is on pit lane. Enzo Fittipaldi is on pit lane. That's the 34 into Europol car and the 47 CLX Motorsport car from 5th and 7th respectively. They cycle back for the moment. Felipe Albuquerque picks up a place as a result, 2 places up to 5th. Charles Lacey, Mathis Chaubert, that gap is coming down. It's under 2.3 seconds.
Catching one thing, overtaking another, but Jaubert's thinking, I'll just do the 2 in 1 manoeuvre, potentially, because he's that talented. Mathis Chaubert, a star in Porsche Carrera Cup action, as well as in these 2-seater sports cars.
Also catching, by the way, albeit slightly further back. Thierry Pourchaire is 10 seconds back from that fight. Tom Dillman is slicing tenths out, but running out of time, needs to be bigger chunks if Tom Dillman and the Europol competition team is going to make it to the podium or better. In LMP2 Pro-Am, it's all about who needs what on pit lane. And we're into the window that counts now, deep into the window that counts. LMGT3, Fab Schiller still fending on Valentin Haase-Clos. They're pretty much in towing range. 0.9 of a second between the AMG number 63 of Schiller and Haase-Clos Aston Martin number 59. 10 seconds back to the 51 AF Corsa car. Conrad Lausen at the wheel of that car. Further investigation, it's car 30 that's a little way down the order. Duquesne team in 7th place under investigation for overtaking off track with elastic advantage. We'll worry about that one when it happens. CLX Motorsport.
Provisional standings are useful with regard to CLX Motorsport. They would move on to 91 points, but that's if they finish in 4th.
Yeah, that means they're 6 points short of taking the win.
Yeah.
The championship win, not the race win.
Yeah, with still, after today, 52 on offer.
Yep.
25 for each of the race wins, Silverstone and Portimão, and a point on Saturday or Friday as it is at Portimão.
It's not just about what they're scoring, it's what everybody else is scoring. Those adjustments for when they move up the order. So it's just as important as to what happens to your international, because your international's 55 points in that regard, includes 25 for a win here. If they don't win, if there's a penalty coming their way, they lose 7 points, and that right there, my friend, is potentially the championship.
Le Mans auto entry for a team that wins in a championship in LMP3.
Uniquely, the only competition now that offers an automatic entry for an LMP3 class winner is the European Le Mans Series.
And you can't run an LMP3 car in the 24 hours of Le Mans, so that would be for LMP2.
LMP2 or LMP2 Pro Am.
Yes. But rather than getting a GT entry, for instance, it has to be something that's kind of similar.
For CLX Motorsport, they've got bullets in the gun in LMP2. Your international don't. This is their one shot as a team of going to Le Mans.
Yep, true enough. So there's always been a lot on the line this year to take the title. The problem is Adrien Clomenil, Paul Lancher, Theodore Jensen have been an unstoppable force to this point. They're in fourth at this stage, but Adrien Clomenil on a fresh set of tyres is now only 2.8 seconds away, no sorry, further than that, 23 seconds adrift of Rick Cohn in the Team Virage number 8.
Mathis Jobert, the pressure on Charman Lacey, that's been communicated to the Alpine factory driver ahead, and away he goes. It's 4 seconds to good after a lap that included the fastest first sector of the race so far. Overall, Iron Lynx and Racing Spirit Le Mans, it's half a second. Look at this. And this time, Valentin Harzeclos gets a good run up and over. And I think, has he got the ponies? Has he got the aero? Has he got the guts here? Under braking. Fab Schiller takes it under braking through Lecombe. But, that, well, whatever happens here, that won't be allowed to stand. Fab Schiller retakes the position on as even.
Showed that the Aston Martin actually was the faster car in maybe fourth gear, and then as they picked up the pace up the Kemmel Straight into the higher gears, the Mercedes fought back at the Aston. So similar mindset in terms of car design, but Schiller didn't need to brake that much later than the Aston to retain the position.
Rino Sato pits for United Autosport's 21 car from the lead in LMP2 Pro Am. That puts Alex Quinn at this stage into the lead of the class and 6th overall.
Yeah, so Quinn in a good spot, but still owes us a final pit stop as well.
Just keep an eye, by the way, on the speed of Adrien Clomenil. He's not making too much ground on pace against the cars ahead of him. A little bit here and there, but certainly they're not looking to push to the front here on pace at this phase of the race. I think they're waiting to see what happens with the cars ahead of them.
Any of the LMP2s could now make a stop and be fine to the finish. But the question is, how far do you push it? Right to the end of the fuel window, because there's then less fuel to put into the car and a quicker start.
Indeed.
But if there's a caution, then it might be that you want to get the pit stop out of the way in case there's a late safety car. That's, I'm going to say, less likely to happen in this style of racing, unless the incident provokes it, of course. And the other thing that might happen is that there's a full course yellow, another full course yellow, and you are prevented from making any sort of visit to the pit lane unless it is for emergency service. You could always come up with a theory to pit early or late, frankly.
Leader in the pits from LMP3, this is your international. Remember, still over and above this pit stop, there is an investigation about that clash with the Ginetta earlier that we need to be aware might play a part, but where is this going to leave them? RRM Sport take the lead. Through goes Team Virage into second. Where is the CLX car?
Waiting for the position of Adrien Clomenil. He's on the main straight now. In fact, look out the window from our commentary box. Probably just saw it go through. So into La Source, both cars, one on one side of the concrete wall, one on the other.
11 is ahead.
Just, yeah.
But
4 seconds or so the difference.
What was the time on pit lane for your international? 43 seconds, no tyres.
Whereas Clomenil, they did take tyres for
he
CLX.
may well have a grip advantage, and the gap is 3 seconds. That's a battle.
The other thing, of course, that restricts Euro International is they may have just used their full set, their full allocation of tyres. It's very easy to do that in LMP3.
I think unlikely because they've stopped so little.
Yeah, okay. Take that.
Car 18, meanwhile, under investigation, full course yellow infringement. That's the second place car.
But remember, just to go back to the point of LMP3 tyres, that's the only category in this race where tyre allocation is counted from the free practice sessions.
Yes. But Euro International are famously stingy about putting tyres in that car. And I mean that with love.
Yeah, yeah.
The other ones who play it beautifully because it gives them strategy in the race are the same.
Yes.
That they won't put tyres on the car just to burn the time or, you know, to give the drivers a good time. It's all about the race, all of it.
And remember that actually entering with 2 drivers, which is what Euro International do, is a slight advantage because you have to make sure that your 2 drivers, in Euro International's case, 3 drivers elsewhere, have qualified for the race, so that they need to have done a certain amount of laps in either one of those free practice sessions, 2 90-minute sessions to kick off each ELMS weekend.
Ben Viscal here having a bit of a fight with Marino Sato in LMP2 Pro-Am.
Julien Henrion now pitting from what was the lead in LMP3 for RLR M Sport because he got cycled through into that position.
That will put Rick Kern in the number 8 car into the lead for the moment, but we think they still need to pit, and that should cycle back this what is a pretty much nose-to-tail battle between Euro International and CLX Motorsport. That gap is under a second. Oh wow. Really
Tight indeed because of where Aguilera has fed back into this mixture.
But the key here, I think if we see the provisional point standings again, that would still be enough to give CLX the title, because they're not 4th, they're 2nd.
Yes. But also, Euro International are not 2nd in the championship at the start of this weekend either. So they're not an immediate threat.
When they were leading the race, the provisional points put them at 55, and with a 46-point gap to CLX. But since then, assuming that the number 8 car's got to stop, they'd cycled through 2 more positions. So they're not going to be on 12 points, they're not going to be on 15 points, they'll be on 18 points. That's the 6 points.
But remember, we're measuring everything to Doe de Decker, Reece Gold and Tim Kresick, who are the next best point scorers in the championship to date, and they run in car number 88 down in 5th. So I agree that, you know, 2nd place should be enough purely because of where 88 is, and there's a whole load of drivers and therefore teams on 30 points.
Well, put it this way. If they've earned 6 more points in that chase, it's 52 points, the gap with 52 points to go. And that would mean that the only mathematics that actually works is that Euro International would have then to win the last 2 races and for CLX to non-score in both.
Yeah.
To equalise the points.
Yes,
indeed.
indeed.
Oh, by the way, and to take pole position.
And the poles as well. I think it's highly unlikely, but what we're trying to obviously get to the bottom of is whether we're going to be in new territory with a team managing to win a title in ELMS after just 4 races.
Yeah, remarkable. Whatever happens, a remarkable performance. Cars 20 and 25, full course yellow infringements under investigation for both the Algarve Pro cars will be investigated after the race. And that's a car that is currently in a podium finishing position overall and the LMP2 Pro race leader. I'm taking from that there has been a counter argument offered from the team that needs to be investigated in more depth. That's a change.
Ben Viscal getting ahead of Marino Sato.
And that is at the moment for 4th place. And what's the gap to Matthias Besch? It's 10 seconds. This is the battle that counts to, there you go, behind the Iron Dames Porsche. That is your International, the dark grey car with the orange highlights, and behind the familiar colours of CLX Racing. I think the championship's here, and he got a better run there.
Well, Aguilera's exit wasn't great, so now they're going to draw level, and Clomanil, if he turns in at Pouon, is still going to be two abreast.
Touch.
And Aguilera's not going to let him back in. The Porsche might be a disadvantage as well. For actually both cars, great car control from Clomanil. He could very easily have swapped ends there in the 17 car. They'll both get underneath the Iron Dames Porsche, which incidentally is 4th in GT, and that is Michel Gatting.
Meantime, 24, Nielsen Racing, Felipe Albuquerque from 5th overall makes his final stop with 26 minutes to go. And we believe all the cars currently ahead of him still need to stop.
Exciting, by the way, for the future of Iron Dames to have Michel Gatting in a Nürburgring race last weekend on the Saturday.
I think obviously doing the ring, I don't think it's her first race there. I think that's a second race.
Could well have been.
And is it races? You're the expert here. Races or laps now for the ring permit? I think it's successful laps completed, I think. It's laps without incidents within a pace.
That makes more sense.
But I think it's got to be in 2 different events, I think.
And always in the lower category so that you can get your licence. Now late on the brakes, Clomanil to the outside line and making sure that the Ferrari, there was contact somewhere.
I wonder if that was just a piece of debris from the earlier incident that was kicked up there.
Possibly.
So what's not helped there is the passage of the unlinked Proton car. The number 9 car goes blasting through, but who's going to get the better run over the top? Through Radion, down the Kemmel Straight. Here comes another LMP2 car. Is Rateau available? They've not taken it if there was. I think they prefer to keep the fight amongst themselves.
Lilu Wadu, that blue and white Ferrari, on for a podium for Richard Mille, of course.
It's been a great run from them from pretty much nowhere. And at some point, Lilu has gone by Michel Gatting. Here we go. This was the moment. I think they possibly run over some debris. It's a 17!
In the gravel at Le Combe.
Is it just the 17?
Is the next question, because Clomanil has potentially tangled with Ian Aguilera, but has the CLX car taken the Euro International car with it?
No, not there. Let's have a look. Let's see if we get the wider shot. I think it's the one car there. No, he's done it by himself. He's made the error. Oh, that is absolutely horrible. Look, Radrian Clomanil. He got away with it at Pouon, going wide. That's the emotion.
They've given the car fresh tyres. We all thought actually Clomanil was in the better position therefore. So
20
it's
seconds.
going to be a full course yellow in order to extract Clomanil's car.
Full course yellow in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
This is going to be at least
5,
a lap lost, even
4,
if the car can rejoin.
3,
Absolutely
2,
right.
1. Full course yellow. We are under full course yellow.
Right, so also while that's going on, Argyle Pro Racing's 20 car in the hands of Alex Quinn is on pit lane, and we got there in time before full course yellow was called. This is what caused the issue. He had his mirrors full of the sister car in LMP2. I think he was looking to stay out the way, got on the dirty stuff, and could not take the corner.
17, tell your driver we're going to hoist him with a forklift and we'll put him back on track.
Also, a car having one heck of a moment going into the full course yellow at Pouon.
Also wanted to point out, by the way, Mathis Chobert got in and out, I think, just before that full course yellow. This adds one tiny bit of spice here, and it's a brief period of time where it could get spicy. We know that some of these leading cars, Johnny, have to pit, and some of them very soon. If they're out of fuel now, they've got to take emergency service and pit again.
Yes.
So watch out for anybody on pit lane right now, because that will be no more than 5 seconds of fuel. We've got 23 minutes left, and they must, when the race goes green, come back in again for a second time. So watch out for that happening in any of these classes, but principally the overall. AO by TF, by the way, retake the lead of the race in LMP2 Pro at this stage, and we think they do need to stop again. Wow.
I'm just gathering my thoughts, really, to work out now precisely where this leaves certainly the LMP3 fight, trying to get to the bottom of precisely what happened to Clomanil as well.
I think two things. He's focused on the lead battle. He's coming through. Tricky sequence. There's
Well,
another
yeah,
CLX car there,
you know,
which
this
he's
seems like
probably been told.
Aero wash to think about, because
Yep.
was the car too close in behind for a number of laps? Remember, the 11 car, there's a fair bit of heat coming off that car, so
Yep.
all of a sudden stuff can stop working properly. Either something broke, or he was just in the dirt and the marbles, or there's a bit of aero intervention. And the other thing is, as you said, the LMP2 CLX car was behind, wanting
was
to
up
get
the
by.
inside.
Could have been a distraction too.
Well, he's not going to lose a lap here, I don't think.
Because we're under full course yellow, yeah, so...
Let's ask car 17 to try and not lose too much gravel on track, please.
Where is the 8 car?
Let's ask car 17 not to
Just
lose too
exiting
much
turn
gravel
9.
on track.
Having gone by it again, surely. Yes. So, 8 car. And is how far behind the 8 car is Ian Aguilera? Oh, 54 seconds.
I think Aguilera is far enough back that if they can get the 17 car rolling now, there it's gone by him. It's just gone by him. He's lost a lap.
There you go.
I think that is game over for the championship today.
Yes.
Well, they've made it dramatic, haven't they? To this point, absolutely faultless for the 17 car until the green light, the red lights went off today. Since then...
Car 17 is rejoining. Let's hope he doesn't make the track worse than it is.
Since then, it has been pretty much a catalogue of incident for the 17 car.
Well, we've seen so many times before in the ELMS that not one blot on the copybook, and then as soon as you get one, a race can just spiral entirely out of your control.
And of course, the additional drama within this is they came here with a 100% record. They retained that through qualifying, and since then, I don't think I've ever seen a CLX or Cool Racing prior to that car with a performance like this in terms of...
The manager, car 17, can your car continue or not?
The reason for that question is that the car is now stopped between turns 7 and 8 on the approach to Bruxelles, and if that car can't go any further, then extraction intervention is going to have to be organised.
Well,
and the problem is, are the vehicles on the wrong side of the track for that?
At which point do we get a safety car? That's the problem. That's what he's asking.
Advised, I have to cross the track again at the area of T7 with the forklift, with the telehandler. I will be doing that shortly. Car 17 unfortunately cannot make it.
Well, there you have it. That's a little bit of information golden to us, because we know there things stand absolutely gutting for anybody involved in the CLX racing crew. But it gives a sliver of hope.
Car 17, is your car blocked, or can the driver let the car be driven down?
So is it stuck in gear? Has it stalled? And therefore, either can it be towed, or if not, it will have to be lifted. And Eduardo needs to know whether he requires a flatbed in order to do that and a lifting machine, or whether it can just be towed by this pickup that has just arrived after Les Comps.
Now this could be good news for a couple of teams, though, who might be right on the ragged edge of fuel. We saw some teams 44 minutes to go, remember?
Yes.
And it was actually, it was GT3 teams, wasn't it, with something over an hour. This is good news for LMGT3 teams, where they were in their cycle. This is we're hearing from Steph Wentworth, the 30 car, on pit lane with Reshad Desheras taking emergency fuel. So they will need to come back in as soon as this race goes back to green. They're effectively out of it from that point forward. What we're looking for is anybody in that lead group needing to do the same, because that would be 2 pit stops, of which only 1 would be under this full course yellow. To explain that, if you're out of fuel, if you have a puncture, if you have damage that needs to be dealt with right there and then, you are permitted under full course yellow to come down pit lane, take no more than 5 seconds of fuel and fix the problem that is causing the safety issue, but you must stop again on the lap that the race goes back to green. And we're running out of time for all of that. The remaining questions here, Johnny, are who needs what fuel? Can they stretch that envelope until this race goes green? Because if they have
we
to
have a
come in
driver
with full course
reporting
yellow,
oil T10, T11.
T10, T11 oil, that's not to do with car 17. We're still trying to precisely pinpoint what happened to Adrian Clomenil. Having revisited the 3 cars together, that being the 11 and the 17 from LMP3 and Lilu Wadu's Ferrari, I still don't think any of them made contact with one another. I think your call about there being debris already on the track, which we'd heard about from a message earlier on, and that was just chucked up into the air. But there's a suggestion from 1 or 2.
Car 17 is now in the snatch at T9, driver's right. We're waiting for the rescue car to leave the track.
Did something break on that 17 car is the big question.
That's a fair point.
After the contact.
That's a fair point.
Well, and even if there wasn't any contact, something dropping off the 17 car may have been crucial by the time it then reached Les Combes. But I'm pretty sure Lilu Wadu was in the clear. She was actually trying to stay out of the way of them all, because that 50 Ferrari is still on course for a podium in GT.
Well, what we're hearing from Eduardo Freitas, the message within the message here is we are going to go back to green. It is going to be pretty quickly. He's telling us why. 17 car appears to be now in a place of safety. It's now about getting the personnel and the intervention vehicles back to either a place of safety themselves or their holding positions, and then this race will go back to green with about 15 minutes on the clock. The Kane team with Richard de Geras has taken that emergency service, drops them back down to 7th. They will have to stop again. VDS Panis lead, Algarve Pro 2nd, but with an investigation post-race hanging over them. Into Europol 3rd, EDEX Sport, Nielsen Racing and Vector Sports. That is the top 6.
Marshals on drivers right, exiting T10. We have Marshall on drivers right, T10, T11. Be advised, bear totally left, please.
In LMP2 Pro-Am, AO by TF, Louis Delatraz leads. Behind him, Alex Quinn, who has fuel to the end. We're not sure about AO by TF, but Algarve Pro Racing, that car has fuel to the end, but that car too has an investigation post-race for a full course yellow infringement. The fight for the podium position, well, it's actually not that much of a fight at the moment. Matthias Besch is away and clear in the TDS Racing number 29, but then Proton Competition
at
United behind.
16:46 in 30 seconds, we're going to remove full course yellow.
We're going back to green flag running, Johnny Palmer, with 14 minutes will be left on the clock.
20 seconds to remove full course yellow.
So it has become a sprint to the finish, admittedly with
full
those
course
gaps
yellow will be removed in 10.
that are retained.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed. Full course yellow removed.
And 14 minutes of the 4 hours of Spa-Francorchamps still to enjoy, the 4th of 6 races in the 2025 European Le Mans Series. Glorious sunshine now at 4:45 in the evening, and depending on where you are around the racetrack, you can either get back up the speed or you'll have to be slowing for one of the tight and twisty bits of this superb race circuit. It's Charles Milesi, though, who leads out of the latest intervention on lap 82. He has an advantage of over 20 seconds to Théo Pourchaire's Algarve Pro Racing car, but it's VDS Panis Racing, the championship leaders, in the box seat.
The LMP2 Pro race leaders, AO by TF, indeed did need fuel. They've come in. Algarve Pro Racing take the lead. TDS Racing inherits 2nd place as the 99 tumbles down. Here comes the race leader. 13 minutes to go, Johnny Palmer, and fuel will be required for the number 48 car.
So Pourchaire trailing this car by 10 seconds now that we're back up to full speed. And car 25 now, we're hearing about a 3-minute stop-and-go penalty for violating entering the pit lane during the full course yellow. We said at the time that car 25 was going to be investigated for that. Remember, it's the announcement of a full course yellow, not when the FCY begins, and they pitted after the announcement.
And also, now it comes, car 11, Euro International, a drive-through penalty and a penalty point for causing a collision. That's way too late, though, because the 17 car is out of this race, and the title battle will go on to Silverstone.
Will, so if you've got your tickets already for the British round of the ELMS, then you could well see the LMP3 title fight settled. I think it's possibly unlikely to see any other title fight sorted for 2025, so in that case you'll have to come to Portimão in October.
Car 66, JMW Motorsport sitting 8th in LMGT3, a drive-through penalty for track limits for that. Also on pit lane, by the way, into Europol competition, Tom Dillman. Mathis Jobert has cycled back through to second place, and it's an 11.7 second gap with 11 minutes and 45 seconds to go. What has Jobert got to bring to this party?
Lots and lots. He's now at Lincoln, swinging right and left and right again. Jobert with the crosshair virtually set on the back of Charles Lacey's VDS Panis racing car. Can't see it, but the team will be monitoring his rival's progress. Algarve Pro Racing back in the race, but haven't done
They need the 3-minute
the stop-go penalty,
they're,
so that's going to have to be done next time around.
They're done for anything close to a meaningful result. Also out of the fight for podium positions because they've just pitted Vector Sport and CLX Pure Racing. They were the two outliers. We wondered whether or not strategy might come back their way. No is the answer, I'm afraid, conclusively to that question. Car 30, 10 seconds added to the next pit stop for overtaking beyond track limits. So car 30 has been in under emergency service, has just been in again for its regular stop, and will have a further 10 seconds added. So the last 20 minutes have been pretty much disastrous for Duquesne team. They're down in, what is that, 10th place.
The 37 car's just made its final stop. Tom Blomqvist for CLX Pure Racing, and that's going to rejoin significantly further back. There was a time, several occasions actually today, where we thought 37 might achieve its best result so far this year.
In the last 10 minutes, this is all about whether or not Mathis Jobert has got anything in terms of pace that he can bring to the challenge from Charles Malaysia at the lead of this race. And these are the two cars that have won so far this season. VDS Panis Racing last time out, and EDEX Sports overall at race 2 and in class at race 1, where the overall race win went to AF Corsa and an LMP2 Pro-Am car. Algarve Pro Racing lead in LMP2 Pro-Am, but that car, like its sister car, has got an investigation hanging over it. Behind that is TDS Racing United Autosports, and AO by TF sits at the moment in 4th place. But the gaps, with the exception of Besh in second to Marino Sato, are pretty small.
Great tussle as well to enjoy over the next 9.5 minutes and a bit between the top two LMGT3 cars, because it's only 2.3 seconds. Fabian Schiller in this Mercedes, and look a little further back to the next white headlights and you will see Valentin Hasclot in the Racing Spirit of Le Mans chasing Aston Martin. So that gap is pretty small. It's larger than back to Lilou Wadou in her Richard Mille AF Corsa Ferrari. She's got Michelle Gatting to potentially look out for though as well. So the two female racers dicing over the final step of the podium in LMGT3.
It's a further 5 seconds added to the next pit stop for car 30. That's 2 penalties, so 15 seconds to be added. They won't need a stop, they've just had 2, unfortunately for them. But that's pretty much the dagger to the heart of the afternoon for Duquesne team. Just looking at some of the pace further back, and Ben Tuck, last driver in the number 57 car, a 2:18 at this stage of the race. That is a clear 2 seconds quicker than pretty much anybody else ahead of him. He's got 2.5 seconds to get onto terms with Charlie Eastwood. After that, it's going to be too tough to make up anything else on pace. It's Ben Tuck pushing on.
Over the line again, Charles Lacey, 84 laps for his number 48 car to complete. So just a handful remaining, 4 or so.
Another penalty. It's an LMP3 car. It's the number 12 WTM by Rinaldi. 10 seconds added there. They're not in a podium position, and they certainly won't be after that little lot. Gap has come down just a touch. Algarve Pro Racing's Théo Pourchaire takes the penalty stop now and will tumble now back behind Tom Dillman. So all 3 of the top 3 cars in the 206s, no one making major inroads here. It's going to put Nielsen Racing's Felipe Albuquerque up into 4th place, so a strong finish for them. He's the quickest on track at the moment. in the LMP2 class. Matthias Besch is quicker, second in LMP2 Pro-Am, and looking to do what he can to take up overall race positions.
And what happened to the Mercedes leading LMGT3? It's run a little bit wide coming out of turn 9. How close is the Aston in behind? Wasn't able to capitalise because the gap's grown a touch more. 31 LMP3 car now on pit road, but hasn't made the team. So Marius Fossar, is that a fuel issue? And now here comes the Mercedes from the lead. So Fabian Schiller is in.
Well.
And that will give the race lead for the time being to Valentin Haas-Clos. Now remember, there was that off-track moment, so has that punctured a tyre for the Mercedes?
Is it fuel? What has gone on there? You'd have thought it's fuel.
Well, surely, therefore, the 59 Aston Martin's going to be in a similar...
You would have thought so, unless they've, for whatever reason, not been able to save fuel. 31 is being pushed down pit lane. Been a wretched day for them as well, I'm afraid.
Well, we talked about this when these cars pitted with an hour and 8 or so minutes to go. Could you get to the finish? And I said it's going to be a bit sketchy. Well, has there been sufficient fuel save for Haas-Clos? It is a tough gamble, and clearly Iron Lynx don't want to get involved with that. They'd much rather get the fuel in, go beyond the element of doubt and make sure they're going to make the finish.
Leader Wadou on pit lane as well and drops out of a podium position, back up into a podium position. Michelle Gatting, who's right with Fab Schiller. This is a battle. Where is Michelle Gatting here? There she is. That's the battle for second. But does the Porsche need fuel?
Sure. Well, I think they all pitted in roughly the same area. There were laps apart, but only 1 or 2. So I can't believe that Valentin Haas-Clos can make the finish unless Racing Spirit of Le Mans are prepared to roll the dice a little more.
Well, the only other option is they didn't, for whatever reason, get a full load of fuel into the AMG. 59, we are being told by Steph Wentworth, is going to take fuel. Meanwhile, thank you for your votes. Ferdy Habsburg, epic stuff for him in the Nielsen Racing 24 car. Gets the LMP2 Most Valuable Driver Award. It's Francois Perraudot that takes it in LMP2 Pro-Am. He's been staunch through his stints at the earlier part of the race. And what about LMGT3? It's Celia Martin, and she's certainly had her elbows out in her stint in this car, which is battling away at the moment for a very strong... Believe, though, that car too is set to pit. So how is this going to all work out? Yellows at turn 18-19. What's going on there?
That's the chicane at the end of the lap. Double yellows briefly were being shown.
And that looks
Track
like it
looks
was
clear now.
The 88 car.
So did 88 rotate? It did indeed. But thankfully just behind the 59 Aston Martin, which didn't come in on that lap, but we still reckon Valentin Haas-Clos is going to pit. It might be the penultimate time across the start-finish line.
But Rhys Gold is going to have his head on here, because that spin means that Ian Aguilera is within 3.5 seconds for the final podium position. Wow. So again, it just goes on and on. VDS Panis Racing, 11 seconds to the good. Times running out, and on pace, that's not a gap that's going to be bridged. 14 seconds further back, Tom Dillman. Warning flags going out to all sorts of people for track limits. They've got to be so careful here. Felipe Albuquerque's not within reach of the podium. 19 seconds back for Nielsen Racing. It's been a good run from them, but not the one they hoped for. Algar Pro Racing's 20 car leads in LMP2 Pro-Am, 5th overall, ahead of TDS Racing, although Matthias Besch has just had a warning for track limits, and United Autosports Marino Sato. But I'll remind you, the 20 under investigation for a full course yellow infringement. What's the gap? The gap is under 5 seconds.
Penultimate lap, I estimate, for Charles Milesi in the meantime. Mathis Jobert being kept at a safe distance. If we're thinking about beginning the last lap next time around, then the GT cars that still need fuel have surely got to get in at the end of this, their current lap, because otherwise they're going to find themselves stranded in the pit lane, and you cannot complete a race in the pit lane. Surprise, surprise. You've got to cross the control line on the racetrack.
Well, that's Hazard just been overtaken by the overall race leader, who's coming round to complete his 87th lap with 2 minutes on the clock. Aston Martin has to be down pit lane this time, we believe too. So does the pink Porsche, the Iron Dames car.
So for the final time, the 59 Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin is in for the quickest blast of fuel you can possibly imagine.
You know what? Bentock could take a podium here, right at the end. In comes the Aston Martin. Needs to be super quick. Here comes the Mercedes AMG of Fab Schiller. Is he going to make it through in time?
Away it goes now.
Oh, this is going to be tight.
Dames need to pit as well, remember.
There comes the AMG. There go the Dames into the pit lane. Where is this going to emerge? This could go down to the last corner.
Yeah.
We could have drama here at the bus stop.
Well, the Aston pitting, 2 laps later
there
than Mercedes
side
has
by
given
side.
it the track position. But, well, remember, tyres are up to temperature, so there's no issue there. Let's hope that the Aston's been given enough fuel. There are 1 or 2 at Iron Links that can't take it anymore, and now potentially a hazard at the end of the lap again at the bus stop chicane, but that won't worry these 2 drivers because Schiller has got Hasklow in his sights and he could potentially get a much better run on the Aston Martin up the Kemmel Straight. Can't see the Mercedes because it's entirely eclipsed by the Aston that leads, but the Aston just faints to the middle of the road.
It's the one move he's permitted. That's a racing line. He'll argue, should it be necessary? This is going to be some lap.
And we're on the final lap for Charles Lacey, still leading by just under 10 seconds over Mathis Jobert. Tom Tillman on for a podium in Inter Europol Competition's 43 car.
Second place car in LMP2 Pro-Am is on pit lane. TDS Racing. How close is Marino Sato to Matthias Besch? We'll see how that one pans out in just a few moments. I think he's clear enough.
Bentuck has moved on to the podium provisionally because Michel Gatting rejoins in behind the 57 Kessel Racing Ferrari. How much do Iron Links want to risk here? They had a non-finish at Imola where Lorcan Hannafin and teammate did not even get to drive. Here's the race winner though, championship leaders coming into Spa-Francorchamps. They score the maximum points at the 4 hours of Spa today. VDS, Panis Racing, winners, Charles Lacey, Esteban Masson, and a terrific opening couple of stints from Oliver Gray. Second place to Edex Sport and Mathis Jobert. Aston still leads Mercedes in GT.
Change for second LMP2 Pro-Am. United Autosports up to second, AO by TF into third with that last minute stop for TDS Racing.
And in LMP3, the second and third place cars are already home because they fall a lap behind the number 8 crew, who just need to stroke it home from here. It's been one almighty challenge in the GTs, but excellent strategy from Racing Spirit of Le Mans to leave it to the last possible moment. They pitted the final time past pit lane, couldn't have done it the next lap around because they would have been a non-finisher, ending the race in the pit lane. Terrific from Valentin Hasklow and his teammates in car 59, Clement Matter, who started, Owen Bastard in the middle. And in the meantime,
LMP2 Pro-Am, for the time being at least, correct to lend to this, it is Alex Quinn and
Ollie Caldwell.
Ollie Caldwell take the win. I think there's still an investigation, but they'll call them home as we should as the winners.
And we're still waiting for Rick Cohn to appear out of the bus stop chicane to secure a victory for Team Virage in LMP3. Julien Gerby and Daniel Nogales are also in that car. Nogales, remember, got to the race lead briefly, then spun at Les Combes out of that race lead, but the huge drama and the eventual demise of the number 17 car has rather opened the door for the Spanish squad. The Polish squad, I should say. Why do I call them Spanish? Anyway, at the 8 car, out of the final corner and across the line.
Final finisher.
There you go, yes. Final finisher, but a winner in LMP3.
And that, by the way, is the lap that I think Vector Sport will wish they'd had, because I don't think we've got the right driver time for Pietro Fittipaldi.
Julien Gerby.
We've got non-finish from TDS Racing. They
which
came into the pits
29.
right at the end and did not get back out.
No.
We've also... Right. Also,
so
by the way,
nose damage to 29.
As you were quite rightly calling the action on track with a brief message, 43 car, the third place car for Inter-Europol competition, under investigation for not following the scrutineering procedure. Presumably that car did not go where it needed to be post-race. What that will mean, whether or not that's a financial penalty or worse, well, we'll find out probably at about 2 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Julian Gerby, Daniel Nogales, Rick Cohn, victorious in LMP3, ahead of RLRM Sport in the 15 car and Inter-Europol competition, with another car provisionally on a podium within category. That looks like, for the moment, they finished third in LMP2 as well. And congratulations to Tom Dillman, to Nick Yellerly and Kuba Śmiechowski. Pretty much everybody in LMP2 had that awkward point where they had to pit with just over an hour to go to get their third drivers in, and therefore a legal finish. Each driver must do their 60 minutes or slightly more if necessary, but a cracking result as things have panned out for VDS Panis Racing, who came here with a narrow championship lead. That's now 2 wins on the spin, separated by a couple of months, and a bigger championship advantage because they've outscored, well, their main rivals, number 18, by a further 7 points.
10 seconds the gap between those two. Beautiful evening here now at Spa-Francorchamps, and whilst we did have a lot of interruption to the green flag action, Johnny, that was quite a race. Delighted to say, by the way, the pit lane grandstand getting well filled at the end of this race with our very significant local crowd keen to welcome the gladiators to the podiums for all 4 classes.
The other nice thing about Parc Fermé here at Spa is that all the cars will actually park up on the main straight in front of that grandstand.
With the exception of the 4 class winners, who will make their way wrong way down pit lane beneath the podium for the crews to be interviewed by Steph Wentworth. That's the prize they're looking for before they go up to the podium for the usual trophies, cheers, champagne, acknowledgement by the crowds, and the national anthems, of course, for their teams, nations. Just watching the Aston Martin come through the Parc Fermé area to join that procession down pit lane. Well, delivered. Frustrating at times, the in and out of incidents, but delivered.
I mean, pro rata is a little bit like the Michelin Le Mans Cup race yesterday, in that the first half was hugely affected by intervention and neutralisation, but once it then got into, well, about halfway into the 3rd hour, we had a storming finish, and any advantage that can often be taken in an endurance race was sort of taken away by from a lot of the key players, because they were in concrete regarding strategy. Yeah. You know, you might have been able to get a little bit of advantage, and then everything was negated after another safety car.
Quite often, a lot of the stories are in the devils are in the detail when we chat to the drivers, the team members post-race. And I think there's going to be plenty of that here. Why did that happen? How did that happen? But no getting away from the fact VDS Panis Racing have won this race and take a further advantage in the championship run. Edic Sport will be happy they've reduced the damage there. Algarve Pro Racing win LMP2 Pro-Am. They'll be delighted too with that result. Team Virage taking the win in LMP3 in a battle that was just had so many layers, it's almost ridiculous. And LMGT3, what a finish they've doled out. Racing Split Le Mans, a fantastic finish there from Valentino Harzeclos, and he will be ready to hug the breath out of the fueling crew for that team. They gave him literally just enough to have an edge over Fab Schiller of the Aaron Links AMG. Kessel Racing and Ben Tuck at the end of that race having enough in the tank to just leapfrog the Iron Dames with that last-minute pit stop.
You just cannot afford for your team, your fueling team, to be phased or spooked by the in-race moment, and the pressure was hugely on for everybody involved on the fueler.
We constantly say it, in motorsport it is a team game, but never more so in this discipline, where absolutely everything has to be on point, no mistakes. You look back at who took the victories here in this race and in this championship, and what you'll come to the conclusion of, yes, they're going to be quick, but they're the ones that made fewest errors, and there were a lot of errors today.
Yeah. but all it would take is just a slight misapplication of that fuel hose, or being left on slightly too long, too short. Would have not been a good scenario either. And it was a fuel race in the end, and that's because everybody in GT had to pit with well more than an hour to go. I always thought 69, 68, 67 minutes would have been pushing it. Yes, there was the theory that you might be able to fuel save around here, but I think because of the pressure of all of the rivals in GT, that just wasn't an option. Had you had half a lap's advantage, might have been a different story.
It's been a topsy-turvy season, hasn't it, in a couple of these classes? Well, the topsy-turviness has come in LMP3 here, but no more so than the crowd cheers as the marshals bring the number 60 car into Parc Fermé under person power. Car, what is that, 18, 3 minutes stop and go penalty. That's the second place car. They're not going to be on the Nielsen Racing, will go to the podium.
So that puts into Europol competition and the 43 car into second. Did you say there was something overhanging regarding 43 as well?
No, 43 I think are clear. It was Edex Sport and the 20. Wasn't even aware of Edex Sport. So just to be clear, what we're seeing, Edex Sport, the number 18 car, 3 minutes stop and go penalty, full course yellow, pit entry infringement. That is a big blow in the title fight for them and a huge boost for VDS Panis Racing. Wow.
So that, I'm guessing, is a car entering effectively a closed pit lane and doing a full service, just as it was for the 25.
I think that's so, and we're not sure what it was for the 20, but we did read that they were under investigation too for a full course yellow infringement. We'll wait and see what we see on the podium, and that's what we'll call, of course.
Yep.
We're going to see when we get, by the way, to the LMGT3 podium, all sorts of turnarounds in the points there.
Massive changes, that's what we always enjoy. 6 races through the year, and it allows for quite a narrative change from 1 o'clock through till 5, and potentially afterwards as well. Let's get some reaction with Steph.
I am joined by the winners of this race, the 4 Hours of Spa. This is the 48 VDS Panis Racing. Ollie, let's start with you because you did a huge amount of brunt work early on to put the car in a great position.
Yeah, it was a tough first stint, to be honest. Like a lot of dirty air behind the iron links, but managed to squeeze past when he had a bit of traffic going up by Rouge, and the same with the Nielsen as well. But obviously a safety car field stint as well, which wasn't so much fun. But yeah, again, we managed it well and brought home the result.
Back-to-back wins.
Yeah, I mean, it's brilliant. I can't ask anything more of these two boys, VDS Panis. I mean, just got to keep this momentum up and hopefully look forward to Silverstone.
See you there. Thank you.
Congratulations to all three. Ollie Gray, Esteban Masson, Charles Milesi. So, round 4 of a 6-race championship got underway under very different skies compared to yesterday's qualifying. And although LMP2, 13 of those cars had a reasonably clean start, it did all rather kick off in the mid-pack after Rodrigo Sales in the 29 TDS car ran in the back of AO by TF, Spike the Dragon and PJ Hyatt and pushed him across the bows of Giorgio Roda in the 77 Proton Competition P2 Pro-Am. He was actually on pole and lost a whole load of places because the road in front of him was entirely blocked by Spike. Eventually everybody did pick up the speed though down through Eau Rouge and Raidillon for the first time of asking, and Oliver Gray plugged into the 48 VDS Panis Racing car for the opening couple of stints, wasted no time at all in picking off first of all the second place Jonas Reed driven number 9 car, and then in just a tick you'll see an overtake for the race lead, but not before a slight off-track manoeuvre for Francois Perrodo. He was having a real tussle and arm wrestle with Rodrigo Sales, and here is Ollie Gray then in the colours of Mark VDS and Panis Racing going around the outside of the Nielsen car that had led to that point, but Jem Bollock-Bashi not able to judge the traffic as readily as his chasing opponent. Big off for Manuel Maldonado in the 22 United Autosports car, all on his own, but the change of surface didn't help. And on the same lap, John Fowle losing the rear of his Nielsen racing car and slamming into the bare concrete barrier. The best news of all, though, was that both drivers were able to get out of their cars unaided, and both due for a check in the medical centre. Some pensive looks from Olivier Panis from the VDS garage. Side-by-side action between two front-engine GT cars in the early stages, and that was a good overtake from Erwin Bastard on Lorcan Hannafin. A clash here. This was the Nogales spin for the eventual race-winning number 8 car in LMP3, but that after he had actually taken the race lead. Then this was the huge drama in LMP3, because the 17 crew that ran out wide at Les Combes could have sealed the championship today, but an uncharacteristic mistake for Adrien Clomenil. Maybe something broke on the CLX car, we don't know yet, but it ended up in the gravel, it lost a lap, and this was the one blot on the copybook in an otherwise faultless season for CLX. And then an incredible race to the finish, done really on fuel and the amount that you had used, but the Aston Martin left it as late as possible, as then VDS Panis Racing came across the line to take the race win for Milesi, Masson and Gray. The GT fight, virtue of that late pit stop for Racing Spirit of Le Mans, went the way of car 59, and an excellent drive from Valentin Hasclot. And in the LMP2 Pro-Am ranks, it was the 20 Algarve Pro Racing trio of Crichton Lendoudis, Alex Quinn and Ollie Caldwell, ahead of Team Virage, who win in LMP3. So an awful lot happening, particularly in that final 90, 100 minutes, really. We only reached 88 laps in the race in total, but the championship leaders will extend the gap after another win.
Well, there's the overall order, and that drama extended to post-race with that post-race penalty called for Edec Sport across the line in second place, but they won't finish in the order there with some kind of full course yellow infringement. VDS Panis Racing from Inter Europol's 43 car and Nielsen Racing on the podium. Algarve Pro Racing's number 20 car takes the Pro-Am LMP2 win ahead of United Autosports and AO by TF. Team Virage in a topsy-turvy LMP3 race from RLRM Sports and Inter Europol. And in that last-minute bundle, Racing Spirit Le Mans fend off the Iron Lynx AMG in their Aston Martin, with Kessel Racing's 57 car, the car guy back car, making it to the podium after a last gasp stop for the Iron Dames for fuel. But I think they're still going to be very much in the hunt for the LMGT3 title fight, and I think that's going to be led by the Aston Martin after that performance. This has been such a topsy-turvy season in LMGT3. No one's had consistency.
And that is very often the case, frankly, in a short championship. Used to be 5 races. For a good few seasons, it's been 6, but you get about a month's break as a minimum between each race. So there's necessarily not a chance to get some forward momentum. I mean, you could argue against that in LMP3, but yes, GT has always been open. I suppose partly because of the success ballast that is applied as well in a different way from one race to the next, and also where you utilise your driving talent. It is deliberately awkward to fit in 90 minutes of bronze time, because it has to fit around early safety cars, fuel mileage. Do you do it according to the time that's just been burned, or at a more suitable point? And different approaches can glean different results.
Just imagine, being one of the engineers, the data monkeys are down there trying to work out the best way about this. And it's so many moving pieces. We had virtual safety cars, full course yellow safety cars. We had drama, we had delay, we had all sorts being thrown at it. I can't think of a 4-hour race we've had in recent memory where you'd have had to adjust your strategy as often, as dynamically as the teams will have had to do there. And it's no surprise that the odd mistake crept in.
Graham's memory's not that great, in fairness, these days. I think I can probably imagine 3 examples in the last couple of years. ELMS just has an element of that, doesn't it? And the fact that, we're all more likely generally to see a safety car in the opening, let's say, 2 hours. And then it's great fun to welcome the gun drivers in the closing stages. But even that didn't halt the level of incident. So the first podium for LMP2 sees the 24 gang, perhaps surprisingly to them, go on to the third step of the podium. Jem Bollock-Bashi, who started the race from pole, Ferdinand Habsburg, who set the pole time yesterday, and Philippe Albuquerque, who just about squeezed in the hour that he needed to do towards the end. Elevated to second place, Tom Dillman in the 43 car, along with Kuba Śmiechowski, who did the opening stanza, and Nick Yellerly. But here are the winners, here are the championship leaders before and after this event as well. VDS Panis Racing with now back-to-back wins. Charles Milesi bringing the car to the flag. Esteban Masson with an excellent middle stint, couple of them. And Ollie Gray, how about that overtake through traffic on Jem Bollock-Bashi in the first hour or so. So it is VDS Panis Racing with the French national anthem. So the Panis Racing bit, obviously French, but we mustn't forget that Marc VDS racing in their home event here, the Belgian team from the motorcycle world, Mark Oswald van der Straten. So this is sort of semi-home race, if you like, for VDS Panis Racing.
But they've been one of the surprise packages. Mickey Butler there from Goodyear, senior trackside support engineer, getting the honour of handing out the trophies. They've been one of the surprise packages this year, and they've come into their own. All three drivers absolutely on top form. Ollie Gray, with his opening stint, he's had a breakthrough year. You know, it's one of those things. I was talking about Ollie to a couple of guys in this paddock, and all of a sudden, a driver that's not really found his niche is looking special. And it's when you get that confidence and big results coming your way, at the disappointment of what happened in the last elements of the Le Mans 24-hour race, where it looked like they got that win and then something broke on the car, gifting the win back to into Europol competition. But then you add in Charles Milesi and Esteban Masson, both very special drivers, both very special young drivers, and all of a sudden, Marc VDS, Mark van der Straten, Olivier Panis, we've just seen him under the podium celebrating the win, and TDS Racing, who we shouldn't forget, run this effort for them. They look like they've got something that could go away with the biggest prize of all of them.
And considering the number of years that Panis Racing has been part of the European Le Mans series, going back to Panis Barthez Racing, they've had different guises, then Panis Solo, and now teaming up with VDS as we have described. That's LMP2 dealt with. Let's head to Steph for more reaction.
I'm now joined by the winners in LMGT3, the number 59 Racing Spirit of Le Mans. Valentin, let's speak to you, because right at the very end, you guys jumped in for a splash and dash of fuel. What was going through your mind? Were you conserving fuel in the last stint, or?
No, I wasn't saving at all. Actually, we had an amazing car in the corners, but we had a very poor top speed, so I couldn't try anything. And when I had 2 laps without that guy ahead of me, I was like, all right, that's my opportunity to push. And we were delayed, and all in all, we exceeded the pit ahead of them, and we got it. And I'm so thankful. I'm so proud of my teammate, and I just want to dedicate this one to Antoine. Always.
Congratulations, guys. Enjoy the podium.
Thank you. Thank you.
Excellent effort. Yes, from Valentin Hasclot, but for Clément Mathur as the bronze, needing to do a little bit longer than maybe he expected, because of those early race cautions. The points, though, in LMP2 does indeed see that VDS Panis Racing extend their championship gap to 20 now over into Europol competition. EDEX Sport, with that drop, don't score at all today.
They don't, and the significant point there is they're 26 points back, which is a full weekend 100% score, including pole position, and all of a sudden, this looks a very convincing lead for VDS Panis Racing.
Yeah, but Cambac's interesting because they've both won 2 races within LMP2. So Milesi, Masson Gray ahead of Śmiechowski, Jeleli, Dillman, who were second today. And then further down the order, then the 18 trio, Habsburg and Albuquerque, who finished on the podium today.
Well, they're 4th in the championship. What a step forward for Nielsen Racing this season.
Yeah.
They should be delighted with that, but they will be disappointed. Here's the provisional standings LMGT3. It is indeed the Aston Martin crew from Racing Spirit Le Mans that take the lead by a single point from the Iron Dames, with 2 further crews, the 50 and the 55. 4 points further back. 7 or 8 teams within 10 points.
Yeah.
This is going to be a magnificent finish to the season.
Yeah, and shouldn't be settled at Silverstone, frankly. So there are the 2 teams that are together on 41. Then we've got Charles-Henri Samani together with his teammates just a point further back from that. And there's 6 points separating at least 5 teams.
There's only 1 team finishes in that class. I don't think it can be sorted at Silverstone. Here we have, though, the podium
for LMGT3. So 3rd position to the 57 crew of Kessel Racing for Takeshi Kimura, Ben Tuck and James Collado. 2nd place going to the crew from Mercedes, as we know, but it's the Winter Racing Spirit of Le Mans. Racing Spirit of Le Mans are a Swiss team. They're based in Geneva, but flagged as French in this competition, hence why that national anthem was being correctly played.
Yeah, they will have more than 1 licence, and that tends to go with choices that maybe the commercial package they bring to the series. CEO of the Spa-Francorchamps circuit. What a great job this team has done with this facility. It's been through some dark days, commercial challenges, and challenges of a personal nature amongst their senior management squad too.
Well done to Martin Berry, to Lorcan Hannafin, to Fabian Schiller, who finish in 2nd place in that Iron Lynx Mercedes. They will be kicking themselves a little bit, thinking of what might have been to have narrowly missed out on a win, but nevertheless to come fighting back as they have done to 2nd place after a disastrous Imola race at the start of last month is good reaction. And they've a bit of work to do regarding the championship, but yeah, mainly accounting for or struggling with 2 non-finishers, 2 non-points scoring affairs. At Le Castellet, they finished 2nd as they have done today. So the clinker champagne bottles on the podium. Well done again to the winners of Racing Spirit of Le Mans, Clement Mateur, Erwin Bastard and Valentin Hasclot. We have more podium presentations just around the corner, but not before we've gone to Steph for another interview.
I am joined by the winners in LMP2 Pro and the number 20 Algarve Pro Racing. Let's speak with you, Ollie Caldwell. A mega stint from you. How was it feeling?
Yeah, incredible. The car felt really racy today, as it has all weekend, to be fair. Great job at the safety car restarts to have the car in the window, and yeah, I think that was our strong point today, was on those restarts.
Alex, what was going through your mind throughout your stint? Obviously, it was a crazy race filled with many interventions.
Yeah, I mean, in my stint, it was just about pushing as hard as I could, to be honest. We had Marino in front of the United at first, where we had to sort of catch as much as we could because we knew we had the chance to jump him in the pit stop, which we did. And then at the end, it was just about keeping Besh behind, risk versus reward. So all in all, it was very good. It's quite a strategic race at the beginning with these two guys and our engineer as well, doing a really good job. So we have to thank the whole team.
Big reward for you now. Congratulations. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Yeah, another excellent result for Algarve Pro Racing. It feels like for a lot of the race they were a little beneath the radar in actual fact, but Alex Quinn lit the blue touch paper and
that's the point.
Give them the championship lead.
3 points ahead of AO by TF Racing,
who were leading prior to this weekend.
And that is the drivers' points too. 10 points then back to the 77 crew. It's an oddly quiet race today. And then the 29 car, which, by the way, we've just seen on the screens after that late pit start, late issue, that, well, they were initially shown as not finishing this race, but have been reinstated on timing, I think. Have they? Yes, they have, but now we're under investigation for driving behaviour.
Right.
So something odd's gone on at the very end of this race. But here come the podium celebrants.
And just a quick check on the 77 crew, who are still third in the championship, but again unable to convert a pole position into a good result, finishing eventually in 6th place. But that first corner will not have helped with that. So the third step of the podium to AO by TF. 2nd place for the 21 crew of United Autosports, Daniel Schneider, Marino Sato, Ollie Jarvis. But the win will go to Algarve Pro Racing of Portugal.
Should say, by the way, that is the first podium of the season for the United Autosports crew. Their best finish before this, 5th place in both of the 2 races of the season, and a 6th last time out, but up into 2nd here in what was a pretty topsy-turvy class battle up and down the order. A little bit of luck doled out of the good and the bad sorts with all of those interventions, but nonetheless they come out with 2nd place. AO by TF. The trophies from the Mayor of Stavelot.
Fabien Legros, and with thanks to him and also with Stavelot and nearby towns' hospitality, we've had a fun time in Verviers, although it feels like a short time, considering an overnight drive Friday into Saturday and a couple of nights in the hotel. But the final trophy's been gone.
Absolutely, just about to say, I mean, you know, there's all sorts we think may need still to be sorted. Right now, well done, Algarve Pro Racing. Always pretty on point with their strategy. And we heard from Ollie Caldwell that that's exactly what they did to put them in with a chance of battling on track and then taking whatever the race was giving to them in terms of, well, risk and opportunity. Good job all.
That is the best result of the season as well for the 20 crew. They've had a 2nd, a 3rd, and now finally the win. So had a chance to stand on every step of the LMP2 Pro Am podium.
And there you go. I mean, you know, 3 podium finishes, including the win today, out of 4. Consistency is paying.
Yeah, all important. The gang that we've not heard from up until this point is the one that we were actually waiting for at the end of the race, the final car to cross the line, the 8s of Team Virage. Here's Steph.
Joined now by the winners in LMP3, the number 8 Team Virage car. Julien Gervais, we knew you were driving the car last year. We know you're incredibly quick. And you jumped back in the car this weekend, and all of a sudden you're back on the top step of the podium.
Yeah, it's not bad for exit of a retirement, which I had for this year. So it was fantastic. We knew we had very good potential since Wednesday. It was just about doing a race with no mistake, handling the car to these guys, and they did an absolutely mega job, both of them, to put us on the top spot. So that's what we needed, and that's what we got.
Congratulations. Enjoy the celebration.
Thank you.
And needless to say, a first win for any team other than CLX Motorsport, because CLX have been doing all the winning. They are still top of the pile, 79 points now after
31.
yesterday's poll.
31 points. It's taken a big hit there. It has given a little bit of hope to the chasing teams. For Team Virage, by the way, not just the first win, the first podium. They, too, the best finish they've had so far this season was 5th place. So they will leap up the order. But it doesn't throw this open.
No.
It makes it possible, more mathematically possible, but from having a 100% finish to, well, it really did seem to stagger through that race. They had the pace all the way through the race, but there were errors that came their way all the way through that race.
Yeah.
I think at every phase of the race, there was something going on that gave you reason to think, could do it, oh, no. And it happened again and again and again. And the 17 crew, I think, were living on the nerves for those 4 hours.
As soon as you are in a scenario where you've got to push a little more hard than you're comfortable with, that's where the real mistakes can creep in. We don't know whether Clomanil had a problem. He did seem a bit wide going into the third element of Le Combe, but that put him out in the marbles in an unrecoverable situation, just straight lining into the gravel trap. And although that car initially rejoined, it was a lap down and then subsequently a non-finish.
So it'll be into Europol competitions, number 88 crew, the third step of the podium. So a second into Europol podium for this race weekend after the overall podium for the LMP2 car. It's going to be RLRM Sports, Guillaume Henrion with Nick Adcock and Michael Jensen on the second step of the podium, and it's going to be Team Virage on top step.
So 2 Spaniards and the young kid from the Netherlands, Julian Gerby, who we heard from chatting to Steph Wentworth. Daniel Nogales, despite his spin at Le Combe, he recovered that situation to go on to take the victory. Rick Cohn, the star from the Netherlands, the Low Country, and he will, together with his teammates, stand on the top step of the podium to hear the national anthem of Poland for the first time this year in LMP3. Has that opened up the championship just a little to give a glimmer to CLX's opponents.
Nicely done. As for CLX, remember something someone said to me early in my previous career, nothing to do with motorsport. Don't focus on your failures, focus on what you can do to make amends next time around. And that is going to be the story of the next chapter for CLX Motorsport. It's going to be about what happens at Silverstone. They can put in a decent shift there. It's still wide open for them to clinch this championship.
There are plenty of examples through the years of teams winning an ELMS trophy with 1 non-finish in the season. If it goes on to 2 DNFs, it's much more tricky, but you can afford 1 off round as long as you're scoring consistently well. And I don't mean wins. I mean, that's the thing. CLX have won everything to this point, so they've definitely got some insurance policy there. And as long as they can put it behind them, I'm sure they can in 3 weeks' time at Silverstone, then they can just carry on as they started the year.
They can't go away from here, heads down, thinking that was utterly disastrous. It was a bad day at the office, but there's 2 more days at the office.
Yeah. And also, well, theoretically 4 days at the office, because there's a couple of points on offer.
Absolutely.
On the Saturday and the Friday of Silverstone and Portugal, respectively. 2 more rounds to go for the European Le Mans Series and for all 4 of these categories. 3 of them still wide open. The other one starting to edge towards a firm champion, but we will wait and see. Here's the overall classification again. If you missed this earlier, and remember there was that late adjustment taking the number 18 car all the way down to 12th in class and out of the points. VDS win by 25 seconds over inter-Europol competition, and Nielsen Racing, LMP2 Pro-Am finishing in the top 4 overall. Algarve Pro Racing, LMP3 for the first time this year is won by Team Virage in car number 8, and the LMGT3 win on the last lap virtually. It was the start of the last lap. The Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin rejoining just ahead of the Mercedes, and car 59, the French flagged squad, although from Lake Geneva, taking victory with their Aston.
Yeah, it's been some day here at Spa. It's delightful to finish it in bright sunshine and with a really respectful local crowd packing the grandstand opposite the podium to celebrate the performances that have counted today. It's 4 down, Johnny Palmer, for 2025. The new challenge for very many of these teams of Silverstone to come in a few weeks' time before we get onto more familiar ground at Portimão to complete the season. And yet again, in a very different way, this is a race meeting that's delivered, yes, some frustrations, but it took the strength of will to power through at a full team level with those faultless pit stops for the teams that have ended up here on the podium, and the strategy being as dynamic as it needed to be to put teams that perhaps were a little bit out of it before today to take advantage of the others that have stumbled. I think we're going to get podiums for the Wingfoot Award.
We are, yes. So one more presentation to take place for the Goodyear Wingfoot most valuable driver of the race, and this done for 3 of the 4 categories. And thank you for all of your votes through the course of the race.
I voted for you, Johnny, but there was no option there to do it. It's disappointing.
Well, I got 1 vote at least, but the people we're about to see got rather more than that. So LMP2, LMP2 Pro-Am, LMGT3 are the 3 categories involved. And Graham, you were announcing this earlier on.
From memory, it was Ferdy Habsburg, wasn't it? I think that got the LMP2 championship. It's Francois Perraudot and Celia Martin.
So there they all stand.
They look
not quite in the order of the graphics, but you get the idea.
Not only heroic, but a really strong potential Eurovision entry right there.
I think that's true. Give them all microphones.
Please don't.
Okay. I think Celia will be fine. I'm concerned about the chaps that are either side of her. The rose between 2 thorns, perhaps, Celia Martin.
Just had to swap around the trophies, the 2 LMP2 trophies in the wrong order. Great to see Goodyear getting behind this, and it is getting its place in the firmament of this podium ceremonies, and we will see.
Spa-Francorchamps in the European Le Mans Series is done, and we have a matter of 3 weeks or so to focus on a return to the United Kingdom, to Silverstone. And with thanks to the backing here from Violin Phonics, nice to have Interstellar as a little bit of talking music as we look forward then to the return, first return in 6 years for the ELMS. And excited to see the ticket sales already. You still have a chance to be there and potentially to see an LMP3 title decided. From Steph Wentworth, who's been working hard up and down the pit lane all day, from Graham Goodwin and from me, Johnny Palmer, we hope you've enjoyed either being here live or from distance the 4th race of the season. And with 2 to go, I still have no clue who's going to win LMGT3, LMP2 Pro-Am and LMP2. But you can bet your bottom dollar that the last 2 races are going to be absolute classics.